Boys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the EGCTV. It's time for day number 2 of our qualifiers. I, of course, am KP, and joining me, the wonderful Crackety. We're closer than we've ever been in real life and online, as we're both actually calling in from Germany. How's it going, Crackety?
Absolutely amazing. And man, this is the qualifiers for the EGC finals, and there's only 2 spots to be gained. And we have some really, really awesome players right now contesting for those 2 spots, and we can see it right there. It's going to be Demu versus Zerton today. And after that, we're going to be taking a look at Anaton versus Balon. So it's a very, very fierce competition today.
Oh, yes. I'm excited for this one. I think there's some interesting kind of twists and curves to be discovered, because one thing we've got to keep in mind is I think a lot of people might look at these names and historically be like, okay, Anaton seems like, he was seen as the second coming of B, but Balon has been putting in the hours. Balon is someone you should never write off being a talented player from the OG Age of Empires. And then the other series even, we were talking a little bit before we came on the broadcast, like Demu would seem like a shoe-in here. But there's a combo of the fact that Zerton has been constantly improving this year, and also there have been some kind of questions on who's been taken better to the new expansion.
Indeed. And we're going to be seeing the draft very soon here between Demu and Zerton, so we can get a picture of exactly what kind of strategies will be here. We can see what kind of maps they're going for, what civilizations they're banning, what they think maybe is a little bit of a really strong civilization at the moment, and overall just what they're picking for themselves.
Yes, so I think they begin drafting like about now, right? So we give it a minute or two, we should be like halfway through the drafting phase. Interesting, because we're going to have the BO7 format. Remind me, is it 3 bands that we've settled on here each? Oh,
In
wait,
a
no,
best of
best
7,
of 7. Sorry, my brain. It'd be 2 bands, right?
I think it must be 2 bands. We'll see in just a bit. And here we go. Yeah, we got 2 bands each, and we can already see first map is going to be Himayama. And we're going to be seeing English coming up from Demu against Jean Dark from Zerton. And this is a matchup that we've seen a couple of times yesterday as well. This was a matchup that felt really, really close every time we took a look at it. But the English, if they're able to hold, then they're definitely always going to be in a good position. It's always up to Jean d'Arc to really do something here in this matchup. So it's going to be interesting if Zerton is going to be able to push into Demu, because Demu, his English is very, very solid. He's very well known for his English playstyle.
It's almost like it's in his blood. No, guys, biologically it is. He is English. But no, it definitely shines through. I think it's been one of his top civs for a long time. At one stage, I would have even referred to it as his signature civ. But the interesting thing is, in some ways, this is a lighter pressure French. In other ways, it's a harder pressure, right? That being that with standard French, they can try to harass you, but they can also out-eco you at home with the increased production speed. Jean doesn't have that, but what she does have is a lot more aggression behind her. Going to be curious to see which way Zerton wants to lean. My instinct is this is going to be a woman at arms type game. I think typically that works a bit better against the English, right? Because otherwise you've got this squishy 5-range bow user that's susceptible to lombo attacks. So we'll see how he wants to approach that. But are we opening on Himayama? I feel like the boars are a little bit weird sometimes. I don't know if you notice this. Sometimes I just see the boars just spawn in a corner in a tree line. So that might be something that Demu could try to exploit to block a really big XP gain for Jean.
That's the question, right? Because the boars, you have to go out onto the map with your units in order to block them. And English is known to be like the one civilization that, with their slow military force, especially against an aggressive civ like Jeanne d'Arc, you definitely don't ever want to be caught out in a misposition and lose all your militaries, because then English is going to be on the back foot and they're going to have to fall back to their base. Now, granted, they're really good at falling back to their base and just turtling it up a little bit there. But yeah, you definitely have to at least play a little bit active at the beginning of the game against Jeanne d'Arc. Just giving her all of the experience for free feels like such a missed opportunity for denial there. You at least want to be having your scout active and kill the wolves at the very minimum, I feel like.
And I think the dangerous thing is, if you try to play out more into the map as the English, something that can make this a really good matchup for Jean is she might struggle to dive, but if you ever try to play mid-map aggression, talking about a Civ that spends an extra 10 resources per Lombo, and those Lombos move notably slower than regular archers, right? So if you ever find you've come out a bit too far, Jean with a few knights turns around, that's dangerous, because that's accelerating her to that level 3 much quicker. A level 3 that we've seen quite often defines games. If Jean's able to crack 3 in Feudal Age, a lot of players just call GG.
Yeah, level Ronin 3 gets this really, really awesome aura where she is only going to be taking 50% range damage. So that's a big, big damage reduction, especially against a civilization like the English, which excel at providing range damage with the longbowman, with the mass-produced crossbowman. That's a pretty big buff there for Jean. So once she gets to level 3, she's going to be free to just roam around, dive units, dive the backlines, and we've seen her big AoE attack coming in every now and then, just slaying troops after troops after troops, and that is so dangerous. Like the tempo that you get if you suddenly go in there, activate the AoE ability, and you kill like 5 units, and you see all the experience suddenly popping up left, right, and front and center.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. When we had early testing, my instinct was like maybe Women at Arms could be a bit underwhelming, but I think really what sells it is that 1.36 movement speed. Is very hard to get away from her. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some fine tuning around there, because my original theory is we're going to see a lot more of Jeanne d'Arc Hunter mode, but I think the issue there is like it requires a very long build up time to kind of escalate and divide, right? Very easy to snipe villagers, but a big cooldown compared to Women at Arms that could just actually make the business happen. Talking about that business, I think, folks, it is about time to get the day underway. We begin with Demu versus Zerton in a best of 7 to see who's going to make it through the EGC finals.
Indeed, we're here on Himiyama, and starting off in the color blue, we got Zerton playing as Jeanne d'Arc. We see Jeanne already going out there, building those buildings. You do want to use her to build your production buildings, gathering buildings, all that good stuff in the Dark Age, and also to give her as much experience as possible. And on the opposite side of the map, in the color red, we've got Demu playing as the English here. Himeyama, it's a very interesting map, I feel like, especially when it comes to the sheep. You got like this little hill that you spawn on with a belt around it.
Yeah.
And what I've noticed so far is that many times most of the sheep actually spawn around that belt. And there's something interesting here. Many times there's something that I like to call Kiljadi scouting, which is you go straight for your opponent's base instead of your own, like around your own base. You go straight for your opponent's sheep instead of your own. And on a map like this, it can be very damning, but what we see here is Demu, he actually went out of his base to try and scout for sheep. So it looks like Zerton actually got a couple of sheep there from the side of Demu.
Okay, nicely done there. Now, the interesting thing I was kind of keeping an eye on as well is like we've seen some civs like to play with central ponds. I think one play we might see develop in the meta is English doing that against civs that would go for the pond, right? Because I'm reminded of, for example, the classic, which is somewhat inspired by Cauldron, where English was a good counter to things like the Delhi, the Chinese, the Abbasids, anything that wanted to fish. But not really going to work in this matchup. I've seen 1 or 2 players experiment with the idea of sending Jeanne d'Arc to do fishing, which realistically is a better yield on XP compared to gathering from food. The issue, however, is the idle time of walking all the way out to that pond.
Yeah, exactly. And overall, the pond is just very open on a map like Himeyama. Going out there, it leaves you open to so much aggression. Now, beautiful thing here by Demu. He's going to be killing those wolves very, very early on, and with that, he's going to be denying a lot of experience there from Jeanne d'Arc, and we can see it there. Animation canceling, at least for scouts. It's made a little bit of a return at the moment. So a lot of very, very rapid fire attacks there coming out from that scout.
It's the Jeanne d'Arc nerf, okay? It's all planned, right? It's an interesting one right now, because I know some people have some mixed feelings on Jeanne and the way she gets XP. I personally think it would be really cool to just see like wolves maybe not give much, if any at all, and just like boars are kept as a big primary XP source. Because the thing I like about that is you notice it very quickly on the mini-map, it becomes a strategic resource that both players benefit from playing towards. Whereas someone that's always felt a bit finicky about the wolves by comparison, you know, it is casino, right? You never can guarantee how those wolves are going to spawn. There are some patterns, like I think on Himeyama, as you saw there, typically you get 2 to 4 wolves situated around that central pond. Outside that, it can get a little bit roller-dicey.
Yeah, I guess what you can do is you just take a piece of paper, you paint a square, and then you just mark with your scout whenever you see a wolf, so you kind of get like your own kind of mini-map there.
All right, that's cursed. I'm vetoing that one crackety no.
That could be a serious thing. I'm not sure. I think maybe somebody does that. I could totally imagine like somebody in the top 4 just has like their notepad next to them at Red Bull at the LAN at that big PC, and they see a wolf, they make a little X there on that square.
Man. I know who does that. The person's rich enough to buy a lot of monitors. Like just every single game, they just mark their monitor with like a permanent marker, then replace it with a new one afterwards.
That sounds like magic.
You reckon? Yeah, Magic is the sugar daddy, guys. If you're ever at like an event with Magic, remember drinks are on him.
Exactly. Don't even ask. Looks like Demu is going to go for a second TC very early on here now against Jean d'Arc. So this means that he's not going to be denying the boars at all here. He won't have the resources to put up any aggression onto those boars, so it's just going to be a very fast second TC here from him.
Yeah.
The issue with that is going to be 2TC has been significantly nerfed. Now it's still English. You still get the network of castles buff with that second TC. But is it going to be enough? I'm not sure here. This leaves him up open to a lot of potential aggression points now from Zerton. I think this must be a very defensive TC.
Honestly, like my worry as well is like I think the best way that Zerton could play this, right? You get the woman at arms, you get 1 or 2 knights, and you rush the undermesh. And the reality of what Demu's done here is he can't match that timing because he's chosen the TC, right? That's a very expensive investment. Even if you get into the blacksmiths, the cost there is going to be pretty high into the undermesh. Comparatively, when you play with women at arms plus knights, you actually have more incentive to immediately drop a blacksmith because she will benefit from that meta upgrade. So it seems like a small difference, but we've seen on these dives, especially now with less garrison spots in the in the secondary TCs rather, actually really is a significant difference maker. So instead, Demu just going as tight as possible. Very dangerous on a map like this. Like, sure, you have a garrison point, but we've seen maps similar to this historically. If you play a bit too tight like this, it's reminiscent of the multi-Chinese on one screen approach. You burn through your resources, all of a sudden no one can defend you.
Yeah, pretty much. And now we see the woman at arms coming out. So Zerton is going to be now looking for his spores very likely. He's got a knight right now running to that second TC, but I think it's already up at this point in time. Yeah, Demu, he rushed it up with like 15 villagers, so very, very quick second TC.
Yeah. Can we check between the 2 TCs as well? Usually, like, you can tell, what the goal is. Okay, so he's got enough for the farm extensions through. So you're probably going to see him mill to the north side, and then the south side, he can look to fill that out as well. Some players have been known to just save that spot between the TCs and the council hall for a white tower drop, just in case their opponent's going for an all-in timing.
Yeah, actually, I'm looking at it right now, and I like the spawn here for Demu. He's got a gold in the front, but he's also got another gold in the back, and woodline's there as well, so it's not too hard to wall it in one direction or the other. And there we go, walls immediately coming out. This is a nice spot for him, for sure. Yeah. He shouldn't be he shouldn't face too many issues when it comes to getting gold. And there we go, John now gonna be hitting that first spawn on the map. It's gonna give her plus 50 XP. Music.
Yeah, this is such a pain in the ass. Like, honestly, this is the reality that Demu knows. Right now, XP is being gained off the map because I'm not playing it. The sad reality is if you come out and play with this comp right now, you're just feeding, right? Like, that's the thing, is like, this plays a little bit more like a MOBA experience where you have to respect the hero. One thing to keep in mind is until that undermesh comes in, I don't think we even see any dive point shenanigans. And why that can be important is with Demu's config, he could try to get a long wall up on that northern tree line, which would allow him to just kind of expand to the edge of the map without any harassment.
It looks like behind all of this, though, Zerton is also going for a second TC of his own. He's getting economy upgrades behind all of that as well. And look at that, he actually just got a villager kill there.
Okay, this is interesting, right? Because I mentioned the blacksmith idea, but he forgoes it entirely by doing this. But it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, if you want to get value out of the blacksmiths, you put yourself in the time and you have to go up to like 5, 6 knights and go for the dive. And I say it all the time, if there's 2 civs that you hate diving, it's the French, and this is essentially the French, it's the English and the Chinese.
Yeah, hand cannon placements or just that faster firing TC. It's always a very awkward position to dive from. Also, rams are going to be pretty annoying for the French to get because you need to make infantry for the rams, and then you're making archers. And ideally, if you make archers, you want to spend your wood on the archers, not on the rams. That's a little bit difficult to also maintain unit mass at the same time. And Demu, he's just messing up a lot of longbowmen now behind all of that.
This is really strong, actually, if Zerton doesn't mirror with knight count, because the reality is actually that, you know what the biggest civ was that benefit from the TC nerfs? It was the English. Because the longbows now have the ability to just kind of move in, probe you, attack you, and never get hit, right? Like, remember when we used to have the campfire heal? And remember how annoying longbows were back then? Jesus, it's kind of as bad as that now, right? Because at least before this nerf to the secondary TCs came out, longbows had to get tickled back. Now they don't.
Yeah, secondary TCs now only having 6 tile of range compared to the 7 tiles of range that a longbowman have. It can be very disgusting if you find yourself in a situation where your TC isn't in a position to block off the access point that the longbows have. They can just freely snipe the villagers around the TC.
Was it 6 tiles? Oh, it is 6 tiles. I always get them mixed up. Like, it's even worse, right? Because, like, I think at one stage it was discussed the idea of bringing it down to 7. And that, even then, that's the crazy part, right? That's the power of this Lombo unit, why it's been a really big sticking point, especially in low-ranked games, and it's very dominant, is because even if it had been put down to 7 tiles, the reality is that actually those bows can still just snipe you for free. It's a powerful unit at this phase of the game.
Yeah, Chivalry now also coming in, so a couple of these knights from Zerton, they have been battered by those Longbomen. Are now going to be able to heal up. We also see the Consecration coming in on the School of Cavalry. So all the knights coming out there only going to cost 105 food instead of 140.
Interesting. Has he done Consecration on both the TCs? I imagine he has by now, right?
I think on the main TC. No,
Yeah.
actually not on the main TC. There's no Consecration there. No Consecration at all yet. How many charges does he have left on John, I wonder?
Like 1, maybe 2?
He's got 1.
Okay, 1. So, yeah, this is usually... The interesting part about this is Zerton took a break on knight production, right? The kind of approach from this is you want to get Consecrate on the stables if you're spamming knights. Otherwise, TC is always more efficient. Sure, per production, you're going to save more in the stables, but if you aren't intending to pump them non-stop, it's an inefficient use of the Consecration, which gives that 25% food discount. So this does suggest Zerton is looking to scale up into double digits and beyond with the knight count.
Something else that's interesting right now, it feels like both players are just slowly but surely microing or macroing up to the castle age here. Zerton gets 6 knights. That's a good number to do damage with and just harass every now and then. We do see that 2 villagers so far have been picked off. 1 earlier, and then 1 trying to build those walls at the north side of Demu space.
This is quite interesting, actually. I think what Zerton's doing is he's going to try to wait for Demu to make a tech happen and then just dive in on the age up. The problem with this idea from Zerton is if you look at the techs right now, we've got Steeled Arrow on the way from Demu, but no range defenses. Zerton queues it up now. But that's going to be a window of opportunity where Demu can exploit his base damage increase to start sniping out these knights.
Yeah, Longbomen. If you don't have that +1 Pierce Armor upgrade and they get a +1 damage upgrade, even the Knights, they can fall very, very quickly. 14 Longbomen should be able to take a Knight down in like 2 or 3 volleys.
Yeah, it's so you have your base damage is 6, right? So you go up to 7. Meanwhile, the Knights are like free ranged armor right now. So it definitely has quite the sting to it. But looks like he actually backs away in time. Shows the respect. I imagine Zerton, like talented player, he would have clicked on, seen that they've got the +1 and said, okay, reset, go again.
An issue here for Demu, though, is he just clicked Textiles and Wheelbarrow, so he just set himself back 250 gold. Zerton is about to go up here very soon, and Demu, he just lost a lot of his gold. Now, he has a lot of villagers on gold, so it's going to be the biggest issue here for him. But I feel like he could have probably already clicked up to the next age here. Probably just having too much respect right now for the knights from Zerton.
Yeah.
Doesn't know that he's going fast castle.
I think it's the position aspect as well, right? Like, we talked about him creating that funnel point. We know exactly where he wants to drop the white tower, but the reality is that white tower was still going to be in the front of his base. So that hesitation means instead he doubles down on spears here, but we see Zerton has no intent of playing longer in this age. Has got that wall on the north side, and considering that Demu hasn't come out of his base, this could be a 50-50 roll when he tries to move out to mid-map to punish this.
And here we go. Now Demu spots out that age up coming in. It's going to be the guild hall from Zerton. So long term in this game, he's going to have an additional source of stone. Very, very important for civilization like Jeanne d'Arc or the French. If it gets to the later stage of the game and you get to the Red Palace, the keep spam and the TC spam can be very hard to deal with if you're playing as the English. Now you still have options with the trebuchets, but no other siege unit really works against those kind of buildings then anymore, against the TCs or the keeps that are up on the map. Because Jeanne d'Arc emplacements, actually, I'm not sure if this has been fixed yet, but the Red Palace emplacements for Jeanne d'Arc, they still have the 10 tiles of range instead of the 9.5 tiles of range that the French have.
Yeah, I believe it's still that way for the time being. Hopefully that does get fixed soon. And also keep in mind that, like, she has an additional reason to want to be dropping those keeps anyway, right? Like, someone I haven't seen played into heavily so far, but could be really cool in an English mosh pit, is the idea of spamming out Jean's champions, a unit that you can produce out of those castles.
True, yeah, you can make that unique unit. Now, the cost of them is quite high, I think. I think it's 160 food and 40 gold for every Jean's champion. So they cost quite a bit more than your normal men-at-arms. But you can further boost that up. Yeah, you can further boost that up. Like, the more it costs, the more you save.
Exactly. And the cool thing is you want to do that because of the aura you get. It's a 10% damage buff, I believe it is, +1 range, +1 melee armor to any companions near Jean. So it's a pretty interesting kind of companion play later in the game. But we're probably going to be some way off that, right? If you want to do that, that's probably a transition that happens around the 25-minute mark because you need 2 or 3 keeps to start justifying it. The opening instead from Zerton, interesting. He did start queuing up the Arbiter, but instantly cancels it and goes into the archers.
Yeah, the Arbiter, they're just going to flat out die to the Longbowmen, so doesn't really want to pivot too hard into them. Now, one way you can make the Arbiter work is with the Pavisa ability, getting +5 ranged armor for amount of time. And they're getting +1 range as well, but the Longbowmen are still going to be able to kite them out there with that +1 range.
It's also just so difficult to try and actually dive in these bases, right? Because like the other thing that the extra range lets you do is it kind of lets you manipulate your own buildings as a second wave of defense, where these archers would have to go around the sides, wasting more time running. You're still gunning. Well, we're now going to see Zerton try to run those knights in. Realizes quite quickly that would mean death. Almost loses one of the knights. And this has been a very passive game out of Jean. Compared to all the ones we've been seeing on the new patch, this is not typically how she's executed. Zerton, to his advantage here, does have a lot of map control. And he is now playing that standard edge you get from map control. He's looking to go into the relics and the trade.
Also trading, yeah. The trade behind that is a pretty good idea. He's already locked down a big portion of the map here with his walls, with his initial walls. So trade is very, very easily protected right now. It's a little bit unfortunate with the woodline, means that the trade is not going to be at peak efficiency, but overall you're still going to be getting a lot of value, especially with a civilization like the French. And with all of the discounts that you get with Jeanne d'Arc, with the Consecration, you're going to be in a really, really great position to just pump out knights on stop, and we can see right now Zerton already up to 14 of them.
Oh, yes. I mean, that's the power of the Consecrate, right? It allows for this, and we said he needs to be pumping out of those buildings for it to have been an optimal play, because he still hasn't put them on the TCs whatsoever. Now, I believe because he didn't go for the Royal Institute and he doesn't have a keep, he won't be able to get the additional discount from the Consecrate, right? Because I think it requires one of those two things.
I believe you don't actually, as Jeanne d'Arc, you don't make that out of the keep. Instead, you get it out of the blacksmith. And there we go. We actually see it coming in right now.
There you go. Smart cookie. That's why I got Crackety on. So yes, this is if you hover over it, it's a super advantageous tech. There you go. 25% savings on wood and gold. Something that's interesting to think about here, by the way. If he wants to pump trade, once that comes in, he could consecrate the marketplaces and get a big discount there as well.
You get a big discount on those markets, or rather on the single market right there. It's going to save himself a pretty penny there over time.
Yeah.
And knights now on both sides of the map here.
Hi, honey. Little free raid in here, but textiles will protect. Sacred sites, however, have now been captured, so Zerton's now trying to force Demu out of the base. Makes a lot of sense here because this white tower is not breachable anytime soon. And Jean, right now you're looking at, wait, how is Jean level 3? This makes no sense. They barely fought Crackety. How is this possible? She does get passive XP.
Yeah, it's going to be 0.5 experience per second passively as long as she's alive. And knights.
Ooh, big losses.
Fell asleep at the keyboard there for a little bit. Loses 4, yeah.
Now, the other thing that's interesting is even passive XP, that kind of seems like a crazy timing, but the reason why those Sacred Sites got caught up so quickly is because Zerton reached age 3 and he captured those Sacred Sites with Jean, so that's another way that he's able to inject XP. So I like that because I think one issue is, the reality is if you aren't able to kind of keep pace with your XP because your opponent's too turtly, the reality of this game is that you are essentially playing a worse French because Jean won't be ready. But against this comp, having that 50% ranged reduction is going to be massive in these fights.
Yeah, it's very important. Now, Candle Saddle's also coming in for Zerton, making sure his knights are going to be as strong as possible. Zerton actually went for the Cavalry John's champion, so he's going to get some horsemen, which do bonus damage against the crossbowmen. That's probably not the best idea, considering that Demu also has 36 spearmen out right now.
Yes, but the other edge you get is the extra ranged armor, right? I think they start at like 5 base armor, which is crazy. 2 better than what you typically get at horsemen at the stage. So it does have some merit to it. But yeah, agreed. Typically you do this, like for example, if you were up against French or another Jean, that's when it could be a super sick play because they rely on the crossbows.
Now some mangonels also coming out for Zerton. So going into the siege play, I like the idea because Demu's army right now, it's consisting solely of infantry units. And looks like right now, certainly Demu, he hasn't started yet decapping any of the sacred sites. He does have an outpost in the middle of the map and some map control. I think he can just rally one of his units over there right now to start decapping that one. You want to get that stopped sooner rather than later. And there we go. Single unit gets split off and With that, decap is pretty much guaranteed now.
Yeah, and it's not even necessarily the pressure of the win condition, it's actually just the fact you're giving extra gold over to a Civ that typically one of their biggest weaknesses, as is with standard French, is when you get to that late game, you run out of gold, you almost feel like your Civ just doesn't exist anymore, right? Like, I've seen plenty of players feel that if you get to that stage of the game, you might as well have picked Ruse considering that their horsemen are more tanky.
Oh, look at this. Demu, for some reason, he's 12 villagers behind right now. Both of the players aren't... Oh, never mind, that's the traders. I forgot the traders.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, wait, this isn't the normal French, that's Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah, there we go. Now it adds up, it's all coming together. Wasn't sure just how many traders were out there, but yeah, it's already 10 traders, that's a whole bunch, and a very large cavalry army here right now for Zerton, and the Mangonel means that Demu, he's gonna be forced back, and this is probably the first time that Demu noticed, oh wait, my opponent's Jeanne, she's level 3.
And that's where things can get pretty bloody scary. You get those tanky front liners, not to mention the fact also that when you get this deep into the game and you see that Jeanne is scaling this many knights, they get more bang for buck out of the Divine Restoration. That can be really dicey. Sure, he's got a lot of spears, but it always feels like when you're against Jeanne, you need 10 or 12 more because of that huge juice up of health.
Exactly. Now Demu, he's also going into some Springles, does have that white tower, being able to pump them out very, very quickly. Double Springles going to mean that those Demus and these Mangonels are not going to be able to do a whole lot out there on the front side. The question's going to be, though, Zerton needs to make something happen here soon. He still has the higher army value. The issue is that Demu's army just flat out counters most of the things that he has.
Yeah, the interesting thing actually, like back to that Springel point, this is why I really love White Tower builds, is like English typically is historically one of the hardest civs to transition into siege with, because you don't have any stabilizers, right? You don't have any assistance wheels to get into it, right? Usually you've used more wood into your production because you're building spears and longbows so often, so that's less for siege workshops. And you're not rushing keeps anymore because of the higher price and the way that English plays. So White Tower just gives you that nice va-va-boom to just switcheroo on the fly, seeing as it is a double production of every single type.
Demu's now making a very, very long line formation there with his units, trying to attack from a very, very large angle.
The problem with this right now is like he has some vision, but the way it kind of keeps fragmenting off, you never really know where these mangos are. And you're going to see a little skirmish from the south side. Zerton tries to pick off the small groups of troops for good reason right now. Demu does have a notable military lead, so Zerton not willing to commit full head into it. However, if the Mangos get some freebies, they'll definitely say yes.
Springle's teetering off as well. A couple of knights out there to try and snipe some of the reinforcements, but there are not going to be any reinforcements anytime soon, as both players right now are 200 out of 200, and looks like both of them are trying to go up to the Imperial Age here very soon. Demu lacking gold, Zerton lacking food, and now with that, both of them have the resource to go for it now.
Okay, where's this red pass though? Because it's crucial he doesn't put this on the front side. This is one of those games where you think sticking a red pass at the front of your base is thumbs up. It actually just encourages Demu to kill you. Instead, he's very composed about this. Sticks to the backside to protect the trade, and this means that Demu will not be able to scout it. He does get his own Fort Berkshire, but there's no denying that when you think about a global presence in terms of these two landmarks, the red pass has more due to the fact that it's buffing up all the town centers and keeps as well.
Exactly. What this does though right now, I mean, the Berkshire is in a very offensive position, and with all of its bonus range, it's going to be tough for Zerton to really push through that, but he doesn't need to. He's got all of the top half of the map, and he's got the mobility with his units to just run past it and run straight into the base of Demu here.
Speaking of which,
and with the emplacements, yeah, and with the emplacements, he doesn't need to really defend his base.
No, and now I'm watching for those knights in the back of Demu's base because the issues about to have that chop through might lead to a massacre. Sure, you are talking about textile villages, but Zerton is going to be getting ready to upgrade to elite knights soon. In which case, they can absolutely annihilate those eco lines.
Spearmen are getting two-shot by that TC, even without any units inside. Looks like Zerton does want to defend it. Pool of Cavalry is going to go down very quickly here. Tons of units out there hitting on that.
It's not worth it though, right? Like, you know you're not going to landmark snipe him down. It's kind of annoying to lose the School of Cavalry, but like realistically, if you think about the resource exchange, I'd still feel good about this if I was Zerton.
Yeah, and especially since I believe that even if you take the School of Cavalry down, your cavalry still produces 20% faster.
Yes, yeah, we can double check, but I'm pretty sure they never changed that. There's some things where that does interact. For example, like if the HRE lose the Regnates, they don't get the double gold anymore. But I believe if we were to click on a School of Cavalry right now, you'll see it takes like 28 seconds, or 27 rather. for the Knights. No, not the School Cavalry. Go on a normal stable. So usually it would be 29. Remains 29.
Yeah, it's still 29, yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
which is always, by the way,
bloodlines coming in.
Yeah, I was just going to say quickly, that's always been the issue in my eyes on why you can never do Chamber of Commerce, is like, if that School of Cavalry was, the increased production rate was a tech you unlocked in Imperial Age, I feel like we'd see a lot more Chamber of Commerce than we do right now.
Yeah, for sure. Just the School of Cavalry at the moment provides so much value and so much tempo. And okay.
How long has this been going on?
Probably not too long. I only see a couple of dead bodies around there.
So it could be much worse there, but kind of frustrating it took that long to notice. And it shows you how kind of like spread Demu's eco is now getting as he comes out of his safe pockets. And, well, these Knights are always just sneaking in on that gold. We know at this stage of the game, Demu's looking towards a lot of Imperial Age upgrades, which means he needs access to fat stacks of cash.
Exactly. Zerton behind all of that, also getting some Springles out. Both players are going to be on Springles. The question's going to be, is Zerton going to be able to take down the Springles from Demu and get some good mangonel shots here on that large infantry mass? Knight once again, just hanging out.
Hi, don't mind me, I just came to... Oh wait, they noticed. Oh, this is actually so annoying. You've seen the health bars are getting low on a lot of those villages. It's really cost efficient for Zerton actually. Like, sure, he's not getting that many kills, but the idle time is definitely adding up. And that does slow down his escalation into any sort of new unit comp or upgrades on the way.
And behind all of that, I mean, both players right now, they've got a really, really big eco bank. Thing is, though, Zerton, with the consecration, he's always going to be able to just mass his units up for cheaper.
This is dangerous, actually. This many Knights going in.
Pushing in.
Yeah, exactly. That's my worry. As soon as you see that many Knights there, that's divide. Let's go. Instantly dives into the base of the forces to burn down the School of Cavalry. Keep being built up in the forefront. We are going to see this dive coming in, but against Primary TC and White Tower, even with Royal Knights, it does add up.
And our Knights getting a lot of value here in the base of Zerton. Even these Spearmen, they're not going to be able to hold this. All of the Knights now, with the maximum amount of upgrades that they can have. 20 Knights, I mean, you need like at least 40 Spearmen over here to be able to really defend this. And I don't see 40 Spearmen.
I see bigger issues as well. Look at his wood income and look at what he's building. He's trying to get bombards to make this a good base trade, but I don't think it's going to work that way. When you're kind of flatlining on the wood line, as you're going to see Zerton move down there, that's going to lead to bigger issues on the front side. Demu realized, okay, with the red pass and the TC there, I can't just dive and burn this crap down. So now he has this hard stuck issue of one bombard's on the way, but you realistically need 2 or 3 here with the Springles already in play.
Oh, and only now Elite Spearmen is coming in, and those Knights, they took a great trade even against the Spearmen there. Demu right now sitting on 76 villagers.
Again, dicey. Big lead now for Zerton. You have to remember also the gold's going to become a limiting factor. Yes, of course, Demu can get access to the enclosures, but that's only going to go so far when you need to keep adding in siege. School of Cavalry does hit the deck. It's going to need to do a lot more damage here. Well, Springles
Fight about to start happening here.
Now
there we go, Springle shots.
One more, and he gets it. It's gone. And there's the rejuvenation coming in. Divine Restoration on the front line, just so they're able to hold. Lombos are getting good exchanges, but the reality of this fight right here is without a bombard, there's no easy way to break into the French base.
Yeah, and behind all of that, a lot of the units there were trying to focus down Jeanne d'Arc. So many volleys went into her, but she's still at half health.
She's like, is that all? It's a mere flesh wound. Okay, that's more than a flesh wound. Jeanne goes down. Zerton does have what he needs to insta-buy back with a 500, and he's going to spend it. Needs her, because right now she's farming up a storm. All this XP just being gathered by the dive, and that was my worry right there, Crackety. Like, sure, you looked at the military pop, you're like, this is a good fight for Demu. Then you realize that all of it is ranged. There's nothing that's going to kind of end the game for him with that dive.
Podcast pointing out, though, Demu at raid has severely crippled his economy. Only 900 food per minute right now. As the English in Imperial Age. Meanwhile, certainly he's got a 13,000 food bank behind all of that.
Is this the... Wait.
Oh.
All right,
yeah.
guys. You know, you know what that is? That's like cheating on a Fitbit. You know, to make it look like you're running.
That's a Jeanne d'Arc speedrun right there.
Wait, she got the cleave.
Did she? It was very quick. Very quickly over there.
Zerton was like, I wonder if this is good enough. Let's check the damage. Instantly regrets it. That's one of the tricky bits with Jeanne in Age 3 and 4 is you always end up on horseback, right? So the spearmen always end up being a solution to stop those dives. But reality of what just happened there, yes, Zerton did just feed worse than a Dota player with his hero. But on the flip side, Demu's army isn't actually big enough to break anything now.
Yeah, now we see some mangonels coming, some trebuchets coming out as well, followed by more mangonels. The siege army right now looking very, very solid for Zerton. And overall, we look at the resource count. He's getting roughly 5,000 resource per minute at the moment. Meanwhile, Demu, he's getting half of that.
Something, English late game economy broken. No. In fairness, there is a very big eco lead. In fairness, there is a 4th relic also on the way back to Zerton's base, so many reasons for him to be cozy. And that's worrisome, right? So far he's been going into Trebs. He hasn't actually gone full spenny spend, but that's because he's up against the Berkshire. And the reason that's important that he goes Trebs instead is this is the unit that can siege down that landmark, that critical landmark, without taking damage in return. If that happens at any stage in this game, the floodgates open, and that's where we're looking probably into GG territory in favor of Zerton.
I feel like at this point in time, like with the economy that Zerton has, if he just consecrates the stables, he could just go into a knight-only composition, and if he gets to like 70 knights, those can... It's not as strong as Imperial Guards, but they can still do a ton of damage.
I mean, I feel like these are the true Darksiders, though. That's such a strong force in the late game, especially if we get that level 4 Jean. Something interesting here is actually the fact that he's prioritizing into stirrups, which suggests we're getting prolonged play to Ab the Trio. Curious choice considering that so far these fights haven't really looked that sexy for him because of the crossbows.
Crossbow mass is messing up. I mean, if anybody's able to hold that, it's gonna have to be the English because of that attack speed aura. With the attack speed aura being able to just attack so quickly, no other civilization is going to be able to pull it off quite like them. And military mass right now is still looking fairly solid here for Demu. He's starting to recover with his economy. Food now looking better than what Jeanne d'Arc is getting per minute. Not that Jeanne d'Arc needs a lot of food right now. She's sitting pretty on a very big food bank. Definitely going to be able to hold out during the winter.
Yeah, right now Zerton's like, can I maybe throw away like 60 knights to just fix my economy? It kind of feels a little bit bonkers here right now. 20 knights to scale, and we'll look for the breach through back into the base of Demu. The best part is he's just sitting here, almost like it's honorary to wait for the enemy to turn up to the fight. They will do that, but that means continued pressure on the front side, right? Treb's just trying to take out that Berkshire. It looks like there was a good trade. Nice move there by Demu, snipes out the trebuchets. The Berkshire is still down to half HP. Oh,
now we see some cannons coming as well. Fall back to the keep. The keep has that red palace in placement, so it's going to be still very tough for Demu to push further into that.
This is
so going down quickly.
It's so tilting once you reach that keep range. You're like, okay, I know I can't chase this anymore. Zerton has done this to so many players, by the way, even before the expansion. This is the way he loves to play French. Get that late game, get the red palace, and then just spam knights, because they can never really fight you. And, well, if they try to dive you with spears, usually they die too quick to clear up the keep, but they won't die quick enough before they've cleared up some villages. They need to try and prevent the gathering of gold here from Zerton, because realistically, Demu needs this as the game goes on.
Yeah, the keep is staying alive for now. There's no boiling oil at the moment, so not even some AoE damage on those units.
Do you mean lukewarm oil?
It's been buffed recently with the range. I think we can call it medium-high temperature oil now.
Okay, yeah, because I was saying, when you say buff, that's like me saying I'm buff because I lifted like a dumbbell 5 times, and if you look really closely and magnify, you can see a little bump now. It's not as impressive as we'd like still, but yes, the range was at least a nice little compliment to it. I think actually this is one of the civs that would benefit from it, considering how many keeps they tend to spam. But right now, all Zerton wants to do is spam knights once again in the farmlands. It's such an annoyance here for Demu, because once again he was posturing to go on the offensive.
All of that. We also see a couple of Jean's champions being in queue on a couple of these keeps. Another keep has just gone up. With that trade, should be able to hold right now. It is so difficult. If you're playing as a civilization against the French in the late game, you always want to, like, if you win a fight, you want to push into your opponent. But then you notice, oh no, I can't push if I don't have a ton of siege, and Rams don't count as siege in this situation against the Red Palace emplacement.
No, they really don't. They're not actually doing the damage that needs to be done. And now, the reality is, if you're not able to breach for this keep in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I think you're going to go gold dry compared to your opponent. Zerton, who right now is going to make sure the English are dry of blood from their veins. Demu, raided on the wood line in a situation where he's struggling to find additionals. And it feels like, realistically, what he needed was maybe some stone walls on the long flanks, because he has no way of keeping up with these knights. And now, no Berkshire to defend the center of the map.
Berkshire is gone, and certainly he has the siege to be able to push this in all the way into Demu space. We see 4 cannons out right now. And these aren't your average cannons. These are the French cannons. They have no time at all when it comes to packing or unpacking. They're very quick on their feet, or their wheels.
If you click on them, you can show the stats on these beasts. Yeah, good luck killing them, buddy. That's just going to be sacrificed villages. They are bulky boys. Has, of course, got the siege works as well. And that's extra XP into the pocket, as if Zerton really needs it at this type of juncture in the game. Heavily ahead on economy. Military looks like it's actually going to favor Demu, but remember, a lot of it is into siege for Zerton, and also a lot of his units are premium compared to the crap that Demu's pushing out.
Exactly. Now we see a big load of that crap. A big army of that infantry mass coming out from Demu.
The goal here is to funnel all that crap down Jean's throat. The issue, however, is she just walks away.
I mean, he has a nice position here. He managed to get up the outpost there in time. Does have the aura there, and there's only a couple of villagers building that TC there for certain. Demu is going to find a very nice timing here to be able to get that keep up and secure the gold. And as he said, he really needs that gold at the moment in order to get some more premium units out.
I feel more threatened by the town center right now, so I'm glad that Demu's reacting to this. It's one of those situations like, oh, why would you build a TC here? No, guys, those arbitrary emplacements are no joke, so we'll deny this. Zerton won't be able to get this one up on the stone outcropping. That's a significant resource that both players desperately need right now.
Very large siege army here. It's so difficult right now as Demu to push into this. 4 Springles as well means that you need a significant investment into anti-siege in order to compete with that. And gold is the issue.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at the Springle shots into Jean out of all the things that could be targeted here.
Not yet, not yet. She needs level 4. She needs level 4 in order to take bonus siege damage.
That's true. We need to see her take 1 damage from a Springle. Oh, rough one though, as he tries to flank around the sides and reach that siege. Just a few cavalry units and arbitrary here to hold. Mango should be exposed, but Jean, she's going to try to hold the line. Little swipe comes out, has to move away from those spears, otherwise she'll just instantly disappear. Mangoes are now being cleared up, so Zerton throwing away a hell of a lot of siege. But hear me out, look at his economy, now shrug.
Yeah, I guess that's a very good response now. He's lost his military, he's lost his siege, now he can replace them all at once with a ton of high movement speed units to try and raid.
So you just say thank you to Demu and then kill him. Yeah, honestly, you know what this is? So we use the crap analogy. This is discovering that your toilet has flooded and then realizing you have more than enough money to pay a plumber to come fix it. Zerton definitely has the inheritance to do so, sitting over 20,000 surplus resources. Not looking like it's going to slow down anytime soon. So Demu, while he has an opportunity, while he has a little bit of wiggle room, is going to try to start diving here, but with limited rams, this is going to be difficult.
And all the economy from Zerton is very, very far in the back, so Demu has to dive deep, and Jean d'Arc gets focused out, does not die, and that was a lot of volleys going out on there. And these volleys didn't go onto the military there from Zerton.
Uh-oh, it happened.
Level 4.
Happened, Krakeny, run!
Oh, this is gonna be very rough now.
This is not Jean d'Arc anymore. This is Jean Bravo 6 going dark. It's time to start doing some assassinating. Demu, his lifeline in this game might be coming to an end, because this is where we're going to start seeing things like cannons being spawned for free. This is where we're going to really start seeing him kicking the teeth. In fact, you want to know what a real kick to the teeth would be? Zerton is right now producing a Carrack. Can we look at the lake?
Oh my god. It costs so much population space as well. It's gonna be a while until he's able to get that out, looking at his queue right now.
Oh my god. It's actually so frustrating on a map like this, because Demu's only way of contesting this was the short route. So just a Carrack, even if it doesn't kill anything, it's the threat, because nothing's going to outrange it here. He's struggling to ever get the anti-siege together to deal with these problems, and that's going to be a bigger issue in the next minute, considering Zerton just queued up another 4 mangoes.
It's got 40 horsemen in the queue behind all of that as well.
Do you think that's enough? Well, I mean,
I'll make him a couple more.
Why
more. Stop there?
Yeah, like, Zerton's a very big My Little Pony fan. You know, show it.
Could you imagine if he just sends Jean d'Arc solo out into the backline of Demu space? Like, it would take so much in order to really get her down at this point in time. She has so much health.
And she's ready to give a little pew-pew out here. I mean, that cleave he's trying to use there, it has got escalated damage. Divine Restoration is going to come out, so Arbitrator can last a little bit longer. Now, interesting enough, Zerton is not a big fan of using the shields, the Pavis, because, well, that's a pussy move. Who wants to hide? Just keep fighting. Doesn't matter, because after all, if they die quicker, that means more horsemen are on the way.
Yeah, and even if all of these Arbitrary go down, he already has 15 more in his base, just ready to join the battlefield. He has the economy to do this like 5 times over. Demu does not.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is just turned into an attritional game. Slow and steady, doesn't need to be a rush, and hello! That's... This is like building a yacht on your little local lake, right? That's when you know someone has too much money.
Can we take a look at how many resources Zerton has in his guild hall right now?
I'd rather not.
Jesus. That could be a couple of keeps. One
yeah.
keep, two keep.
How about a companion spam?
Yeah, why don't we play Age of Empires 2 here in the end and get some of these unique units out of the keeps then?
I mean, all I'm thinking is he wants horsemen. Why not just get better horsemen?
Yeah, I mean, he could also just go for Wonder with those resources, looking at his bank right now. It's just a stone that he's missing, and he's got that in the guild hall.
No way. Come on. That would be the most Actually, do it. Legit, that would be the most demoralizing thing to do to Ben in this game right now. Just like, I'm just going to build a Wonder, and I'll still have a bigger army.
You just put it behind the Red Palace as well, and then your opponent has to push through the Red Palace. It's so difficult. So difficult.
Alright, well, Demu seems to believe there's still a way. Personally, I'm of the feeling the way is probably in game number 2, but we have to remember, guys, we have God vision. Demu might know there's a lot of money in the bank for Zerton. He might not realize it's this high. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, to this point in the game, he still has not scouted the trade. He got close near the sacred site, but I don't think he actually had the vision to reveal it.
41 traders, and behind all of that, these traders, they also got the unique French upgrade where they're generating gold every couple of seconds, as long as they're around. So that's like an additional 500, 600 gold per minute that you're getting there.
I mean, the thing as well is, like, Demu, like I was mentioning, he hasn't seen the trade, but he has to be feeling it right now, right? Like, it's kind of deceptive because Zerton stopped pushing knights. If he just spammed knights perma, you just probably call GG because you know it's trade. But because
TC just
Zerton
killed 20 men-at-arms.
Say again?
Did that TC just kill 20 men-at-arms?
That's just parlez-vous death. Parlez-vous death. You know?
Oh, Red Palace never change.
No, do change. Change for the worse, please, for the love of God. And good God, the mango shot's coming in here. I mean, yep, there's the button. Divine Restoration, because when you aren't tanky enough with Raw Bloodlines, is a button.
Oh, also buffing the nearby units now?
And now you've got a small group of melee to deal with 4 mangoes. Oh, sorry, 3. So we'll back away. We'll give you that false sense of winning and security. And then we'll Hail Mary you with a second siege line.
There we go.
This is pain.
And this time the Pavis is coming in as well.
Oh no, the mango shot scaring them away. Spirals are going to start sniping out, so mango should be brought down. But in the meantime, the Spirals belong to Zerton, as well as the cannons have been killing the front line. I'm really struggling to see what the end game plan is here for Demu.
Oh, Sean taking some damage, falling back for now.
It's a flesh wound. I like how
and
he's
now
just like
Stalwart's coming out as well.
I love the way he's keeping Sean at XP range. It's like there's nothing left to get Zerton. He's like, is there a secret level 5? I think we're going to be here for a while, guys.
Yeah, maybe. Can we take a look at the base from Zerton, just see how many buildings he's consecrated behind all of this? We can see the consecration there on so many of these stables, and actually select a stable. Let's check just how low the cost is of one of these knights. Like 105 food and 75 gold.
Okay, hear me out.
That's sofa cost.
Hear me out. Have a look at the keeps, because I really, he's doing
oh, there it is.
it. It's the Notre Dame. Well, if there's ever been a way of saying, get the fudge out of my game, it's this right here. Not only that, look at the queue up of cannon emplacements. Oh my God.
A mere 7,000 stone has just been withdrawn from that guild hall. Yeah.
Could you imagine
now,
that as a logic there. Like, oh yeah, my great-great-great-great-grandfather put a stone in the local bank. I'm here to withdraw his payment. What was the inflation? Yeah, 6,000 pebbles here for you, sir. Oh, I'll build a nice big cathedral to celebrate this. What? Okay, we've got to ask the question. What is Demu thinking right now? Like, how is his brain processing this? Like, what is the go plan? I guess you're in for a penny, in for a pound, right? Like, you have to look at the positives here, and that's your opponent did just spend a lot of resources on a building for you to shoot.
I like to believe that at this point in time, the main thought is probably going to be, guess I'm dead. And it certainly feels like it. Not sure I'm now almost going to be completed. Now, Demu, he does have a couple of units trying to raid, and he is going to finally find the trade line from Zerton, and Zerton's going to have to react to that at some point in time. Wonder victory approaching now.
He doesn't need to react to it. He just needs to wait 15 minutes. It's fine. Why is this game taking an hour, Crackety?
Oh, Sean going down.
Who
and
cares?
She's up again.
He's got 10k gold.
Welcome back, Joan.
He can pay death to just keep bringing her back at this stage. It's pretty irrelevant for him. Demu, he is going to find that trade. It's not going to die fast. In fact, those men-at-arms are going to die to there was a keep there, right? So good luck with that. And despite the fact he just built a wonder, Zerton is now the one moving out on the offensive.
Some of the royal cannons here, around normal bombard cannons. Has to be careful against all these Springles. Couple of mangonels as well. Getting some good shots on the arbaletier here.
Oh, those sieges for free though, right there. Tries to go for a little bit of a trade. The cleave coming through from Jean. For once, she doesn't get target down and instantly makes Demu regret it. Just not enough troops left. I feel like we are at the point where Demu has to admit it's done, right? Like, the steak is cooked. You've got no standing army. Your opponent literally just built a wonder, and yet he's now approaching your base.
Yeah, it must be at this point in time. Like, you just got to realize that you're probably not going to be able to come back here from this position. Can we take a look at John and see just how much HP she has, what her stats are right now? 810 health. 9
That's
armor.
what we call a Jean dunk, alright? Because it's more than a little dip in the pool to take her down. She does fall, but who cares? There's still an entire army here.
Yeah, she can just get revived at some point in time here. Definitely has the resource for it. Little raid has been cleaned up. Zerton still has an insane economy bank behind all of this.
Mm-hmm. Now, can we check the guild hall? Because I'm wondering how much stone we have again. Already up to 740. He wants another keep. You know what I'd like to see? What he's finally doing. He's actually now building the companions. So we are going to get the beefier version of the Horseman coming out in the future.
Those companions can be quite strong, but there aren't too many more crossbows remaining here from Demu, so the bonus damage isn't really going to come into play here. It's a very interesting thing to be... Yeah, it's still very interesting, though, that they made a unit that has a bonus against one unit in particular. Pavisa coming in. Oh, splitting up again.
The fact that he focus fired the villagers may have kind of worked against him here, because now, like, you've just given Zerton more space for military units, and that's going to be GG. Ben says, no way am I waiting to be tapped out by the wonder. He waves the white flag. Yes, folks, this was just game one. We potentially still got 6 more of this.
Exactly. And this was a really, really strong opener here for Zerton. Against the English here with Jeanne d'Arc. I mean, we've seen the previous way this matchup worked out, where the English, if they're just able to hold, they're able to get into a significantly better position at the eco. Zerton, though, immediately going for that second TC means that is not going to be the way the game plays out, and actually just able to have the superior economy here. That one big raid with the Knights just killed so many villagers there for Demu, and with that, Zerton's going to take the game number 1 here.
Still plenty more to come. We have 2 series today, folks, and you know, I'm hoping we're not going to get the hour-long slogs. They can be interesting, but the kind of weird part is that this almost felt like more of a stress test, right? We have to remember that the expansion only just came out. There's a lot of things to practice, a lot of permutations to learn. I think Demu was kind of like trying to kind of skirt the line, see what maybe he can get away with, you know, that kind of like curious DD with the red button moment from Dex's laboratory. Obviously, he didn't know about the trade as well until later on. That was kind of a kick in the nuts. But the reality is this is still a Civ that is being heavily explored. People are trying to look for the weaknesses. There was a lot of theory crafting, I think, originally that her late game would look weaker than the French. But as we're seeing, with those auras, with those abilities, she can actually turn the tides of battle.
Indeed. Now, taking a look at our next map in the pool, it's going to be Thickets, and we're going to be seeing Japanese coming out from Demu against Roos from Zerton. Now, we've seen a similar matchup a couple of times today as well. Japanese versus Roos. So, Roos, they used to be hailed as like the #1 civilization when it comes to these big water type of maps. Japanese, though, they're the new kid on the block, and they're bringing a lot to the table. So they get a very, very nice bonus early on, where their fishing ships only cost 45 wood.
Yep.
What that means is you only need 5 to 6 villagers on wood to be able to sustain production there, meaning that you can use all the other villagers on food and gold to rush up a very, very fast feudal age. And that was like one of the main strengths from the Roos, being able to rush up a feudal age with the passive bounty income that they get with their scouts, and then suddenly they have archer ships like 4 minutes in your base. But the Japanese, they will be able to deal with that.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad that you highlighted that, because that's something I took note of very early on. Because I mean, honestly, Crackety, if there's one Civ that I spammed the crap out of in the testing phases, it's Japanese. I've already said it before. I was going to go full weeb. Done that in many different ways. For anyone who's been watching all the broadcasts I've been on recently, but like the way that I focused on here was I noticed on the water maps, even when I was just being suboptimal, I was like, huh. I've just arrived in feudal age ahead of you. And the reason that's critical is that first archer ship can dictate a lot of the flow, right? And the crazy thing about the increased speed at which you reach into feudal age on a water hybrid map, it means that not only can you have an archer ship out ahead of your opponent often, you can already have the sprinkled ship coming out and on the way before your opponent realistically has his own. So really scary timing. If there's any Civ that can potentially break it, I'd expect it to be the Roos. But if you get caught in transition when you're converting those lodges, it could instantly just all be over.
Indeed, indeed. Now, BMF Twitch coming in with the 14 gifted subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fellas, on the bottom right-hand side, you can see our EGCTV community support goal. You can help us fill that up if you're gifting subs, if you're subbing yourself, if you're cheering in the chat, or just by watching here. It is all very much appreciated. You help not just us, but you help EGCTV, bringing you guys all of these amazing, amazing tournaments and all of these great high-level games. So with that, if you want to support, then definitely here on Twitch is one way to do that. On that, we also have a Patreon, EGCTV Patreon, where you're able to directly support them.
Yes, guys. Remember, like, as it stands right now, there's nothing sponsoring these events. EGC reach into their own pocket to make it happen. If you guys are feeling like you're getting enough entertainment, maybe just drop a little summon. I mean, honestly, a sub is $5. Get 5 hours entertainment, boom. You're probably going to get 5 hours entertainment out of this one series, judging by game 1, because it's time for game number 2. Let's see if it's going to go to the distance, or if we're going to be moving a bit faster as we go deeper into this series. We're going to be heading into Thicket.
Exactly. Game number 2. In the color blue, playing as the Roos, we got Zerton. And on the other side, playing as the Japanese, one of the newer civilizations, we got Demu.
Exciting map. One of the best Civs, if not the best Civ for water hybrid maps versus what could be the new kid on the block looking to give you a kick in the nuts. And the crazy thing, really, we've been discussing in the pregame is it's not much that the Japanese get out of this, right? It's literally just cheaper fishing boats. But the ramifications that has in your escalation towards feudal can not only be seen on the water, it can be seen on the land as well. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with the way that Thicket spawns, if we see Demu do something cheeky like either a Shinobi opening or even going into Iraqs plus Onobugishis.
True, that is an option, but it's a little bit of an interesting matchup, isn't it? Because the Japanese, when they go for those Shinobis, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be sabotaging the docks, meaning that there won't be any units coming out of them. But the Roos, they can just transform their ships, and with that, they don't need to use their docks for it. And as long as you got like one arch ship on your dock, it's going to be very tough for the Shinobis to sabotage that.
Yeah, I think the play on this type of map is that you open archer ship as the Japanese, you still build a Shinobi, you move across, right? You force the reaction, and then you play that dance while also burning. Because even if they transition, the whole logic is that the archer ship gets in there, it's already doing damage to the fishing boat before it converts, and that'll be the difference maker to kind of win a fight, right? Like, you could argue going spring was a bit better because then your opponent kind of doesn't have a great reaction, but I think that the ability to just harass extra eco if they're stacked kind of outweighs that, right? Like, especially considering you know you're going to typically have enough of an advantage with that extra savings on the fishing boat costs to get a second ship out in time with your opponent. So, also, just thinking actually, you probably played more Thicket than me. How many wolves does this map have? Is it quite high on the wolf count or quite low?
There are a couple of wolves, if I remember correctly. Actually, funnily enough, I think everybody right now has vetoed Thicket. Up until today, earlier today, I didn't have a single map vetoed. And I've never played Thicket in ranked. I'm not even sure if it's in the ranked queue right now at the moment, in the ranked map pool.
Yeah. I think it might be quick match. I'm not sure if it's in rank though. It's an interesting map nonetheless, right? It essentially plays like Baltic, but the whole idea is that like the sacred site is plopped in the center, the board's plopped in the center. But something that's quite interesting compared to Baltic that they tried to do with this map is they wanted to create this environment where it isn't just spam a million fishing boats and win, right? There is deep water fish, but you can see on the map, there's nowhere near as many as we've seen on maps with similar designs.
Yeah, indeed, and all the deep water fish, it's all strewn out around this like little circle that we have of the water. So if you really want to get a lot out of water here, you're gonna want to take the entirety. Like you want to make docks on all different sides here of water. So map control is gonna be definitely very important. But it also means that if a player takes water, the game isn't gonna be immediately over. Just because in order to make full use of these deep sea fish, you have to take the map control around the land as well.
Yes. I quite like the design of this map, actually. Like, compared to Baltic, I'm a bigger fan of it just because the water isn't the be-all end-all, that you still have the trade posts. I also find that the wood spawns compared to Baltic are a lot more intriguing and that you become exposed really fast, which once again kind of stops that prolonged reliance on fishing to make or break the game, right? So, definitely an interesting map. Fingers crossed we get to see more of it. But I'm curious to see how this Coca Township play is going to work out. Demu. Notably later here, Zerton instead is going to be jumping first with his fishing boat, and that's going to block out the gathering, temporarily at least for Demu.
That was some quite insane timing, considering that Zerton got up to the next stage before 4 minutes with a water opening. So some insane rushing there to the feudal age. Now Demu,
right? Like,
it is
100% number, right? Because the fishing boats cost is 150 wood, right? And he built 2 of them. Meanwhile, Demu built 3 fishing boats that cost 45 wood each. How much bounty did he get? I mean, he must have, like, it doesn't look that high, right? Because he got 20 remaining.
Yeah, it must be 120, right? Yeah, 120 bounty. So not a lot, but it was enough here.
Okay, that's still kind of crazy to me. I mean, we know the Roost opening is strong, but this just felt like on another level. Well played by Zerton there. Gets a big edge, but needed that edge considering the Shinobi is already on the way.
Yeah, behind that, though, there's not going to be a ton of ships coming out right now from Demu. And I think that was because at the time the Demu aged up, he still only had like 5 villagers on wood because he was just macroing from the back of not needing a lot of wood for these fishing ships. So the follow-up with that Shinobi, it's not going to be the fastest. And actually some walls now coming up here by Zerton. I like the play, but in theory, but the thing is that Shinobis can teleport.
Yes.
But the good thing is that if they teleport in, they can't immediately teleport out.
You'd have to micro pretty sick, right? Because like the reality is, there's a world in which you dodge death constantly long enough for Shinshin to come off cooldown because archer ships aren't the best at hitting their targets. But it is going to be incredibly difficult and a big waste of your early APM. So we are going to see him try to move in, though. Looks like he will be able to find his way in for the torch because he catches Zerton not looking as he skirted outwards. And that's going to disable the production. Now, this is critical. Demu did go for a double dot play. That's now going to force the mirrored reaction out of Zerton on a delay. So we might actually see Demu taking the edge in terms of naval force in the next minute and a half.
Lacking the gold, though, at the moment. He did go into a couple of upgrades, Tawara and the double broad axe. He's not going to be able to afford a sprinkled ship right now. Shinobi coming in, but can't really get any value there at the moment with the archer ship still on the hunt, on the prowl there. No. Yeah, these walls are going to go up.
Yes, but it gets expensive fast, right? You've had to palisade wall this area. Probably going to have to consider palisade walling the other area as well where your second dock is coming in, right? Like, third dock should be fine because of the Kremlin range, because you'd have to go all the way around the base. But as soon as I say that, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Demu is doing right now with the Shinobi.
Going around trying to find some more damage. That's where the excellent Kremlin position comes in here for Zerton. He isn't really going to have to worry too much about that. What he's going to have to worry about that, though, is that wood line isn't going to last forever. I think he built the Kremlin on a rather slim wood line.
Yeah, and the kind of, like, the reality is if you move to that right side, you can be outranged the Kremlin protection. What I love about the Shinobi and the Scout is it actually looks like a bring your son to work piece, right? He's just following dad around the horse.
A couple of demo ships now also coming out from Zerton. More Springle ships as well.
Okay, Papa.
Oh, and the Shinobi, he's going to jump in.
And walk right out.
It's going to be very annoying here for Demu. Definitely is going to need these ships to come out, but now 30-second idle time is going to be forced onto that dock.
This is what I love about the Japanese, actually. I think this is the type of Civ that especially StarCraft players are going to be more comfortable with because of the style of micro. Like, the Shinobi just give you access to this type of play. We didn't really see it in the last game because it's kind of English versus the Jean. If anyone has that edge, it's going to be Jean. But I'm glad that Demu's kind of like straight away kicked that one to the back of his mind. And this early game's looking really good for him. Eco lead, harassment coming, which is going to force idle time as he tries to snipe out with Shinobi. But on top of that, just kind of delaying these docks, already delaying a whole minute rather of production is a big deal in a 2-2 dock play. But as we saw, third added in, and I don't think Demu, he snuck a dock to the north side, but it's yet to start producing.
Demu cancel double broadaxe? I don't see it researched right now in the caster overlay. Can we check one of his?
Let's double check. Yeah, some of these texts are not coming through correctly, so he has.
Oh, he did get it. Yeah.
So a little bit of warning right now. Everyone going, oh, why has Demu not got any text? Why does he not like text? There's an issue with Capture Age. I don't know. Like ask the devs when Capture Age is going to get an update because, for example, he has got the wheelbarrow levels, but that's not showing us a unique tech. And this has kind of rippled into others. For example, you will never see melee tech upgrade because they have 4 pips, not 3.
Yeah. Behind all of that, though, he's making great use of the fortress that he has. He's getting that range +1 damage upgrade, which is going to buff up his archer ships, meaning that he's going to get a good bit of additional damage against these demo ships that he wants to counter out. Demo ships that are going forward. Okay, and look at that damage coming in. Oh, that's so many dead demos now.
Oh, that was vile. Demu just made it look like he wasn't paying attention there. Fully baited Zerton out of position and quick pull away. I think he might have even temporarily activated the man of sails between the archer flurries to get out of blast radius. And, well, Zerton, feeling paranoid. He did just move his scout in to see if anything's happening on land. We can see it's just fully focused here. For good reason, Demu now has the edge.
Does, and behind all of that, Zerton, he doesn't have any more, or rather he only has very few fishing ships. Demu managed to expand his fishing income quite a bit, and we can see that right now. Oh, Shinobi going down. And right now, Demu's food income is looking very, very good here compared to what Zerton has, and Boris going down.
I wondered when he was going to do this. I was surprised he didn't do this sooner, because he got those sprinkles pretty early, and they were just kind of static. That's something I think that's also going to be an edge for the Roost. This map has 3 boars, and as you saw, one is always in range of the sea.
Plus 75 gold. Zerton isn't going to be complaining about that. Yeah, this next ship fight here, it's going to be very, very difficult.
Check the count right now. It's not Demu, it's Demo coming in from the flank. Not going to work out. Now he breaks down the center. Zerton doesn't have far to run, though. He needs to throw away his own demos to count this play out. Waits for the overextend, but Demu able to get the big impact hits. The body blocks come out, but it's a significant wad of damage into the fleet. Zerton now at risk of being fully pushed off. In which case, how the hell do you play this?
Oh, no. Yeah, Zerton is off water. 100% off water. He is not going to come back unless he gets some good demo connections of his own. But is that going to be enough? He's buying himself some time. Oh, Springle ship does get taken down, though.
I mean, you have nowhere to run right now, right? Like, you're outnumbered in this area. He's got more ships coming, but Zerton, look at his bank. He's holding nothing in reserve here. Too much wood, not enough food and gold. And keep in mind, he did have some fishing boys garrison inside, so he's missing a significant chunk of food push here. And I don't think unless he gets like a big wallop of a demo into 2 Springles, I can't help but feel Demu's almost got this in the bag.
He's getting emplacements behind that, so might be able to hold at least defensively for now. Springle ship, though, is going to survive with 11 HP.
Gets away just in time. Now, keep in mind, also, Demu's now adding the spears, so probably going to try to transition into a little bit of burn down onto these docks, especially now that he sees the emplacements are coming out. Curious game now for Zerton from this position. Really, what can you do? I mean, he gathers the stone, but that's obviously only for the emplacement, so we're not going to see any sort of land transition in his future. It's water or broke.
More emplacements coming in. Another emplacement. So he's going to have 3 docks with emplacements. A couple of them, though, aren't in range of each other, so Demu is certainly going to have the ability to just burn these dogs down with his sprinkle ships.
Yeah, and this is just right now. Zerton is throwing away a boat 'cause can't defend. He's at least going to scout out, but realistically, this achieves nothing while putting you further behind. Zerton is completely off water, and he's already behind when it comes to land.
Certain though, not giving up on water quite yet.
I mean, the reality is though, from this position, my worry is there's like maybe, if you're lucky, 3 deep waters you can use. Meanwhile, Demu is transitioning into full land with TC Boom, and he almost is at Castle Edge.
Yeah, this is just all the passive stone that he got from mining gold, able to now just get a second TC up behind all of this. It's just so beautiful for the Japanese, the transition behind all of that, being able to completely boom on land as well. Zerton is still quite heavily on stone, but I don't think it's going to be any more in placement, so might be looking for his own TC, but he's just going to be behind in that case as well. Demu, 12 fishing ships out there right now.
Demu moving in. He might just actually spam on the dock. Instead, he sees the fishing boats. Remember, these cost twice the cost of the normal ones. He gets the triple, makes it worthwhile. Zerton now in deep waters, and not in a good way from here, folks. Not really much fishing he can work with. And remember, his land is kind of limited. He has got the deer and the boy he can play out onto, but they're going to be in exposed territories, ones that Demu is posturing towards.
Demu pulling back some of his fishing ships. He still has fishing ships on the other side in this large pond here.
God, it's just a spam of archer ships here. Scary enough to get Zerton away. And you know, another thing to always keep in mind is there's no undermesh. There's also no increase in range damage coming from Zerton's archer boats. So just so many loses in a one-on-one. Oh, Demu
trying to get a connection. It's so difficult with these Roost demo ships. They have a larger hitbox than the normal demo ship, so it's very difficult to dodge shots. And where those Shinobi, never mind, the dog is just actually burning right now.
And
behind that, and behind that, floating gate is coming in now for Demu. So Castle Age right around the corner, and you feel like as soon as Castle Age comes in, Zerton, he's miles and miles away from the next age. I feel like as soon as that floating gate completes,
I think
Zerton is going to have to know that he is not likely to win this game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dark here. And, you know, it's interesting you bring up those demo ships. It's not just the hitbox is bigger in terms of them getting hit easier. It's also because they're fatter, it's harder to get close enough to do maximum demo damage. So, you know, usually we talk about Roost being this powerhouse in water. It's not because of this deep in. Typically, you might remember, like, historically, it's always been this way. Roost tend to kind of get that edge that wins them water off the first 3 or 4 boats, not 20 deep.
Here we go. Yoroshiro's being put inside of the forge. That's going to give Demu an additional 75 gold here per minute. Water upgrades also coming in. It's going to get a ton more armor and health on his ships. And with that, demo ships, they're going to have to look really, really closely in order to get some value. Once again, get sniped down. Certainly, he was looking for a timing with the age up, but it's just not there.
No, it's far too late. Like, he'd need probably 6 demo ships, and as we already highlighted, it's harder to hit with those demos anyway. Demu in a prime position here. Zerton continues to try and act as if he's still alive. He did go for a second TC, but what you have to remember in this game is we have God Vision. Zerton lost his scout. He doesn't know how thick things are at home on land for Demu as well.
Yeah, 75 to 51 economic units right now, and certainly just doesn't have the army to really push in right now. Armor Tower has come in, so all of the ships from Demu now with bonus HP, and with that, GG gets called, and the series is going to be tied up now, 1-1.
Yep, Demu just needed that kind of wake-up slap to the face. I mean, honestly, I probably needed a wake-up slap towards the end of an hour-long game that ended in a wonder and a 1v1. But he recovers quickly. He makes this one quick to make up for it. 60 minutes in, he'll even the series up 1-1 apiece. Best of 7, though, so we've still got some way to go. What an interesting matchup as well. You saw how things kind of got dicey, because like the reality is when you see these Shinobi, you highlight that the counter to them is just, you know, wall the docks. It's going to be fine. You have to remember that one of the downsides of the Roost is that the walls are more tanky, but it feels like they take a little bit longer, and it's still a big investment for a Civ that needs to put everything into the wood on water, especially with a triple dock opening here. Just kind of feels like the Shinobi counter is a wall with 1 dock, but if you have to go 2 or 3, at that point, you just need to find a better solution, right? Because the cost of those palisades definitely adds up.
Yeah, indeed. Here we can see military count At one point, Zerton just losing all of his ships there to those great demo connections, and yeah, after that, it just went downhill from there. Means that the next match is going to be right around the corner. We can take a look at the draft in just a little bit so we can see which map is going to be picked here now by Zerton in our game number 3. And it's going to be Gorge. And we'll be seeing John now being used by Demu here against the Malians from Zerton.
Interesting one, actually. So Gorge is typically a very exposed map, and we have seen that for a lot of players, Jean has been favored in those kind of environments because you usually can't hide from her. But the flip side argument here is like mass javelins, right? Like, this is a classic kind of Civ that exploits that. If you remember historically back in Gorge at Red Bull, one of the more favored Civs was English for that same reason, that these Lombos could reach in and snipe whatever they wanted, and you couldn't do much against it. Malians have a similar role, only they tend to be their own beefcake. So curious to see what Demu has in mind going up against this. My feeling is you still, well, even more clearly go into women at arms, right? Because otherwise javelins just wipe you. Does feel like Zerton has to come out, and if we consider how most Malian players play with the old meta build, I'd say they're more turtle-oriented than map control-y, right?
Yeah, I agree. Something that I'm thinking about right now is on Gorge. Where are you going to be putting your cattle ranches? Because the back of your TC, there's a really, really large wood line there.
Yeah.
So the cattle, the placement is going to be a little bit awkward. Now, there is a way to place them where you don't have like a cattle ranch in between the landmark and your TC. I think that's probably going to be the way to place them here. Because you have to be very, very conservative with the space there. If Jean is able to really get a foothold in your base and like level up, get experience, at one point, if she gets to level 3, she's just going to be able to dive you in Feudal Age, and that can be very, very tough to deal with. Then again, though, we're thinking of the Malians and their unique roster of units. We mentioned the Javelin Throwers, but what they also get is the Musafadi Warriors. Those could also be there.
That's a very fair point, actually. It's something that kind of like glance over quite often, but that's going to put a high pressure on Jean to always have the scout nearby, because you've got to remember, women at arms, that means he's heavily armored, means there's Musafadi are good traders. So I think there's going to be this very delicate line that needs to be balanced from Jean on what the knight count is and what the archer count is. That's presuming they want to go to that comp, but considering the way French typically play, and I'd say actually Jean is kind of like a more aggressive version of the French, we do typically see it being knights into archers.
Yeah, knights into archers gonna be the play most likely for our Jean player here. I'm thinking of a potential opening where maybe as the Malians you just start up with the barracks and then immediately spam up Musafadi warriors, because they also have a ton of movement speed. Maybe you could use those in order to try and snipe Jean when she tries to go for a ball kill there. Then again, though, they're a little bit too squishy to the point where you might lose them and then you're just feeding Jean.
I think the worry as well is you instantly show Musafadi. It means you went racks, archers come out straight away. On top of that, like you said, she's quite tanky. The reality is you have to think of Jean as someone this thing that you can't trade with, you have to kill, right? And the issue with just 5 Musafadi, Cleave comes out, they're losing health pretty quick. Even if they almost kill Jean and all die, almost isn't quite good enough. You know, it's that classic, if it's not first place, you're still a loser. Because in Jean's case, she'll just heal up to full.
And here we go. Game number 3 is starting right now in the color blue. We see Zerton playing as the Malians. We're out here on Gorge. On the opposite side, in the color red, we got Demu playing as Jean d'Arc.
Should be a fun one. See who can take the lead. Of course, Zerton opening the series will win. Demu with a quick and swift answer back on those sparkly new Japanese. But in a map like this, it's all about aggression. Gorge is designed to force you to come out of your base and come out swinging. Yes, you have a safe wood line, but everything else leaves you feeling exposed. And look at this generation. It definitely plays out that way for Jean. That gold could not be closer to the Malian base if it wanted to be.
Yeah, that's a very... Looking at the gold there for Demu, it's very far away. Zerton still has a relatively nice bet there for the gold, but yeah, that gold is in Timbuktu. It's going to be very difficult to defend that one. But we have those new and improved palisade walls. So with them comes the option to get some really, really creative walling going. And yeah, you can even in a position like this, you can actually wall to the berries and create these kind of choke points where the gold is still going to be relatively safe.
Yeah, like we've seen when you get in the mid game, people do tend to wall the flanks just because that's where most of the vital resources are at as you scale outwards. But the challenge is initially getting all that crap down. So really big eyes are going to be on the movement that Zerton wants to take here. Because one thing I do find a bit dicey is like you've got this gold spawn on the left side. Typically, you want to play towards your fat stack vein, right? So you've kind of got this tug of war of where you want to move your economy once you move past feudal age.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult though, going for an expansion against a civilization like Jeanne d'Arc. If you actually go for it and you lose control of it at one point, it's similar to how when you play against the Mongols, whenever you lose buildings, the Mongol player is gonna get bounty. The same applies to Jeanne d'Arc getting experience. So the pit mine's gonna give her 15 experience, and after that, every single house is gonna provide her with 2.5 experience.
And it's that kind of like compounded effect. Like this is always the trade-off when you try and place those houses down. You know, it's upside I get gold, downside against Mongols traditionally, as you just said, John, means that actually I'm always getting some in return. So that's why I always like to focus on it. The way I always like to describe to people is like a simpler way of thinking it is kind of with relics, right? When you're playing like HRE versus, I don't know, let's say HRE because that's the easiest way to do it. Both of them want the relics, so it's not just like I'm getting a positive, you're also getting a negative. So we'll see how Zerton wants to approach that. It's going to be the Mansa Quarry, and some of you did highlight is like, where do you really want to drop the Fulani here? Honestly, it has to be on the front side, right? If this is going to be that typical castle build, if you try to drop Fulani behind you, you might find yourself only with enough room for, say, 5 of these pastures, or 5 of these ranches, rather.
Yeah, I think maybe you could also do it to the side. There's a build where you put the ranches right next to TC and just have them stick out a little bit, similar to how you build the English farms sometimes when you want to get like 10 English farms inside the influence of a single mill. In a similar way, you can build the ranches there around your TC.
Yoink.
Getting some sheep there. Now, School of Cavalry coming in, and Demu's doing something else here compared to what Zerton did in the last game. He's building the School of Cavalry only with Jeanne. Now, what that means is the H-up is going to be coming in roughly 4 minutes and 4 minutes 30 seconds. But as soon as the School of Cavalry is going to finish, he's immediately going to have enough experience on Jeanne d'Arc to be able to get her to level 2, and then she's going to be able to run out onto the map. So night timing is a little bit delayed, but the level up is going to be coming in a little bit earlier.
And sometimes, like, you know, there's different openings you want to go for here. We've seen some people just immediately move to the ball. Some people try to harass the eco line. On a map like this, both can be feasible, mainly because the woman at arms is so tanky, she doesn't instantly die to a TC. Against this particular Civ, I'd say you're better off hunting boar first, just in case it's javelins or Musafadi, which will just clap your cheeks. In fact, can we, like, where are the boars here? North side, how many wolves are left alive, right? Because this is the thing as well, it's weird. It's why people thought that, in a way, Roost would be one of the best counters to Jeanne d'Arc, is because for Jeanne d'Arc, you don't want to kill the wolves straight away, right? You want to wait for it to come out. Whereas the Roost will remove that variable from the map straight off the bat.
Exactly. Zerton, looking good when it comes to Shikon. There we go. Age-up comes in immediately. Woman at Arms is going to be running out to the boar in the top side corner. It's going to be getting herself a nice 50 experience boost there. First couple of Donzos are coming out from Zerton. Just going to be in defense. And there we go. Cattle ranches are going to be placed in the back, but might very likely be just scaled further up onto the left side of the TC.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense because what you're going to inherently do here is you're going to drop the ranch, you're going to drop the Fulani. You're going to create a lot of choke points for all these buildings, which is important up against French and French variants because they typically go heavy into melee units like the Knights. So if you're able to create these choke points, it means less of them can be involved in engagements, especially if you want to go mass javelins eventually.
Look at that. Demu immediately with the outpost there is going to be able to secure that boar. Early boar economy is going to be very lovely there. It's going to have very, very nice and sustainable food economy for quite a while. Archery range already up behind all of that as well.
Yeah, this is something we expect to see, right? Like, Zerton's already been scouted on the Donzo opening, but it's not just Donzo. Like, the moment you drop a Rax, it doesn't matter what unit's coming out there. The answer is always going to be standardized for Jeanne. Immediately into the archer count. And Zerton needs to scout this out quickly. Like, those javelins do take a little bit of time to get out. And also, in terms of scaling them, one scary part for him could be the fact that, considering how exposed his pit mine is, that if it gets shut down, you might struggle to float that line between spamming javs and spamming cap.
Wolf is getting taken down in range of Sean, so gets the experience and another boar. With that, Sean, once again, is going to find herself in a position where she's going to be getting a lot of the experience from the natural huntable units on the map. Archer range is coming in now as well.
And you can feel that paranoia from Zerton, right? Like, has to play that full contained style. My worry is if he doesn't build enough units and tries for faster timing. Like, it's not the worry that your opponent dives you and kills you. It's that often the best builds we've seen out of the Malians is ones where they force you to have to trade with them, and over time, they build up to 20, 30 jabs, then hit that tech timing. Because diving them is difficult with that quantity, and it also means they get immediate wallop out of their vet upgrades, as opposed to kind of a tickle from 5 or 6 units into Castle Age.
Outpost has been built by Zerton on the pit mine. It's not going to be in range, though, to protect that house, but the javelin throwers should be able to deter Demu enough from trying to further aggress on that pit mine for now.
I mean, this is a weird build in that, like, right now, there isn't that much that should scare Jean, right? Like, you haven't built those Musafadi we talked about. It's mass Donzos. These Donzos do have a bit more health, but they cost more. The reality is, like, if you go in and you trade with Jean, it's always important to highlight this. She heals. She's got her own version of a chivalry. So you would have just lost HP, a resource in this engagement that's never going to be healed, while your opponent replenishes.
I'm a little bit scared right now for Zerton with the way he's base building. And I'm not sure where exactly he's going to be putting his cattle ranches. First villager of the game is going to go down 5 experience, go over to Jean. Now losing a villager, it's not the... Losing a villager is not the worst for the Malians, since they have so many different ways of getting passive resource income that they're still going to be ahead in theory.
That was a lot of paranoia out of Zerton as well. You saw that, right? Like, his Donzo could have finished that scout, which doesn't sound like much, but it's vision denial. And instead, he immediately kind of turned around ahead of getting those stabs out. Reason that could have been important, if we're talking about Musafadi as maybe an ambush squad effective unit, that ambush is only going to work if this scout is removed from the table. So kind of problematic that Zerton's playing like that. I think he has got kind of a weird position, but he's also giving maybe a bit too much respect to this Jean.
Potentially. I mean, he does have the javelin throwers. He does have good counters for that. Still, it's difficult. If you just take one bad engagement, one bad fight, that might be the difference between Jean being level 2 for another 5 minutes or her suddenly having level 3 at 10 minutes into the game. And as soon as she gets to that level 3 in Feudal Age, she's just going to be able to dive your TC non-stop 24/7.
It is quite the Val atrocity, right? Gets horseback, gets better stats, gets an increased healing when outside of combat. It's just a pesky bugger to try and breach, and that's before we even talk about the possibility of adding a few beefy men-at-arms companions in there. So definitely is always on the mind of these high-level players whenever they contest Jean. It's usually why a lot of players just give Jean map control, because coming out and trying to face off to her is essentially equivocal to ripping your own face off.
Yeah, indeed. You just can't really contest that. If you go for a contest, then you're just feeding Jean, and you never want to be called out feeding in a MOBA or something similar to that.
Hey, I'm
never
trained
a good
for
feeling.
this, man. I got more train on this. I think everyone in this game right now. If I'm playing Jean, if I'm playing against Jean in a team game, I'm like, no. They're like, come help me. She's murdering me. No. She'll get more XP even faster. I'll wait here.
It's fine, guys. I watched the Bows once. I know what I'm doing. The feeding is okay.
10,000 hours of being flamed by people I can't understand has prepared me for this moment. Never again.
Army numbers still building up right now. Value for Zerton, looking good. And the javelin throws are going to be a nice counter unit. However, you are going to have to micro them a lot. And the scout now finally goes down.
Oh, wow.
In these battles, you have to micro the javelin throwers a lot, because you can't just let them attack onto knights. You want to use them against the archers or against Jean d'Arc.
Now, this is interesting, Krakady. Is it me, or does it look like Demu's balancing his resources, maybe thinking about an idea of, like, Castle Age here?
Still getting a couple of upgrades. He does have a good amount of villagers over on gold.
Yeah.
He's definitely keeping the option open for Castle Age, but I'm not sure if he's really going to get anything out of that. I think ideally he's going to be able to keep this game in Feudal Age for the next 6 minutes, 5 to 6 more minutes.
Yeah.
And if he's able to do that, John is just passively going to be able to reach level 3.
Well,
and then he could go for the all-in.
Yeah, my thought around the XP there to get level 3 is, like, obviously the value you get out of Russian Castle Age is you can just capture those sacred sites, right? So I think that scout getting sniped you mentioned earlier is a critical deal here, because Demu may have been considering it before the scout loss, but now he doesn't really know if Zerton's continuing to scale that army. You'd assume so, it's Malians, but you don't have a clear count, and that's the type of count I like to see. That's a freebie. 24 XP, I'll slide that in the pocket and say thank you.
Yeah, that's a large army against 2 helpless, defenseless wolves there.
By the way, I think
to get that experience in.
We should highlight for people, because I noticed that in the previous Jean game, there was a lot of concern about how OP the ability to buy back is. It's not as broken as people think, right? Because like there is a cooldown. It seems a lot of people haven't noticed this. Like when you use the buyback, it goes on cooldown for, I believe it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, so you can't just rapidly buy her back again and again and again.
Yeah, otherwise Zerton would have in that first game. Oh, she's dead, buy back. Oh, she's dead, buy back. Oh, she's dead. Still got 10k gold, buy back, buy back, buy back. No, he wasn't able to do that. So, you know, it's an interesting take on, like, clearly there's inspiration from the devs on, like, Dota 2, which has that buyback functionality. But similarly to that game, once it's used, it's burned. And it's a different way of thinking about the game strategically. Like in Dota 2, it's a very big thing to kind of bait out an opponent's buyback so that the next fight you have a win condition. Functions in a similar way here.
Looks like Demu now is looking towards that Castle Age. I'm a little bit confused by this. I think French or Jean d'Arc doesn't ever really need to go for Castle Age. What they can do instead is they can just mass up units, wait until the opponent goes for Castle Age, and as soon as the Castle Age comes in, hit them at a timing where they don't have the upgrades yet and just flood under TC. But now Royal Institute is going to be coming in. With that, though, comes another timing chance for Demu if he gets that Royal Bloodlines and the Veterancy on his Knights.
So I actually quite like this play because I think that this is an alternative for Jeans who can't fight their opponent because they won't come out. It's like now there's 3 sacred sites on this map. You can posture and capture. And the reality is, like, I agree with what you say normally with the Jean where you just scale, then force a fight at some weird point. There is a fair point to be made, though, that the comps the Malians go for here counters yours, right? Like, Knights have a very big issue against these Donzos because they're probing attack with javelins, they have better base stats. And then those real javelins behind it just eviscerate archer lines. So I can kind of see it from Demu's perspective here.
Ron just got 6 experience from killing certain sheep. That's interesting.
Wait, what?
Yeah, she just killed the sheep, and that's +6 experience.
Okay, hear me out. You gather all your sheep, you run over to the enemy scout, you delete your scout, he gets the sheep, then you cleave them all down.
Next level strategies. But now, age up coming in for both players, and Zerton. He's prepping for a very, very massive sofa transition here behind all of that.
Can't delete scout? Wait, can you? I've never tried deleting my scout a bit, but I usually just let the enemy TC do that.
It used to be the thing where when you delete the scout, he's going to be stuck at 1 health.
Oh, I remember that, yeah.
But that has been fixed. By now, you can delete the scout.
Yeah, I was about to say. I would assume that one's gone, because I remember the tilt of that in the early days. Checkmate, chat. Checkmate. Fulani on the way, though. Problem is, this timing might be a bit dicey. We can already see the elite upgrades being queued in with the archers as well. Or not elite, veteran upgrades. And on top of that, sacred sites being captured. So this is the key timing I was talking about. And the crazy part is because Zerton chose his tech up over playing out to the map, it means that John might be ready for level 3 before those Castle Age techs kick in.
Yeah, also able to immediately capture up the sacred sites. Even in her level 2 form, as soon as Castle Age comes in. That's going to get additional resource, additional gold now. First couple of Sofa are now in queue for Zerton. He does have resource. He's going to immediately queue up all of his veterancy upgrades. And there we go. Level 3.
We ride.
Can Zerton hold this?
Like, he can hold his head in his hands and cry, because this is going to be a hard one to try and hold onto RL. Charge is ready to go in. Knights have been upgraded. Archers have been upgraded. Jean has been upgraded. And she has summoned the champions. It is time to rock and roll. Torches out straight away onto the cattle. This is problematic, right? Trying to scale on the sofas. You can't afford to lose these. First one is going to be burnt down. Charge comes in and Demu. Well, that's ambitious there. He even traps Jean inside. Tries to get away as the pinch comes in. Able to just split it back from this, but leaves half the Knights behind. And I got to say, that looked like a decent exchange for Zerton.
It seemed to be so at the beginning, but the Knights are still remaining. Archers are still remaining. Now the Donzos are slowly but surely cleaning up the Knights. Meldarm's still in there.
He's still attacking Jean this entire time.
Yeah, she doesn't die. We don't talk about that.
Oh my god. Honestly, I think like Demu maybe kind of got a bit overzealous there. Had that TC been wailing away at the archers, Demu would be down to probably like 12 military, 15 military. But instead, Jean proves that actually her role in the game is to be the frontline tank there. Sustains throughout that, gets away, and remember, she has quite a lot of heal at this stage of the game. I believe it's 2 health a second while out of combat.
Oh, Knights do find the front line from Zerton's army. Have to fall back for now. Demu's trying to get some more Knights out, got some artillery as well, and now Men-at-Arms coming in from Jean. I like this play. Usually the French, they don't really have any incentives to go into Men-at-Arms. However, Jean, she's going to be able to consecrate not just her archery ranges and stables, but also her barracks. Yeah. Getting those very cheap Men-at-Arms out on the field, it's going to be a very tanky and cheaply produced frontline for them.
Now, I love that idea because it means you essentially threw away the Knights because you don't want to keep them long term. So their best exchange was just getting you an extra XP juice, right? So now you get 2 Men-at-Arms for the price of a Knight. Scales quite nicely. Discount is going to be the same. But on top of that, the other interesting thing I'm looking toward down the line is whether maybe we see, you know, a keep or two and a play to kind of layer in those companions as well, because they are quite the beefcakes. As soon as I say that, though, is this like a bait right now? Because Demu has added in Men-at-Arms, but he's going back for Royal Bloodlines, which suggests that long-term, the plan is to go for the Cavalry boys.
Why not both? I guess Demu might be thinking here. Sofa raid coming in on the Berry villagers. Only enough place for 5 villagers there in the outpost. Wololo coming in.
There's so many relics on the screen. This is kind of ridiculous. So looks like he's going to end up losing the Monk. There's 2 relics are parked there. In the meantime, Zerton hasn't started playing for relics whatsoever. Demu already has 2 in the bank, as well as 1 Sacred Site, 3rd one on the way home. And Jean on her way into the base once more. Healed up the half here. She's looking for a good cleave opportunity. Needs to be careful of those Donzo, though. Nice cleaning up on the front line of Sofa. And happy to back away for the moment. Jean just continues to farm throughout this. And the Divine Restoration will let her stay longer.
Oh, this is difficult. The army from Zerton is starting to disappear. Jean, being able to heal up all of these units.
How are the Knights not... There were so many Donzos here.
Not anymore. The Archers just cleaning all of those up now. Zerton did get a lot of villager kills behind all of that. But now Demu is going to be in a position to do the same thing. Oh no, God. It's going to be the cleave on the javelin throwers. A couple of them go down immediately.
I think this is no imported armors either. Are you seeing how quickly these archers are actually cleaning up the Sofas?
He does have imported armor on them.
What the bloody hell is that damage output? You barely would think it here. Finally gets through the front line, but at the end of the day, Demu, I mean, he's just running straight to the bank with good old baby Jean here. I don't even want to know how close level 4 is.
Oh, but behind all of that, Zerton also managed to kill some villagers. Once again on the side of Demu, Zerton having a 10 village lead, and on top of that, with the Grand Falani Corral, does have the Malian food economy.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and he finds the villagers on the farms.
There's no textiles here either, I don't think. So Demu just has to cut and run now. The scary part is if we look back in the base of Zerton, did he even burn any ranches in the end? I don't think he did. So that Fulani is completely uninterrupted, no cattle kills whatsoever. It's crazy as well, because when Demu came in with the initial big army at the beginning of all this, he tried to burn down the ranch. And it seemed like he felt halfway through the damage wasn't there, or maybe he was trying to force Zerton to engage, but either way, this sustained fire underneath the TC, it would have been good for Demu had it not been for this read from Zerton to play the map wide.
And now we're seeing Spearmen coming out from Demu. Needs to get them out to be able to deal with those Sofas together with the Arbaletria. Actually, no Arbaletria out on the field right now for him.
I don't really know how you play Arbaletria in this type of map as well. You'd think it's just good against Sofas, but the reality is like Demu is struggling due to a lack of walls now. Game 1 was more worrying for that detail. Game 3, you can kind of see why he doesn't have as much walling going on, right? Like, he's playing pseudo-French. What that means is you're meant to naturally have map control. You don't tend to see this Civ wall in often.
Yeah, I get the feeling a lot. Walls are definitely a must-have to build at some point in the game. And Priest is going to be able to bring that relic back on home. Yeah, having the open base, like usually as a French, you're fine with having the open base because you're going to be the one that dictates the tempo of the game. Not so much though against the Malians, and now Jean, a little bit exposed here. Actually kills 2 of the Sofas, excuse you.
36 XP, don't mind me, off I go. I mean, I was wondering why he wasn't capturing the Sacred Site. That's a decent chunk of XP, but Sofas seem easy to take at this stage in the game. Raid out on the gold line. Looks like he's going to have to try to utilize that outpost, but rough pathfinding here. Somehow gets away with it.
Yes, the rough pathfinding isn't exclusive to Demu there on that one.
I like the Sofas fall. Oh, you're running this way? Yeah, I'll follow you. Oy, oy, oy. So reset. Go again. Northwards, Zerton now 13 villagers up with the Fulani on top of that. He's got a lot of bang. Demu's at least got something elsewhere, right? He has got his hands on one of the sacred sites as well as 3 of the 5 relics of fought one on the way home. But it doesn't quite add up for the difference so far. And Zerton, those Sofa numbers are getting scary, folks. Up to 20 plus. We're even seeing the French being forced to build spears because they cannot match that cavalry for cavalry.
Demu, once again, though, building up a good amount of military units here. And he could be going for a very nice all-in. He still has Jean. And as long as you have Jean, there is hope.
Mainly because there is Jean. And she hits like a truck.
That's a big army, though.
No, it's fine. There is Jean. We must have faith, Crackety. Do you believe?
I need a lot of that. I believe. I believe in Jean. I believe in the balancing.
She will deliver us.
Let's see if Demu can do it here.
I wonder if we can quickly glance at the regular overlay so we can see how close she is to level 4, actually. I think that's a critical ingredient that's going to matter a lot in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, she gets a little bit of range with level 4. So she's going to be able to attack from the second row then.
Yeah, so we'll have to smuggle into the normal UI for a second here. Ooh, spoilers alert!
Oh, she's close. She's very close.
Yeah, that's like, what, 150 maybe? So that's just a small skirmish away from being up.
Yeah, it's going to be 10 sofas, and she's going to reach the next level. And at the same time, though, it looks like there's not going to be too much of a straight engagement coming in soon here, because Zerton, he's out on a hunt again.
Oh, but can you force him back home is what I'm wondering here. Now, Demu, he hasn't really overburdened these pocket ecos, right? Outposts to defend each of them. But the problem is if you do commit to the base, you're going to know as Zerton that you can just keep probing this and never get any sort of punishment for it. So Demu backs away entirely. He's still posturing around that center, right? Wants the capture on the Sacred Site to guarantee that level 4. Is going to take significant damage up here, though. Oh, all the villagers. What?
Yeah, it's something I noticed, that sometimes units can actually charge onto units that are in an outpost.
Yeah, but, like, my favorite part is the way they just ungarrison on the side. Like, whoops, I'm gone too. So that's going to be a big hit in the gold pocket for Demu. Demu, he has got a decent amount of units that would cost gold in this situation. In fact, we're seeing him now switching to horsemen, but they're yet to be upgraded. And it looks like we're once again going to dive the Malian base. It's XP farming time, baby.
XP farming time indeed, and Zerton's army, it's not really complete here.
They give 9 XP each.
What? Okay, it's definitely worthwhile to go for those. Fight is now about to happen here.
Fight at home as well. I mean, that's going to force a lot of idle time. Demu is just going to have to go dark on the economy right here. Divine Restoration comes out, giving that 30% increase on missing HP. But is it going to be enough to break this? Zerton continues to retreat back here. Paranoid. Level 4 comes out, and here we go. It's party time. He activates the attack speed aura, looks to dive in deeper here. And this choke point actually working out for him temporarily, as the melee mosh pit cannot get over each other to reach the French Knights.
Javelin throws trying to kill her, but they barely tickle her at this point in time. At the same time, Sophus, though, still in the base from Demu. Oh, the Knights, they got stuck on the mill there. Needs the front line. Now he's pulling back.
Now, something interesting happens here at this point in the game, right? Because if we have a look at what Jean is categorized as, if I'm not mistaken, she has got the range tag now, right? Okay, no siege. Okay, so she won't take the extra damage from the jabs. Man, that's such a pesky one. Because he went for the siege component, is the attack speed aura, right? At the level 4.
KP. At this point, though, the Sofa rates, they've just done too much.
It's Jean cracking.
It's 27 villagers.
But it's Jean.
Not even Jean. Not even Jean. No, I refuse to believe. At this point, I refuse to believe. 26 villagers Demu has been reduced to. Military value doubled by Zerton. Malian food economy still operational.
But if she just gets level 5, Crackety, She gets a tactical nuke.
He's gonna need more than a tactical nuke at this point in time to come back in this one. Couple more Royal Knights get found out, get taken down.
Yeah, this is looking grim. I mean, it's been kind of going this way. Oh, to my body. How to put this? Earlier on, this would have actually saved the game. This point, there's not much left to save.
Oh, that hurts. The raids, they did so much value there. 48 villager kills by Zerton in this one. Demu killed 21 himself, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough. And behind that, Zerton with the cattle economy, it's pretty much like he's on a 2TC build right now. It's like he's got 80 villagers.
I mean, it honestly feels like Demu's only choice maybe is to try and go for a second TC, play a long con on recovery. But even that, like, you need Zerton to be very complacent. If we're being totally realistic about Zerton, he does have this habit of maybe being a bit more, shall we say, patient than he needs to be in games we've watched historically. So maybe Demu can try to play that wide angle, but considering the player Zerton is now compared to a year ago, he doesn't sit on his ass as often as he used to, right? He's better at IDing these win conditions than he used to be.
More farms coming out. Level 4 Jean. Let's see if maybe she can turn the tide. Oh, lots of the Donzos. Yeah, the Donzo Spears didn't really do anything there.
Cleave comes out. If he can keep staggering this, he's going to have multiple charges stacked here. Divine Restoration's going to come in. Donzo's diving through is dangerous here. They're trying to block the retreat, but good micro from Demu. Gets another good cleave out. There is no way that this will happen, though. I refuse to believe that even Jean can do it. The army is slowly getting
onto javelins.
Staggered formation, though.
Still gets a bunch of them.
Still. You've lost half your effective army, and Zerton's now has 6 times what you do. One more cleave comes out. If we check, you see the cooldown is still pretty big, so running out of Hail Marys here.
Cannon comes out on the front line, though.
Yeah, but it's got that royal shot, right? Just kapow them. Go for it. Wait, it's not even fighting! GG. All right. I respect Demu for trying to see how that one could go. Like, what is the limit of Jean here? We found it. She's been broken. Just needed something more broken. Marlian's OP. Please nerf. Go next.
We're live min-maxing Jean d'Arc now, but yeah, the raids. We can look at the villager graph here and really paints a clear picture at which point in time in the game Demu lost it. That one raid towards the end when Demu went for the all-in on his opponent, but didn't have any walls up to defend his main economy and his villagers. He just lost too much and he wasn't able to finish the game off there.
No, and I think the interesting play kind of had here, right, is like if he played pocket ecos, it makes sense up to a point. But when he went for that dive, you're essentially conceding some level of map control because, and this is going to sound weird, when you play with Jean and you make that type of play, it's kind of like someone saying, I'm going to build a TC. And what I mean by that is you're essentially farming resources in your opponent's base, right? I think that was the breakout point that Zerton needed, because from that point on, we saw him just play the wide flanks, understanding that essentially Demu had thrown away map control while playing pocket eco French. So good read by Zerton means he gets another point on the board. It does put him up now 2-1. And it looks like our third game is going to also feature the Malians.
Indeed, it's gonna be the Ottomans versus the Malians, and it's gonna be on Dry Arabia. So our default map coming out now in game number 4. Zerton got himself a nice lead on the board right now with a 2-1. But Demu, known as the Malian King, will he be able to beat the Ottomans? We've seen a lot of this matchup in the Call to Arms tournament, and historically, it's always been very, very close between the Malians and the Ottomans, not really favoring one majorly over the other. It's always been very close, but if the Ottomans get to like the later stages of Castle Age, get all of the Janissaries out, it can be very tough for the Malians to be able to get their Sofa mass.
I often feel like the Ottomans kind of have an edge when it comes to the transitional periods, right? Because typically, like, if you're Ottomans and you're up against Malians, it feels like your typical players just rush Castle Age, right? Because, like, if you play Prolonged Feudal, you're playing off of archers a lot of time. Your opponents can build javelins. If you're playing off your Sipahi, mass Donzos. But the crazy part is, like we highlighted in that last game, for Malians, you don't really want to rush Castle Age because that means you haven't got this big bulk army that you've been kind of edging out lead with, right? Like, because I think that's what makes Malian seem so bonkers, is their very safe economy in conjunction with the fact that they are pushing out units that trade more efficiently than almost any unit in the game, right? Because they don't have to take damage in return. So would love to see this fast castle build, because I think that's really when the Ottomans start to ramp up these days. And, then it puts a fire under Demu's ass. He has to get out. He has to do enough damage, because if we ever reach that Imperial Age, I'm never betting against the Ottomans here.
Yeah, Imperial Age Ottomans, once you get those great bombards out, and ever since that landmark, the Istanbul, what was it, the Istanbul Observatory, ever since it's been buffed to provide you plus 100% production speed on those buildings, it's so good. It's so good. You're getting all of these units out for free. Basically, it used to be that with the MIA, you were getting roughly like 1,000 resource worth per minute out of your military academies. Now with the Istanbul Observatory, that basically shoots up to 1,500.
It's quite frankly insane. I mean, there's been a lot of theories that this was going to get nerfed. We reached an expansion. It's yet to happen. Let's see if we can put another reason on the board that maybe the Ottomans need to be brought down a peg or two with some late game nerfs. It's time for game number 4. Zerton leads 2-1. And well, this Civ matchup is heavily favoring the Ottomans. I think it's like a 65% win rate in favor of Ottos. Demu, though, is a magical man on those Malians. Let's see if he can beat the odds.
Here we go. Early military school. Very likely to be coming out here from him. Has got the stone for it. With that, it's going to be able to get a couple of attacks out on these houses that Demu is going to be placing around his pit mine. Might be able to burn 1 or 2 of them. It's going to be interesting to see how many houses Demu is going to be placing around that pit mine. If he's going to go for the full 6, or if he's going to cut it short in favor of a faster fuel age time with only 4 around them.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be full house. Yeah, it's full house.
Yeah. I'm not surprised he's going to kind of play that greed. The curious part for me is what Zerton kind of wants to do. I'm looking at his opening spawn here. There is something that makes you feel a bit paranoid about this, right? Whenever you get a full gold spawn against a side that has like long-range units, you kind of feel like you have to defend yourself. So Zerton will immediately go for the Spearman opening, which makes a lot of sense, right? Against the Malians, you do burn houses for free. And it will allow him to kind of scout out what Demu's initial transition is going to be without having realistically built any real units himself.
Yeah, exactly. It's not going to really be a big investment there for him to get those free Spearmen out. And you want to get that military school out at some point in time anyway. So not really a big investment there for him. And he's going to get some value out of it for sure.
Oh, I'm wondering actually, like, is there a way, if you're playing Ottomans here, is there a way you'd like to play long feudal? Or were we kind of right in the analysis that you just run it into Castle Age as quickly as possible?
I think you can just react to what your opponent's doing, but at the same time, an anonymous gifter coming in with 50 gifted subs, Andy also coming in with 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting EGC.
Pesty, you owe me a raise.
Level 6 subtrain. Here we go. Gonna have to readjust the camera. Yeah, we have to adjust the positions after this.
What can I say, man? I'm like hot off playing part of a level 13, level 11 subtrain on Method. I'm developing a gift for this at this stage. I think I found my calling. Just need to make it work on my own channel at some point. Well, let's see what's gonna. Oh God.
All right. He's respecting. He's paying respect, but.
Sorry. Continue. I'll be fine in a minute.
Saharan Trade Network coming out here now for Demu. Now, in theory, should this game go to the very, very late game, the markets are in a nice position for trade. But in the meantime, he's going to be losing out on that 75 gold per minute that he would be getting out of the Mansa Quarry. Is going to be able to protect his pit mine very nicely. Is it going to be worth, though? That's going to be the question. But, I mean, if Zerton's going to see this, he will very likely not be going full aggression on that pit mine.
No, but you'll be content with this, right? Yeah, you built military school, fine, you're always going to transition. The whole goal of this military school opening is either to idle resources or force a reaction out your opponent. Honestly, any day of the week I see someone building a Saharan trade network as the Malians, I'd say mission accomplished on forcing a reaction.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Twin Minute Dress about to be coming in here. For certain. Very nice timing. Gets it up with 6 villagers. So even with that early military academy, we're looking at a roughly 4-minute age up here from both players.
And then Madrasa was placed on the south side, right? Yeah, this is really important in this particular matchup. When you're playing against Malians, English, and now actually Byzantines as well, you can't even risk sticking that Madrasa anywhere but the position that would give you quickest garrison, just because those pesky long-range units can always slap you. What's our sheep count, by the way? It looks like Zerton got a decent chunk, right? I think he's still got 4 to bring home. And, okay, yeah, no, he's cooking. Mutton, to be specific. A lot of mutton.
So villagers on gold, so could just be that typical cattle trade boom that we see a lot of times from the Malians. Also gets the economy upgrades in.
And this does look more and more like, you know, we could be leaning into that kind of Castle Age build, but then as soon as I say that, this many villagers onto the stone suggests we're going to see some scaling.
Yeah, so very likely at second TC, and I mean, makes sense. When you're playing up against the Malians, they're going to be scaling with the cattle boom. Just making military schools is not going to be able to keep up with that. So going for that second TC is definitely a way to scale with it. And that's where the Saharan Trade Network comes in. Because of that, Zerton is kind of forced to play this one in a little bit more macro-oriented playstyle. If he just goes into full aggression now, he's going to be hard-pressed to really find some good angles to attack from.
Yeah, and the interesting part to me is like Zerton. Typically, if you're playing long feudal, inherently your choice is going to be go to Sapahi, but the static point defense landmark from Demu makes it a little bit harder to breach into that base. So maybe it's that he's looking to snipe out that second gold vein. Like, this might have been something that Zerton scouted and immediately said, okay, you're actually exposed, because it wasn't one of those silly spawns we sometimes get on like Dry Arabia where you've got just 2 nicely placed veins on the same screen and you're smiling if you're a Malian.
Yeah, and that second gold vein in the back there. Demu is going to be expanding onto that. Zerton, he's looking around, trying to find some value. First couple of cattle are just now coming in here for Demu. Zerton soon has enough stone in order to drop that second TC, just lacking the wood for now.
Yeah, where's this? So the scouting coming out from Demu, he fully knows this isn't aggression, by the way, because he just saw those spearmen standing there. Like, you'd only stick them there, park them like that, if it's something to try and block any harassment on your second TC placement. A second TC is going to be going right in the gold here, I believe, right?
That's a beautiful spot. Has the deer there that are already killed and the berries. It's going to be protecting the gold as well. And without any immediate aggression coming out from Malians, that is not going to go punished anytime soon.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually. Like, he's looking to... I mean, he's going for the full spank me or I win sort of thing here, right? Because by going for the second TC next to these resources, what he's essentially saying to Demu is, if you don't fight me, I'm going Castle Age, right? Like, if I had a placement of TC like this, I'd scale villages and just go naked castle. Because you've got the food, you've got the gold. Also, the position of the TC blocks any sort of assault into your main economy. This is a really good play by Zerton.
There we go. TC going up. Didn't have quite enough space to put it a little bit further in the back there. So very nice placement. Now Demu going for the walls, not making the same mistake as last time. This time he is going to be placing them down nice and early. Pre-hitting them a bit as well.
Burn it, burn that edge, burn the edge right now. Get on in there. Wait, he could have just burned. Okay. Now, I did notice one health bar there that was completely empty, right? I'm pretty sure that was still insta-open.
That is the Bastion in the end. I think it's actually... It doesn't instant open anymore.
Okay. I had mixed experiences with it, so maybe it's just the clunkiness of my trees, but yes. I know it was meant to have been stopped for the most, mainly because like once you build the piece of wall, the one on the edge disappears, right?
The thing is though, with the changes that the Bastions, you can still delete them, but you don't necessarily need to delete them because they don't cost anything and they get built instantly.
Exactly, yeah. But the interesting part is, like, because you'd only tapped it, it still had a 0 health bar. So I'd be curious on that one. I'm like stress test that one. I'll trust you on this. It's been a bit of a weird experience getting used to the new walls. If you guys have been away from the game, you're just returning after a long time taking a break. Walls are an entirely new thing to learn again. In a refreshing way, actually.
Yeah, a couple new interactions and... Yeah, we had a lot of fun so far with these walls and like being able to wall to opponents' walls and all that good stuff right now. Walling in between berry bushes as well. It's definitely exciting having like suddenly this completely new mechanic and just being able to explore and experiment around with it. Scout from Zerton does get sniped out. Doesn't have any stables right now, just the military schools to passively get some units out. Get some Sipahi, get some spearmen, get some archers as well.
It's such a nice unit just passively build because they are incredibly valuable raiders, even if you don't scale into them long term. And they also still force your opponent to react as if you are going to scale into them. So quite annoying. If there's one Civ that's kind of chilled that idea, though, it's usually the Malians just because of how bloody good the Donzos are.
Indeed, Donzo able to immediately snipe one of these Pahis out in the and yeah, just very strong. And we see additional production buildings now coming in for Demu. The cow boom has been pretty much complete at this point in time. Looks like Demu is still investing a bit more into Fuel Age. It's always tough to know how much your opponent is investing if they're playing as the Ottomans here. Because they're always getting these units passively from the military school, so you never know, okay, is it just active production or is it just completely passive here? In this case, it's completely passive, I want to say, but it looks like Zerton just dropped down some additional archery ranges to get some archers out.
Yeah, I think it's also, if I had to name a Civ that's exploitative of prolonging feudal, it's Malians, right? Because some we highlighted in the pregame, this is a Civ they're almost always just going to go into the game, Donzo, Javelin. And the cool thing about that comp is when you reach Castle Age, what do you usually still want to build? Donzo, Javelin. So it's like, there's a few examples of Civs that have this, right? Where it's like, it's why French like to scale Knights, because they arrive in Castle Age like, great, I'll just upgrade these bad boys. It has that similar level of flavor. So I think that's what Demu's skirting towards here, is the idea that if this turns into a trade, great, I'll still be fine a few minutes from now. If he hasn't now built enough units to defend, he's going to flatline.
I'm at Imperial Armory, going up now. That second TC has been scouted out now, where it's exactly positioned. But yeah, this age-up is not going to be denied. Zerton, not sure if he's got the Vizier point for the immediate Imams. Don't really need that though, since Demu is still far away from the Castle Age. Question's gonna be though, Zerton's gonna need some unit to be able to deal with this Javelin and Donzo combination. Yeah. It's gonna most likely be some men-at-arms, but I don't think he has any barracks right now up.
No, and obviously you can't go into Knights because like there's not even raid opportunity when the walls have gone up from Demu like this, so you are quite handcuffed. You know, one upside at least for Zerton is looking at the queue timing on these units. It might be that Demu is a little bit short when he cancels all of his units for his tech up, so might give you a little bit of an edge, even though the racks aren't there now, to at least exploit initial men-at-arms. We'll see though. Tech up completes. Demu really should instantly be canceling those jabs, right? Like additional jabs here. I'm not sure that's really the unit you want. If you're looking to be defensive, having more Donzos pushing is usually a bit better, but he seems content to allow them to come out and just naturally reach what he needs for the Fulani.
Then we're trying to push onto Woodline. Scout goes down immediately. This is going to deny a lot of line of sight. Now Grand Fulani Corral is coming in, and Demu, he's going to be not too far behind now with this Castle Age, and once he hits the next age, he's going to immediately be able to key up all of his veterancy upgrades, and his standing army right now, it's a lot of army value.
Yeah, and the interesting part is actually look at his priority coming in on the undermesh as well as the range damage increase. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zerton only ever got the range damage increase, didn't prior the undermesh, going into the archer upgrade, right? So it seems small, but that type of tech advantage when both of you are leaning into heavy range comps is a big edge, especially considering the Malians inherently have the better unit, aka the Javelins.
Exactly. Now the first Mangonel, halfway complete, soon is going to be popping out. And as the Malians, you definitely have to respect the siege that the Ottomans are getting out for free. Especially with this infantry-only composition that Demu has going for himself right now.
Yeah, and the problem with Demu and what he's done here is he's just fully retracted to try and get his next transition, but you've just given map control to Castle's Ottomans. We know what that means. You can already see the two imams. He pumped out the points, he's on his way out to those relics. This is the type of danger point I always worry about in this matchup specifically, because Malians delay their push, right? They try to zerg a bit with this comp of Donzo jabs. Ottomans are great at taking advantage of that because they basically yoink all these critical ingredients, and then they look to cook up an Imperial Age timing that usually you're not ready to zerg on.
Scout gets taken out. Looks like Demu is pushing further forward, wants to get into the base of Zerton once again, but the Mangonel should be right about coming out now.
Yeah, in the meantime, Sipahi just trying to wrap into the eco, see if they can find one or two stragglers left unguarded. They're even going to drag a lot of units after them here, so this is really good, kind of like crippling that critical mass timing for Demu as the push comes in on the secondary TC. Forces the villagers away, one or two are going to go down here. And good God, I absolutely hate that seek shelter button for this very reason. There's just not enough room in there. That could be additional villagers. Nami, a little bit hesitant to respond yet. Zerton only with 4 men-at-arms to his name. He hasn't reached that critical mass.
Mangonel is out now. Looks like Demu really wants to get that second TC down, focusing all of his stances onto that. But now the Mangonel is going to get some great shots in that, and the archers doing a great amount of damage here to the Donzos. Imam gets sniped out though, but the Relic is now very, very close here for certain, and he's going to be able to survive. Does lose a lot of villagers though behind all of that, and some idle time costs as well.
Yeah, but he can make up for it for what's coming here, right? Like, it's the fact that if you look on the right of this fight, there's a Relic now dragged in there. So realistically, like, all the Relics on this map are about to be in Zerton's corner, and soon they're going to be in his buildings. That's a huge inflation of gold, one that's easily going to cover the cost of 8 villages through this game so far.
Indeed. Getting all of that in. Now Demu, he's getting his Moscow that he's not going to be getting a lot of relics here at this point in time. At maximum, probably 1.
If he's lucky. He has to hold his center area is the problem. And he hasn't counted the men-at-arms yet. He's building Musafadi now, but you're at 3 of them. You need probably another minute and a half. So, yeah, if Zerton threads the needle here, he'll move out and yoink that relic and be back at base before you're in position.
And Musafadi production now starting. Now, Demu, he does have a lot of food still in the bank. Not a lot of gold, though, to be able to keep up with that. That's the main weakness of his economy right now. Does have triple pit mines, though.
He has double, right?
Must be triple. Yeah, it's triple pit mines.
Yeah, you're right. He's got the one that's starting the base. But they're baby pit mines as well, which is kind of frustrating, right? So not getting extra inflation. Mango is going to be exposed. The Donzo will look for the trade out. Good split coming from the jabs. That's going to start to force a retreat a little bit. Men-at-arms count still only at 9, and Musafadi now starting to show up in stealth mode. That's going to be the ambush onto Zerton. Zerton, who wasn't yet able to collect this relic, has got a third one on the way home. So even with that one off the equation, this should be a 4-1 split relic.
Yeah, Imam tried to go for it, is getting taken down. Demu now with his monk is going to be able to take that relic. And now, Mangonel. Another Mangonel is out. Another one is in queue with that MIA. Certain should be in a position to hold. Village is getting sniped once again, trying to build that outpost. Outpost goes up.
2 go down. So now 10 villagers killed total in this game so far. Zerton's still ahead on eco though, right? 69 versus the 54. Passive income does have to come in the equation for the Malians. But when you add in the passive reduction for the Ottomans, the relics now being hoovered up, does start to create and paint a much more even picture here.
It feels like certainly definitely needs a Springleton placement on that outpost. Just the archer fire, it's never going to be enough in order to really deal with these javelin throwers here. Excellent micro also coming out from Zerton, from Demu, making sure that he's not going to get any of these really large hits in with the Demo, and the TC is going to go take him down.
Well, that was too late. He tried for the repair with the crew out the outpost, but far too late there. So loses the TC. Now any villager losses are going to feel kind of permanent here, right? And considering he already just lost another 4, things start to swing here. The value of that Fulani is definitely going to be more than 10 villages. So critical that Zerton finds a way out of this bind fast. Hope that passive reduction is kicking in. How many military schools do we have?
And at least 2. 3 military schools are out.
So no
I feel like it's going to be enough. Yeah, only 3 military schools now. The javelin throwers, there's just so many of them. Sapahi go out on the field, but with the mass that's out there, they're pretty much getting one-shot here by the javelins.
Yeah, no, this Mango, I mean, it's kind of do or die. Good initial wallop. This is really what he needs right now, because if you use that Mango, you have no leg to stand on in this engagement. So critical, he trying to use those little choke points in his own base to prolong the life of that siege.
Janissaries now coming out here. A little bit of
desperation.
Yeah, desperate attempt here in order to get rid of the army from Demu, but the issue behind this is, with the Malians, the army flow never truly stops. They keep on coming and coming and coming, and we can see that there's a lot of Musafadi warriors right now on their way over to the base of Zerton, and now the Janissaries out. They're doing a good amount of damage, even against the javelin throwers, but at the same time, they also take a lot of damage, and they're already all cleaned up.
They're pretty much already gone, right? And the thing to keep in mind about that is even if Zerton held in this position, that is a point that he's permanently invested. He can't get that back. That's gone. That matters in the long game. All of a sudden, Ottoman's kind of late game gets crippled a bit because of it. Right now, his mid game is what I'm worried about, though. Look at the eco count. Sure, he picked up 3 relics. He's holding to a 4th, waiting to bank it. But on the other side, Demu's now picking up the sacred sites. He's got that passive income from the gold sources and the Fulani for the food. There's no doubting that the Malian king is ahead here. not just militarily, but economically as well.
Exactly. Now the 4th military school is coming up. There's still no response to the siege on the side from Demu. We're now up to 2 mangonels at the same time. Once again, Zerton, he expanded out onto the forward resources, onto the stone. Looks like Demu this time, though, isn't going to be aggressing onto that.
Oh, man.
It looks like there's a sofa switch coming in.
I'm not
getting
surprised.
The imported armors now.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense against this comp, right? Like, you've baited Zerton hard in. He even invested the Janissary point, which means the initial surfers are going to wallop hard, because even if you try to now counter Janny, you haven't got that insta-spawn of 8, which can kind of wipe that first wave. Good read by Demu here. Starting to dive in, and those farms only just got placed. Honestly, like, you've been here, I'm sure, enough in the past, Crackety. That's the worst feeling, when you expose how bad your food income is and then immediately get idled on it.
Yeah, exactly. And now in this position, certainly went for that second TC, invested into a lot of additional villagers, but now he's actually behind in the villager count. 27 villagers got taken down this game by Demu, and right now, looking at the army value, it's almost 8,000 to 3,000.
Yeah, not good numbers here, but Ottomans get free unit. Yeah, it doesn't really matter here, folks. Oh, this is, the way I always describe the Malians, I think they are the most comparative to Zerg from, like, old school Zerg from StarCraft, right? Like, they are all about this unlimited push that you were highlighting earlier. You can see it on the map. The amount of dots coming across here, you're up against a swarm. And, the only way you survive this is with the quality unit. When half of your army is the Ottomans or archers, I don't think you're ticking that box.
Yeah, and right now, certainly he can't really push out with his siege. He needs the choke points against this level of army mass. Oh, he has to retreat. He has to get into the choke point, but is it going to be in time?
I mean, that
doesn't feel like it. 3 mangonels.
Just a few sofas. If they get in, that's going to be it. The Mangoes do get behind the line, holding the choke here. But I'm a bit worried about the swarm from the north. That's going to be a pinch. Able to just shift to the back line here. And sure, the Mangoes got some decent hits, but Demu on point with the micro, minimizes the losses, and he's finally reached the siege.
And with those siege units going down, GG is going to be called in just a little bit here, as now Demu is flooding the base of Zerton here. And with that, very likely, there we go. The set, once again, is tied up 2-2 now.
Well, I hope you even received one of those subs that was dropped in the chat, or you're ready to sub yourself, folks, because you're definitely getting your value on this Sunday evening. We are going deeper and deeper in this series. We even it up again, a best of 7 that still has 3 games potentially ahead of us. And what a way this is coming out as well. Like the back and forth aggression, you're really seeing this kind of this interesting timing differentiation, right? Where it's almost if we're within 25 minutes, Demu is highly favored. But if it reaches that later phase of the game, Zerton is most comfortable. And I think the difference here is we talked about how Zerton's improved as a player on trying to end the game when he has a lead early on. But Demu is the type of player that makes you uncomfortable for those 20 minutes, right? So I think, looking forward, I'm trying to think like what we've got next on the board in terms of draft options here. Iobid's got banned on both sides. I think that's a really smart identification by Zerton, because I think Iobid's plays more favorably for Demu here simply because of their aggressive peeking. But an Abbasid mirror might be what Zerton needs to get a 3rd game on the board for himself.
Yeah, indeed. We've seen those Abbasid coming up from Zerton being very, very strong. And by the way, guys, we reached that big unofficial sub goal. We switched around the cameras here, so now you got me on the right side, KP on the left side. So, yeah, the community, they ask and they shall receive, and in return they support. And we got our EGCTV community support goal there in the bottom right-hand side. If you too want to help support EGCTV and all the tournaments that they bring you.
Now, hear me out. Another level 10 sub-train if you want us to swap again. Now, you'd think that wouldn't work, but there are going to be some people that know how much that would get on the nerves of the people that subbed to get us in the right position. So let's see what happens.
That's right. You can annoy a lot of people if you give enough subs for that level 10 sub train. That's always compelling. Annoying people is probably one of the biggest motivator in the world.
You're like, you sold me. Deal. Just all of a sudden, 100 subs come in. Great support for you guys, though. You've been absolutely tremendous. And love to see all the people turning up just the qualifier. Don't forget, this is just the qualifier for the main event where you're going to see all the big names that you're familiar with for the final event of the year. So I expect you all to be tuning in every single weekend throughout the beginning and mid of December. Do not miss it.
Exactly. This is only the beginning. The qualifiers. We're still competing on who will make it into those EGC finals. And Varrickson coming in with the 50 gifted subs. It looks like soon we might have to switch around again here.
Which level is that? Because I was surprised we cracked level 10 before, and I was surprised. So, I mean, if we hit 10 again, we're going back. Oh, dude, I'm being real now, Percy. I do want a race. I'm earning my keep here, baby. Whoop, whoop. Oh, dude. So I just put like a stretch goal of Prince Uwu in. I wonder if anyone in chat knows what that was. No, we're not doing that. That was cursed. You didn't see, right, Crackety?
I did not.
See? No, good, good.
All good.
Don't check my Twitter. All right.
All right.
Like, what was that? Not a subtrain then? Because I don't see a subtrain.
It doesn't show up right now. Maybe there's a cooldown.
Is there a cooldown? Did I just bait Warrickson? Oh, I'm sorry, Warrickson.
We might have to change positions either way then.
I feel like we've done him dirty. If level 10 came from like 60, we've got to be close to a theoretical level 10. I think we might have to give him the swap back.
Yeah.
If there's like 10 more subs.
I agree.
Yeah, if there's like 10 more subs, like doing the math on what it was last time, because I think it was 65 tripped a level 10 sub train.
Yeah, so 10 more subs and we'll have to switch sides again.
Yeah, we'll have no other choice. This is musical chairs with the casters, really, isn't it? But anyway, we'll see if you're able to hit that marker and we'll fix that in between games if so. But for now, it is time to hop into game number 5. We are going deep into the night here. Demu versus Zerton, an Abbasid mirror, the most pure of ways of showing who is the G. And we do it on Hill and Dale.
Hill and Dale, one of our OG maps in an Abbasid mirror, and we got Zerton playing in the color blue on the opposite side, Demu playing in the color red, and we've seen a couple of times in Abbasid mirrors these like different kind of approaches to the boom. We see trade booms, we see TC booms. Both of these definitely a possibility here on a map like Hill and Dale. Mm-hmm. It always depends on the market position.
Yes, and if we check that, I think typically I've seen it spawn maybe a bit more towards the center more recently, so it's a bit more exposed. This is always interesting to me though, because the Abbasid in a mirror have this very intriguing triangle. You might know what I'm talking about, where certain wings counter other wings in a quite nicely balanced way. So, like typically, if your opponent goes eco wing, it's usually a good idea to go, I say, trade wing. If your opponent goes trade wing, military wing is phenomenal. If your opponent goes military wing, of course you go eco wing. You may notice culture wing got left out because we don't care. But we've seen plenty of games, especially on Lipony, where it's been interesting to watch these military wing openings fall flat because you'd think eco wing gets countered, but you don't. You just condense double TC and then eventually play for your third.
Exactly. And with that bonus economy, you can spam out a lot of units there very quickly. Excuse me there for a second.
Are you right there? Is your breath taken away by all the subs?
Yeah, it's the cough is still there a little bit, and
no, it's not. You're tearing up. That's what it is. It's all the community support. Love to you all. We couldn't do it without you. We can do it without these Goliaths of the game. And this is great, by the way. This is the way I want it to be for the EGC finals, for the final tournament of the year. I want it to be this close. I'm not going to lie. I'll be honest. I'll come out. I'll be the person to admit it. I actually thought this was going to be heavily favored towards Demu. I thought this is going to be maybe like Zerton gets a game, maybe 2, but that was going to be it. But this is back and forth, man. This is like the boxing fight you know is going to go every round, and it's going to come down to how many hits to the head happened, not who got the knockout.
I agree. Zerton has been definitely giving us a performance here so far. Definitely bringing his A game. Looking very strong. And as the Abbasid, I mean, Abbasid, probably one of the main civs here from Zerton, and we can see him going for that economic wing. Demu on the other side, though, choosing that military wing, and we talked about it. The economic wing doesn't have a ton of counterplay against it. With that very condensed economy, it's very difficult to really pressure it. And Bassett, they are very, very comfortable with playing it from a defensive point.
Yeah, especially on a map like this, maybe Dumu's one redeeming quality would be that the stone spawns on the forward, but my issue is, like, how do you get in position quick enough to stop him blocking that, right? Like, worst case scenario, you force Zerton to build an outpost on the stone. That's kind of the entirety of what you'll achieve with the military wing. And it might sound like a lot in a mirror, but considering that you gave up the ability to scale TCs optimally compared to Zerton, not good enough.
Yeah, Demu now has scouted that Zerton is going to go for that economic wing. At the same time, Demu, he's already out on stone as well. So he's also thinking about his second TC. It's all about getting a little bit of value here from those early units with the military wing, but I feel like Zerton already being out on stone, the timing window is going to be very narrow, considering that Zerton only needs 268 stone, I believe, to build that second TC with that Fertile Crescent upgrade.
And you just don't care, because like the reality is, like, this is what makes the Abbasis such a strong Civ. I remember okay, like, time to rant. I remember the days when people were like, Abbas is absolutely underwhelming. Now, they weren't the strongest, but one thing I did notice in those days is there was still a big argument on whether you go sheep or go berries. Most of the top tier players now go berries for a very good reason. I think you know where I'm going with this, Crackety. You get the berries first before the aggression arrives, and then you just sit on sheep. And that's one of the big reasons why the eco wing beats the military wing. Because by the time Demu gets his units in place, Zerton has ate all these berries, he's got all these sheep, which, by the way, you keep your scout out for longer because you don't need to return sheep early. And it means you always have enough to sustain yourself, even when you go to free TC, because, of course, you get into fresh foodstuffs.
Exactly. And now the military units from Demu are going to make their way over. Fertile Crescent now coming in. Wood pretty much already collected enough for that secondary TC. Just a little bit of stone remaining. And there we go. Drop-off comes in. 268 stone exactly. Actually, it's 263. I miscounted. But still, very, very nice stone count there from Zerton. Gets that second TC up in a nice defensive position.
Don't defend it, mate. You're fired. I can't take this bad math. That's my job. Bad math is what I do. But no, yeah, it's exactly what we talked about, like the super defensive TC. He could have gambled on the deer, but then it's like you might get sniped. This is, like, you can't assault this at all, right? And the frustrating part is now, like, if you're Demu, you kind of feel like you're somewhat on the clock. Like, you can play your own TC, but what you're on clock for is you're like, okay, my spearmen and archers actually have to do something here. Otherwise, it's kind of a wasted tech up.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to feel pressured into at least, like, getting something done. Out on the field with his military units, because he does have the advantage there with that military wing. He's going to have the more HP infantry. Looks like he's actually going for a third TC now with the military wing.
Where's Zerton Scout? This is really important. He needs to see it straight away, because, okay, this is where you need to be running straight back across your opponent's base and sniff it out, because the moment you see he's going free TC, you just mirror it, right? And then you go one more, because the discount adds up. So Demu is just going to be circling like a shark. The only thing you can try to do is deny any good placements, but the problem is now that you've got this TC on the wood line, the typical play is exactly what's happening here. You build archery range, you build 4 archers, you clear your high ground. All of a sudden, Demu, by the time he's ready for his third TC, might find himself rather struggling to get a good position.
Yeah, exactly. And now, Zerton, he's going to scout that out. He sees the second TC. He sees 9 villagers on stone. And now he knows exactly what the game plan is here for Demu.
Now, he's not moving onto the stone right now because he hasn't got wheelbarrow, right? So, like, if you walked over there and got idled back, it's suboptimal. But he'll shift there very fast. It's just, he's fine being on the wood for the time being because you need it for a TC. And also, you need to get those initial archers out. But once that count is free, expect Demu to run away.
Now archers firing against each other. Third archer soon coming out from Zerton, and now we see 12 villagers going out to stone here. That many, he's going to be having that stone that he needs for his second TC in no time.
Yeah, now the archers, like, this is the thing. Once they get kind of half HP, I'd be surprised if Demu tries to trade any longer. I think he's maybe hoping to keep him off the goal because, like, one variant option here is, like, you can go free TC or 4. Some players in this matchup, when they're Eco Wing, decide to go free TC and then Castle Age. It's a really strong play because you know your opponent, like, you're ahead of him by so much eco in terms of your trade timing, right? And sure, you had to build these initial archers, but it's still worth it because now if you run across the map, Demu can't just fast castle. He's going to have to build something to defend with.
Yeah, exactly. Now 30C is coming out on the gold here for Demu. I think it's still very likely just going to be that fast castle play, and now second TC is getting dropped on the gold as well here for Zerton. Looks like he's not going for that fourth TC here in this one. Definitely has the option to.
It's the castle build now, so like he's gonna pivot. You can tell by the fact he dropped the mining, dropped the TC rather on the gold. It's like a dead giveaway, right? We've seen this so many times. It hits so hard, and it's like now the reality is like, what do you do if you're Demu? Probably Culture Wing. Eco Wing could be value for farm transition, but if you have to farm transition, whoops. Meanwhile, Zerton says, okay, now I get military. We both are going to have boot camp, but I also now have these camels that are going to harass you and your tech up. So frustrating, man. And you know, it maybe seems like an oversimplification of what we said here, but really, when it comes to Abbasid mirrors, these wing choices are do or die, and they do form that triangle of counters.
And look at that, Zerton getting those walls out. I like that play, because that means as soon as Castle Age is going to come in, and it looks like Demu's going to be the first one to click up, as he's been on the deer here the entire time. Meanwhile, Zerton, he's got pushed off the deer for a prolonged period of time. Meaning these walls, that Demu, as soon as he gets up to the Castle Age, he's not going to find immediate value with like a Lancer Raid or anything like that in certain space.
I hope Demu's going for relic play straight away here. I think that's what can put you ahead, even though you kind of military winged into eco wing, right? Like, if you just rush relics, Zerton has just... He's gone overly defensive, right? Like, he's literally just walling himself in. So you said it's a smart play, but essentially what he said is, I don't want to play the actual game, right? I just want to play City Builder. And considering the edge you'll have here, it's probably going to be about a minute and 20 seconds. You can get a lot done. If you think about the build time of the Mosque and you build up the 4 TC, you pump out the Priest, you could actually yoink 4 relics easy peasy here.
I'm not sure about that, because Zerton, if he goes up with the military wing, he's going to get 2 Camel Riders out immediately.
Agreed. But, hear me out. You build a racks.
Is that going to be Spearmen or Golems, then?
I think it's Spearmen, right? Because, like, the cat... Otherwise, because the... Actually, you can realistically do either, because the camels have no armor, right? So I kind of like that you brought up Golem, because then it means that the archers, the 3 archers you have, doesn't counter. And also you have that ripple effect of where there's a window where Golem just zerg the game, right? Like, we always see it. The strongest point in the game for men-at-arms is the Castle Age advantage.
Yeah, indeed.
That's a really interesting one, because, like, Dead Brain is kind of Spearman, right? On Hill and Dale especially, because, like, we're so used to seeing HRE do it for relic grabbing. And... well, it's going to be Eco Wing. Yeah, so like, you know, someone we talked about the option Eco Wing versus Culture Wing. I don't know where you sit on this, but I feel like when you're playing on a map like Hill and Dale, Eco Wing kind of wins out because you know you're highly likely to need to go into farms eventually.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of the economic wing there. Not just because you get the chance farms for cheaper, but you're also boosting them up by an additional 15%. And yeah, just getting it at that really early timing feels very, very strong. And you can also spam houses for faster Golden Age as well. Villager gets found out, and he's getting tag teamed now with that wolf as well.
Whoops. I don't think Demu's... There we go. He's finally going to notice. You maybe live. What was that, like 8 HP, maybe 9? I can see him reaching the TC just before dying. So it's going to be the Golems. There you go. Glad you highlighted that. Like, it's such a big window, actually. It's kind of crazy. And remember, because he went for military wing already, he's already got the boot camp queuing up. He could have had it even earlier, right? Like, if he felt like there was some prolonged feudal play. So Zerton, going to be notably behind in that regard, might mean that he doesn't want to come out of his base, even once he has the camels.
And now it's going to be a combination of Golems and Crossbowmen. Typical Abbasid composition, and Demu also starting to wall now on his side. He's also expanding further out onto the deer. Fertile Crescent is coming out. So he's making full use of the natural resource here for the time being.
Yeah, honestly, like, thinking back to this game at the start, it's like I was calling like Zerton to have a big advantage. And I think the really big difference here was that third TC dropped on the gold did seem overkill considering where his food was at. And it's crazy as well because he had the archers in position that he could have played it onto the deer. But I think because his wood line was that close, he didn't want to basically play Chinese TC configuration, right? Because then your resources, like, you get a quicker burst in the Castle Age, but you have a shorter runway once you're there. Because your villagers, new ones spawning at least, idle for quite a while, running to different resources. So yeah, kind of a A tough one here for Zerton. He's going to queue up a lot of units, though. We have to remember, like, there are still some edges that he's gotten in terms of savings on TCs, but we're far past that phase now. And a Mangonel being built by Demu.
Yeah, immediate Mangonel coming in. No Monk yet, no religious unit yet from either side here at this point in time. Demu looks to be content with just trying to siege onto Zerton here, but Zerton's also got a lot of units in queue, and Villager going down there to the Wolf.
Whoops.
By the infantry.
Oh man, I think he's distracted by the front side. Like, he has to know there's more behind this, not just Gulam's gonna have to deal with. Now, what Zerton did do right is he queued up a lot of crossbows. You always have to realize when you're second up into Castle Age, you need to accept crossbows as your reality. The problem is, Demu's just been so smart with optimizing his economy for this Mangonel. Right now, there's no answer to it.
Right, as you say that, Springle is coming out. Zerton also going into double Monk play now. Wants to take all the relics behind all of that, but look at the walls coming out. Demu, he's trying to wall Zerton in.
This is interesting, actually, because Demu, we talked about the fact he would have had map advantage to try and pick up some relics, but because of those camels, he would have been forced to split his forces, right? Instead, Demu, remember what we said in the series, he's always looking for those fast games. He looks good in fast games. Slower games have been favoring Zerton, so this is, I don't want to say an all-in timing, but it's leaning towards that idea from Demu.
Yeah, definitely at the moment, and I mean, the Springle is out. No Springle yet from Demu. There's a Ram out. Camel Rider getting picked off.
She does one to work with, but she's not finding any entry. It's still kind of dicey to defend here, right? That Mango can be a little bit awkward. I have to see if Demu wants to add in the Springles. Like, if he gets hard on the gold in the next 30 seconds, you could just double Springle play here and catch Zerton off guard. You need to be quick.
Mangonel gets a shot off on the Gulams. Springle's not in position yet. There it is. Supposed to do a good amount of damage here to the Gulams now.
Can he bait forward of it? Nah, Zerton's going to be on point with the micro. A crossbow count is similar. Camel's going to ride around the back, though. The Springle did get a shot out, so Mangonel looks like it's going to go down. Good moves there by Zerton, but Demu, a little bit better. Keeps it up, but barely. And the Springle, what are you doing out here? Get back in there.
Springle being protected with the body block, but now the numbers for Zerton, they're not there.
Crackety, he never killed the Ram. The Ram is still going for
the reinforcements. The reinforcements are stuck on the Ram there, actually.
Oh my god, the A-clicks! Half of them were crossbows as well, which means that was not an efficient way of clearing a Ram. I wondered what was going on here, right? Because that fight looked like a definitive win for Demu, even though their military was neck and neck. But now, look at the difference maker. Another Mango coming into play, right? The repaired Mango that was injured but never killed. And a new Springle needing to be built by Zerton, and Demu heavy into that gold. We could be looking at a massive 1 or 2 Springles behind this alongside the Ram, at which point Zerton doesn't have an answer.
Yeah, Zerton, he is still securing some of the resources out on the map with his own walls now. He's gotten 2 relics in behind all of that, so is getting some value. Food income still looking good. Farm transition also coming in. Crossbowman having a little bit of a party there.
Oh, no, what's that villager doing there? Bruh.
Just hanging around.
Why are you not working? It's like, oh yeah, I'm in robes, so yeah, I'm just here. But they're still not moving. Like, Zerton has had 5 idle villages for a long time.
In the fight, it takes a lot of attention away.
What is? Where are the what are the rest of these people doing?
Trying to repair the Springle now, but Springle does survive somehow.
Oh. Yeah, but the Mango on the other side, this is a repair race right now. Like, it's kind of a Pyrrhic victory, right? You got rid of the Mango, but look at the difference in crossbow count in your own base.
That is a lot, and he's massing Gulams right now. That's not going to work against the crossbows.
Oh, man. No, this is just pain. And now, like, the house is being targeted. I mean, the good news, at least for Zerton, is so many of his units are dead. That's not going to be a problem anytime soon. Looks like Zerton did finally hit the all idle villagers and get them moving, but like, it's still a small difference that adds up fast when you're losing fights like this in your own base. Demu, just great identification with the double ranged upgrade. He can just stand here all day. That's another small edge he has, by the way, because Zerton only ever got the ranged 1 armor. He didn't get the 2.
Villagers now moving inside that TC. Definitely needs the added DPS of that TC fire.
That's cursed. That is so cursed. Like, there's so many villagers seeking shelter. Decent chunk are going to go down. And look at the difference now escalating. 8 villager advantage. Now, Zerton does have relics in the bank, right? 2 more on the way home. But damage is definitely scaling here. And the Gulam count, the second wave from Demu, is on the way.
Ram is getting taken down, though, by the Springle behind all of that. So that goes down, and Zerton for now is going to be able to hold. But behind that, Demu, look at his food income right now. Over 2,000 food per minute.
Yep.
And the farm transition is coming in now as well.
And look how much prettier his is, right? Like, oh, wow, Demu, it's so beautiful. Wow. Now look at Zerton's.
Oh, he's shifting the angle as well. Demu is now looking towards the left side of certain space, and there's only a palisade wall holding that.
I may get a little bit personal for middle-aged men, but the comparison of those two farm areas is like beautiful, luscious locks down to your shoulders versus I seem to have my hairline retreating quicker than the French in World War II, right? Like, it's inefficient for Zerton the way he set up his farms. It also means he has to spend more wood on mills as the game goes on, and now he's going to lose more villages as the wall has been breached. He'll run for the high hill, but the problem that I do see is that might be the last bit of gold he ever gets to touch in this game.
There's 1,000 gold in the bank, but yeah, it's definitely awkward right now. Outpost on the front line. It's getting taken down now by Mangonel. Yeah, getting cut out for it now. Getting condensed inside of his little Acropolis there. And Demu, he's not stopping. He wants to go further in.
I don't blame him, right? Like, this is kind of the trap of Hill and Dale. Where, you know, it's that false sense of security being on the high ground. It's like, yeah, if you're on the high ground, but it's kind of like a prolonged siege, right? At which point do we run out of food and start eating each other? I might explain why the villages are so cheap for the Abbasids.
Demu is finding that Zerton has collected most of the relics now, but this is a low point right now for Zerton in the game. 700 food per minute. Mango's taking some good shots there. Has to be careful though. Villagers on the repair job. Or not. Running past it.
What, they try and repair the enemy faces with like hammers? I don't think they even know where they're going anymore. It's getting messy, right? Like, I've noticed a few weird behaviors out of Zerton's villages, and the only upside of being pushed on the high ground here is at least you can keep a closer eye on your entire economy. What are you doing? Get moving, all right? There's no time for a break. We need that 4th relic, and we need it yesterday.
A couple of villagers just... They've been on the move there for a while from the looks of it. Finding his gold now, and Demu, he's got this nice little proxy going now in the middle. Has to keep there, lots of production buildings, siege workshops as well. It's going to be really difficult for Zerton to get Demu out of that middle, and he needs to at some point, because that's where all the resources are going to be.
It's kind of crazy the way that, like, Demu has a better farm line, more farms, yet he's also been the one exploiting mid-map resources. Like, sure, we can talk about the gold and the way Zerton played for that, but, like, when you talk about berries, deer, whatever it is, it feels like Demu's kind of had that 1-2 tap, and it's why he's able to do this. Imperial Age now on the way. Usually a death sentence in an Abbasid mirror, especially when you look at the size of Zerton's economy. That gap, 3,000 resources. It's not just getting the 3,000, it's then the extra 2 minutes it takes to get there.
Yeah, and here, the Ghulams, they're just ignoring the outpost there. Still doing a ton of damage to those villagers, and now Zerton, he's going to have to pull them away. Lots of villagers went down this game already, and the idle time is probably the biggest issue here for him. Now the outpost has been reinforced, so it's not going to go down anytime soon, but in time, even the reinforcements are going to fall to the Ghulams.
Now, there's an interesting thought here. Like, why does Demu want to go Culture Wing? Well, one, he's such a cultured, wonderful lad. But more importantly than that, it's actually a very big saving at this phase in the game. Usually you pay so much. You pay, what was it, 1,000 resources for your vet upgrade, or your elite upgrades, rather. It's okay. Preservation and Knowledge, good bang for buck. Allows you to kind of, like, streamline into a bigger army while upgrading them more efficiently.
Keep coming out from Demu, but the military units from Zerton are in position.
I like how he just leaves it there. He's like, no, I think I'll be back soon, but keep following me. Follow me to the afterlife, because guess what's coming from behind? Crossbow's looking for the backstab. Villagers will now return to their duty, and Zerton has to admit there's no way he can stop this keep.
Yeah, that's a ton of villagers trying to build that keep, and it's going to be at the same time when that keep finishes that Culture Wing is going to be coming in. And with that, in Imperial Age, with Zerton nowhere near it currently, with no gold in the bank and no access to gold at the same time, he's going to walk out now. He's going to find out that Demu has completely walled him off.
And you know what? I wouldn't blame him if he just GG's. Like, the crazy part is, look at his stone. He got enough for a keep drop, but it's going to take him so long to get through there. You might just see a pivot across by the army to intercept.
Is Demu getting a keep there? I see villagers from Demu on the right-hand side building something there. It's going to be an outpost. Okay, yeah, Zerton is just trying to burn through the wall.
It's just revealing you though, right? Like, sure, you're going to get through that many villages, but by the time you do, a few premium units come over here, might just block the keep outright. And yeah, he's deleting part of the wall, but that's not going to be enough of the wall deleted to drop the keep in a more safe position. You're going to have to come in range of this outpost.
And looks like the sprinkler placement is going to be coming in immediately. Villagers should be able to take the outpost down in time, though. So Demu, he has the information. Yeah, Culverin helps a lot here against these Castle Age units.
Oh, we're a little bit ambitious, though. Wait, Culverin. Colonel Culverin, calm down. We'll move towards the keep. Nice repair. Come on, one villager. Do it, Demu, with the one tap. There is one villager there, so realistically, he could keep that alive. Looks like Gulms have arrived north side, but keep goes up. So Zerton maybe giving himself a lifeline here.
He's got 4,000 food in the bank. It's just the gold that he's lacking right now. Reinforcement coming out on those outposts. As soon as the reinforcement comes in, it's going to be tough for the villagers to take the outpost down and be able to gather the gold.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, it's the Springles not going to be sniping you. So realistically, like, sure,
ooh, the timing.
You got this keep, but... Oh, no. No, just get out of here. This is not worth it.
And another Springles placement.
The worst part about this, he just clicked the tech up. So he's going to reach Imperial Age, but he's going to have no gold to play with.
Yeah, and he has to retreat there. What's he going to do? He's got 4 trebuchets out right now, trying to take down the keep in the middle, trying to access gold somehow. It's so difficult for him in this position. He has no map control.
He has no map control. He has no gold, right? He can't even consider trade because look where the trade posts are. Like, this is where the tension is now starting to draw, so that would be a risk. You'd also need gold to set up trade in the first place. You didn't go trade wings, so that's also just a terrible option. Just really trying to emphasize there, Ron, you do not trade here. Like, it's you either get control of that gold vein and start to kind of claw back into the game from there, or it's GG.
It looks like Zerton somehow managed to sneak in a couple of villagers at the left-hand side gold again.
Oh,
so he is getting gold there. Yeah. But look at that. Demu just finished up the first large gold vein, and there's going to be 50 villagers just moving over.
Shiv's out, boys. Let's push him out fast. I mean, tech up on the way, but farm's also on the front side. That's going to starve Zerton a little bit. He's got plenty of food in reserve, but the gold is still going to be the big question mark here. And yes, those are elite Gulam, which mean that they are going to eviscerate the front line of Zerton. Even if he does make it to Imperial Age, there's no army left to upgrade.
Yeah, now Culverin takes down one of the mangonels, and villagers just completely took down the entire gold income from Zerton. No gold to be gained at all anywhere right now. He's reaching Culture Age without any way of getting these elite upgrades.
Man, this was just such a great opening from Demu. Taking a matchup where historically the Eco Wing just smashes the melee, but understanding that the way Zerton was playing was way too condensed and not greedy enough of Eco Wing play, gives him a huge edge and propels him this far ahead 25 minutes in. That's going to be another one on the board for Benny himself. 3-2, and he finds himself on match point.
Looking good. He definitely needs that, and yeah, now it's going to be match point for Demu. In our best of 7. Can Zerton once again go for the equalizer here? Make it a 3-3 for final match point for both players? Or is Demu going to be able to close it out with a 4-2?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle. But, you know, the thing that we're looking towards here is you need those prolonged engagements, those prolonged games, rather, because I think that's where Zerton is starting to thrive. He needs to, I want to say, play incredibly clean and almost perfect in his first 15 minutes, because I don't know if it's... I want to say Demu is very clean at his early mid-game execution. It's either that there's cracks in that late game or it's just the way that Zerton plays. But I think something that really plays to Zerton's edge here is that wildness of new civs in particular. So I'm curious to see what we're going to be getting in game number 6. If we get something a little bit like weird, let's say like you whip out Byzantines. I mean, most people just kind of avoiding them in competitive right now, but let's say you go Byzantines. And Zerton plays like Hippodrome into aggression. Could lead to a game 7 pretty easily. Let's see what we got there.
Yeah, okay, okay, yeah, it's old civilizations only here, and we're gonna be seeing the Mongols playing up against the Ottomans in this one.
That is surprising. How do you feel about this matchup? Because I've got this bad feeling that, like, on Rocky River, Ottomans fare pretty well.
I think personally on Rocky River, Mongols are Probably better.
Yeah? What, the like
Yeah.
outpost play on the lake sort of thing?
I think in general, just being able to scale a little bit better. You go for that early Uvu, then you get the double production on
Yep.
the spearmen, and there's that certain amount of timing that it takes for the Ottomans to be able to get that vizier point in and able to boost those units up. It takes a little bit, and it's gonna be interesting to see if the timing adds up for Demu to be able to invest a lot into those pawns and be able to scale his economy better.
You know what I was thinking is like you actually just like I was thinking it's not the passive units, it's the racks and the spam that we've seen on maps like Kawasan and Golden Heights. Let's see how Demu wants to approach it. You seem to think that the Zerton on the Mongols going to be favored. I'm a fan of a longer series, but let's actually be a little bit of conflict in the casting booth here. I'll back the Ottomans in this one as we hop into map number 6. It is, of course, the combo meal. Rocky River. Part Rocky Canyon, part Dry River. Bidland's finest creation or his worst. If you say it's a good map, Crackety, he took inspiration from me. If you think it's a bad map, it was all Bidland's work. That's how I do this.
Frankenstein's monster out here right now, and I mean the map is cool. The map is definitely cool. Combining two maps, previous tournament maps they were a little bit similar in their layout, but like just taking all of the features and combining them. Having Rocky Canyon with all of these berry bushes in the middle, you take that onto a map that already has a ton of food in the middle with those shoreline fish. It becomes a very, very middle-centered focus map immediately, even more so than Dry River has ever been. We can see now. Demu, he's got that military school out. Spearman is going to be in queue now.
Yeah, and the insane part for me, by the way, is really the berries. I think this is going to be a great map for Japanese. Right, because like you can play, like you have multiple reasons to come out in the center. Fishing because you get them cheaper. You have the berries, which will gather faster. I think they're going to be a surprisingly effective pick here. Not sure how much we're going to see of it because I feel like Japanese are one of those beautiful civs that functions really well on most maps. But there's the racks added in. Yeah, this is what I thought was going to happen. So it's going to be delayed play onto the water, which is something you can get away with because you know the Mongols will not rush water. They have to spend 150 wood on the Uvu, and then they have to spend on the racks as well. So similar investment from both players' openings here.
Yeah, Japanese definitely one of the strongest civilizations on this map. I feel like on hybrid maps especially, Japanese just feel very, very dominating at the moment. And Demu, he did go for his additional barracks, so he is going to be going all in on that spearman aggression kind of play here for now. Zerton, double producing a spearman and now producing further from that barracks. It's going to slowly but surely mess up his units, and it takes a little bit longer for the military school to produce as many spearmen as the double production with the Uvu does. And as long as the game goes longer and longer, we always have to think about there being a little bit of an additional bonus early on when it comes to the wood for the Mongols, as they don't have to build any houses. And those little bonuses, they kind of can add up. And that's usually why Mongols are one of the better civilizations on these hybrid maps, not having to spend any wood on houses at all. Means that they can invest that wood onto these pawns and get multiple docks out on many locations. Now, the Ottomans also get similar bonuses. Their military buildings and their docks only cost 100 wood. So they save up a lot there as well.
Yeah, I think that the other thing that makes this scary is what you say is really important. I think when you get to like 25, 30 spears, but often these engagements are decided more close to like 15. That's scary because if we're deciding at that point, that means the first vizier point's coming in. And if that's the imams, there's a reason why Ottomans are so popular in water hybrid maps, right? It's not just the cheaper racks, the cheaper docks. It's the fact that if you want to turn this into a spearman mosh pit, I have AoE healing and you have no way of killing it.
Yeah, those vizier points, you definitely have to either take fights before the vizier points come in or get the age up in after they do. And it's going to be an interesting timing here. So far, neither of the players went out onto any of these pawns to try and get a dock up. So no greedy play out of either one of them right now. Just trying to respect the other opponent. And looks like Zerton is going to be trying to go for an age up here. Already gathered up a lot of gold here.
This is dangerous. This is like really dangerous because if you think about where his Uvu placement is, like if you don't keep pace with Demu's spear count, he will just burn down the Uvu and you're 150 wood behind, right? Like, yeah, you have tech advantage, sure, but it can kind of slow down your escalation because usually the power of the Mongols with these openings comes around the double production, right, out of a single building.
And now we see Demu. He's got 9 spearmen out, more in queue, Zerton. He's got 8 at the moment. Might also be able to just get another double produced batch in very, very soon. For now, with his numbers, is going to be able to deter Demu from attacking on that Uvu. And the Silver Tree is now getting rushed up with 8 villagers.
Yeah, that's smart by Zerton. The moment you see these spearmen attacking the Uvu, like you understand you're about to get out zerged here, right? That you can't match the spearman count because you want that tech. So good read there. I've seen plenty of players do this with like 4 or 5, and they just lose the Uvu and they get the racks forced to pack up. It's a really bad position to be in. But Demu, look at that. He instantly reads this as like, there's a reason you're not actually clashing with me right now. I know I have the number advantage, but I know the window's very thin. So instead of committing to more spears, he goes for the twin minaret madrasa.
Yeah, no, Zerton going with that Silver Tree now. On, I think it was Rocky Dry River, there is no market. But
Yes.
on Rocky Canyon, there is a market. And the market does get taken over into this game, into this map. So we do have markets here. This can potentially be a trade map for the Mongols. Now Silver Tree completes.
Did someone try to sass you and say otherwise, Crackety? Point at me at them, I'll hit them with a stick. I think there's enough spears, I can borrow one from them. Now, yes, this is, how to describe this? It's like, I'm pretty sure Balon done these, because he done the original ones for EGC, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure he just looked at this and like, man, I like so much about these 2 maps. It's like, you know when you got like a kid and you're like, do you want vanilla ice cream? Or do you want raspberry cheesecake? And the kid's like, both. That was Bidlin when making this map. I like all of it, so we'll just slap it all on. It is quite a heavily saturated map, actually, when you think about the resources.
Yeah, there's just so much food in the middle of the map to be gained, and so far still, no dock yet from either player, and that's a wise decision. Matter now coming out. So first Vizier point has been coming in. Probably now is going to be time that Demu tries to go for some aggression here. Both players got archer ranges out. Double production, though, for the Mongols means that he's going to be able to scale his archer production a little bit quicker than Demu is.
Yeah, and I think it's a really smart play by Demu to not just waste points in the Imam. If you know it's going to turn into an archer fight, Imam's the worst point investment in the entire game. So this is really cool, the strategic layering here. I hate when this turns into a blunder. I've seen it so many times where even the best players, they'll play against Ottomans on these hybrid maps, and they'll fall for the Spearman mosh pit. But Zerton, man, it takes a lot of composure and a lot of kind of like discipline to realize when you're being baited. So this was a great read from the Mongols.
Yeah, now Silver Tree is setting up in the corner of the map, and with that, the trade is now going to commence here. Certain, and slowly but surely, he's going to eke himself out a nice little economy lead that way. Khan, in the meantime, getting a lot of scouting information. Demu now switched his military production over to the Sipahi with the military schools.
Yeah.
Still a lot of archers coming out from Certain, and it's definitely nice as the Mongols to be able to get those archer numbers out. A little clash happening now.
Okay, that
Almost
was
goes down.
scary. Yeah, the meta's down to half HP. That was a little bit of a blunder. Demu, I don't think he actually wanted to commit that close. So almost immediately losing the meta. That would have been detrimental considering he did use the Vizier point for that. So we'll back away.
Yeah, very expensive unit. You don't want to lose that. And
That's
now,
so bad as
on
well,
the
'cause,
retreat.
like, because you lost half the HP pool on the meta, you can't do this clutch thing where you rally form with him in a formation to get the movement speed, and he gets stabbed like 4 times, because you will lose him. So, like, great read by Demu to just accept these spearmen are going to get slapped in the back, and just reset back home.
Yeah, army count right now, looking good for Certain. First couple of traders now make their way over. Can we take a look and see just... Oh, look at that trade position right now. He's actually going for the markets from Demu first. That is going to be unexpected.
That's really cool as well, because like you could see by the positioning of the fight that Demu is posturing north side as well. So really crafty bugger here. That positioning in general has a similar effect to what you see on like, you know, Prairie, where it's like, oh no, you blocked out one of the trades. Anyway, I'm just gonna go to the other side. So cool usage there. Does miss out on a little bit of gold by doing this, but it's safer this way. And if you think about the comp that Zerton's building, he doesn't really care about the gold. So that switch over of where the traders go would only really matter once it's a point where the Silver Tree is returning food and wood.
Yeah, exactly. And now we do see Demu sending his military out to that neutral trade post. Not going to be able to find any traders over there.
Dude, just watch the army. I wish we had like a camera perspective right now. Where Demu's like, huh? Did he just not build traders? Is he on the other side of the map? Do I now have to run all the way to the other side of the map? Come on.
Is he pulling mind games on me? Yeah, sort of.
Yeah, well, this used to be like the mind games thing actually sits in your mind because that used to be a really popular strategy, right? Like I remember Recon and Mr. loved that strat, the double production of traders, and then you stopped, right? Because your opponent then just has to act as if he needs to shut down trade, and you just go fast castle anyway. But the fact is they built a crappy feudal army that you now counter. So it's definitely something I imagine that you've had that happen as well more recently, where you have to act as if that build is coming out.
Yeah, mind games can definitely be very, very annoying. Like, even if you scout it, feeding false information onto your opponent can also be very tricky. There's a build right now with the Byzantines where you don't put any villagers on gold, you go heavily into olive oil, then you just sell all the olive oil, go for Castle Age without even putting a single villager onto gold.
Which, by the way, like I get that olive oil is valuable and they traded a lot, but why do the Mongols not get to sell their stone, but the Byzantines get to sell their olive oil? That is kind of wild, right?
Please don't fix it.
No. I'm not saying to fix that. I'm saying we let the Mongols sell their rocks.
Sure. But yeah, Mongols right now, archer count building up very, very strongly right now. There's only 2 Spahi out on the field and 16 spearmen out for Demu. There's only a single Kashik out right now, so the army from Demu feels significantly weaker right now than what Zerton has out on the field.
Yeah, like Demu right now, it's kind of that split identity of what you want to do. The scary part is like, I think you're on the clock to a certain extent, where if you don't start fighting soon, this trade is kicking in, and you're already seeing what you get from that if you're Mongols. It's the not Spy, there's Keshiks. Keshiks that will beat the crap out of Sipahi, so. I hope that Demu is going to try to force a fight soon. Sitting back doesn't work against Mongol trade, as we've seen so often.
Now, first trader of the game gets found out, gets taken down by Demu's army here. He's been around there the entire time, yeah. He's
trading.
Just slow.
But, okay, imagine if Zerton done that on purpose to make him think he needs to just camp here. Dude, the mind games.
But yeah, this definitely does make Demu feel, oh, okay, there is trade. It's just very, very slowly happening. But this is a false sense of... Yeah, this is a false sense of superiority right now that Demu has. And it looks like now he just found out, okay, the trader is actually going to the other market. Now he's going to be looking for it. Zerton's army has to move right now. Kashik also gets some value here. 1 villager goes down, but now Zerton's army really has to move, and he must protect those traders there.
He doesn't realize. Like, if you check his vision right now, I'm pretty sure he's as blind as a bat here. Finally gets the notification the traders are being attacked. But that stealth force also just giving a little bit extra smuggle time. And Zerton, look where his army is. It's been sitting back at the TC. It's nowhere near to intercept this.
Demu's retreating for some reason. He's not going to pressure that trade. Oh, Zerton once again put the rally point for the trade over to the other market.
Back I go. It's annoying because it is actually scaling to his advantage right now. One thing that Demu has done that's quite interesting, he did get that Imam point. Very dangerous to do against this many archers. It's not that difficult for them to just kind of like sneak in, stab you down, get out, especially if the movement speed arrow is utilized. But, well, can't with the car now.
Goes out. Oh, the traders, once again, get found out. Zerton has to react to this. Come on, you can't tell me that he's not gonna...
Like, he's just gonna lose... Oh my god, he's just gonna lose 5 villagers here. Chase down. Okay, so it looks like he'll just send the spy off. That's still gonna just pick 2 or 3 of these, and that's also now gonna be an outpost going down. He really needs to cancel that go, or that's another 100 wood just burn or nothing. Trader got killed as well. This is getting bad for Zerton fast. It's 72 versus 53. If this was kind of like a bait and you don't lose anything, trade still trickles through. But now, with losses like that, Demu is rising.
Yeah, this is very difficult. I mean, we as observers, we know right now that the army composition for Zerton, it used to be a lot better for a long time. But now we're getting into a point in time where Demu suddenly has more archers, and he has the constant buff there with the matter going for them. I see a couple more Kashiks coming out, trying to go for a raid, but it's starting to get really difficult. Demu is building an army that can just steamroll Zerton now.
Yeah, because if he sees these, like, if you see this here, you probably just start to dive into the base, which I think is exactly what Demu is doing. He's like, okay, yeah, I might lose a few villagers here, I might lose a few units, but now I'm going to start forcing these uncomfortable fights. Zerton, he's missing the calm, which means he's missing the attack speed arrow. Meanwhile, your opponent has that attack speed buffer and just got additional vizier points. So, temporary reset for Demu, but the other thing that I'm worried about here, you see the issue for Zerton with this fight. He doesn't have the range damage increase. That's another area where Demu is stomping him.
Yeah, has the blacksmith upgrades. Now some villager idle time is getting forced with the Keshix. Zerton now moving out once again. And Demu, he's prepping the Rams. He wants to go for the all-in.
Don't blame him. Now, it's kind of dicey up against the Mongols, right? Because they'll just pack up and walk away. But if they're packed up and walking, they ain't producing. That's good enough for him. So temporarily, Demu will give a little bit of space here. Now, he's not got Castle Age on the mind. He's looking for a way to end this game. Trade is still occurring on that left side, probably about 8 traders. I don't think that's going to be enough. Sapahi just tank him for that front line, right? That's all he really needs right now, because the thing that Zerton is lacking is a tank of his own. Only a few Keshiks now stabbing for the backside, but Spearman quick to react with the pullback. So Zerton just kind of disabled from this fight. If this turns into an archer-on-archer exchange, that is always going to favor the Ottomans. In fact, those Keshiks literally just ran by, got killed off, and wondered what their role was.
Overall, though, this wasn't the worst trade right now for Zerton. The destruction value is actually in his favor right now.
He's doing a good job, actually. The Spearman count. Wait, was that the last one? Oh, Demu. Imam keeps the meta alive, but barely.
Oh, he's going again.
I mean, I don't blame him right now. Look at the archer count. He's still with the aura working here, and Zerton, he needs to overkill into the meta, finally gets rid of it. But after all is said and done, and they're reduced on both sides, I'm wondering, like, who comes out ahead? Like, Zerton looks like he might have enough gold to now go raiding with Keshiks if he cleans up these archers.
Barracks isn't being packed up, loses that building, pulls some villagers now to repair. Imams aren't getting sniped out right now. Rams are falling back. Archer count here still looking good for Zerton, but the reinforcements.
Those imams are permanent though, right? Like, that's now just a critical loss in a game where you're not going Castle Age. I think Demu, he read this as an easy reap, but in the end, he's the one who ends up 6 feet under after that. Barely any archers remaining. Rams aren't going to get cleaned up, sure, but the thing I want everyone to be conscious of is the trade is still going. It's bustling. Look at the eco difference in this game now. 20 ahead for Zerton in climbing.
And the Keshiks are eking out ahead now. Archer numbers very low, not able to immediately snipe out all of those Keshiks. And the last Imam remaining is on very, very low health right now.
Yeah, and now that's like the last life. No, oh my god, there's another building. Please tell me he doesn't lose this because he has no buildings, because that would be the worst way for this to go, because right now Zerton is building a lead. Despite what's happening on the military count, right, it's like these Keshiks are quite tanky and the eco is scaling behind this. But I've got to give it to Demu. He's somehow scraping this out. The second line of reinforcements. This is not easy to do, by the way. A fight that kind of looked even, and then you get this awkward issue where your opponent has production advantage. But because Zerton loses the racks and the archery range, he now lacks the ability to scale that back line.
This is a very difficult position all of a sudden for Zerton. He lost all of the archers. Now he does have an Uvu somewhere. Does have 500 stone in the bank, but no production on that Uvu. Could be getting 5 double produced archers out.
I mean, this is tough. Like, this is a game where if it wasn't for those Rams, like those Rams, which, by the way, let's be real, I think everyone, us included, were like, that's a wasted investment. That's not doing anything. These Rams were MVP. These Rams are the reason why Demu is now got Zerton on the ropes, and look at where he's going. To the backline trade. If he shuts that down, if he turns the valve on that, prevents that production of Keshiks, Zerton really doesn't have a leg to stand on from there.
Zerton is heavily pivoting into more and more Keshiks now. Meanwhile, there's not too many Spearmen remaining for Demu. This could also be a big factor here. Now the archer numbers are buffing, getting buffed up again. Does now have an archery range on that Uvu. And if Demu commits here, he might get caught off guard. Actually, never mind. The Keshiks aren't going there.
God.
Villagers.
It's not just villagers, it's traders. There's just so many archers. They're going to snipe out the trade. They're probably going to snipe out 6, 7 of these villages. And that's considerable losses considering the passive scaling. Demu, which, by the way, behind this is now contemplating Castle Age. He's willing to trade the archers out to get the age-up advantage and shrink Zerton's eco.
Zerton only now turning around only with the archers, though. Doesn't have enough archers here. He needed to be there with the Keshiks as well. He could have cleaned up the entire army there at that point in time.
This is messy, man. This is so messy. Like, look across the map, the scattering of everything here from both sides, right? Zerton's trying to put out a million fires. Demu is just running around the neighborhood with Molotov cocktails in his hands. And while he's doing that, he's buying up all the property at a discount. And what I mean by that is he's getting the big greed advantage. Food's about to be gathered. Castle Age is on the horizon. And because Zerton on a delay reacts to this with the Keshiks, he now has no way of punishing it.
Right, now the Keshiks are running behind all of those archers. But the archers, they're just running down the trade. Zerton needs to pull the traders.
No! Like,
You.
could you offer him more right now? It's like you've just stuck Demu in a chair, put him in front of a conveyor belt, and you're feeding him cake. He could be happier.
He's not sending the traders back. And now the Mehmet Imperial Armory is coming in. Zerton, his food income right now, he is far away from the next stage. And the economy count is pretty much equalized.
I mean, honestly, like he's like, okay, we're pretty much even. You got any more trades you want to send through, or is that it? It looks like the good news, at least, is Zerton has sent the trade the other bloody way, but the damage surely is already done. And keep in mind, folks, this is not a weak tech up. After losing those archers, they will almost be neck and neck in terms of military count. And sure, the Keshiks are a premium unit, but up against Castle Age variants, they're going to look pretty weak.
And behind that Demu, he's now massing up Spearman and Sipahi. Sipahi, also very, very strong raid unit. And with the veterancy upgrade, I mean, as soon as they find any villagers, and there are a bunch of grouped up villagers right now for certain on different resources, if he finds them, he can kill them out very, very quickly.
Don't mind if I do. Might also find villagers down on the berry line. This, dude, it's somehow just turned into such a scrappy mess. This was bold, by the way. Demu, he's been playing out into berry patches despite the fact he's up against Keshiks because he just doesn't care. Straight in on the trade, activates the Fortitude. Zerton will see no pennies slipping into his piggy bank as his Keshik count is likely to just stall entirely.
Raiders still moving into the Sipahi.
Oh, God.
How looking for value.
How is it actually turned into this, Crackety? This is the messiest, bloodiest, most beautiful game we've had all series.
It's a lot of mental fortitude, I gotta say. Okay, Zerton, get some more villager kills here.
It's like, really want those berries. Come on, don't do it to me, buddy. Okay, I'll take out the traders on the other side. One Keshik is not going to win that fight. Army now comes in to clean up, and B's upgraded. That's going to be an instant wipe of half the Keshiks. No other reaction elsewhere. Dive comes into the base. We'll find one or two villages for his trouble. Zerton doing everything he can to play the Mongol like that rampant horde everywhere at once because it's the only way he'll be able to get back in this game.
Archers got stuck a little bit on that mining camp with the A move. Still 9 Keshiks out on the field, but the income, it feels like Zerton, he's so far away right now from the next age. Demu, though, he's been a knight on gold, so he's not getting any upgrades, but does he need to? Because Zerton is just feeding him value here all the time.
I mean, I'm going to upgrade that. That Sipahi earned a promotion. He's now the Colonel. Good God. And the Colonel cannot be stopped. Keshik's now arriving here. But those Sipahi, they haven't yet been upgraded. It seems Demu's not really interested in that right now, prioritizing the spears and the archers for good reason. It means his quality can beat the quantity here. This is going from bad to worse, because the issue is now this is like a spiraling death circle right now for Zerton, right? If he can't scale the trade, he can never maintain army count and tech up. And he has to know as time goes on, this is a losing battle. But maybe he can turn it around if he finds picks like this. Catches the villagers once again playing greed, takes out a few of them, and forces the reaction from Demu maybe earlier than he wanted.
This is still an archer-on-archer battle. And with these numbers right now, even the upgrade doesn't really do too much here. Still 2 metas remaining.
I mean, I think he loses all the archers here. If Zerton stays here, he just dies. Like, yeah, line formation, just run for the high hills. This is more ground forfeited, and do you know what the depressing part is? He just dealt with the Sipahi on his trade. Are we about to see archers, the hungry hippos, come back again? I think so.
And behind that, the first mangonel has come out as well. Now there are 9 Keshiks out, but Keshiks, right now, they only have 4 armor against a unit that has 8 pierce damage.
Meta, like, he hates his life. He's gone. So Aura's at least been removed. It's still a castle versus feudal age unit. Keshik's raiding on the side is going to be the big deal here. Once again, Demu just kind of playing sticky on these berry patches and being punished for it. But Demu does have that strong hit point, right? This mangonel is a shark in a water full of poor, malnourished teenagers. I wondered where I was going with that. I was like, what is going to die to a shark? Pretty much anything.
Oh, Keshiks take down the knight there. Lots of idled out villagers here.
He needs food. Like, that's the issue right now. Look how many villages there are and look at his food right now. 23 food and that's it.
Yeah, the question's gonna be: is Demu's standing army enough right now to really dive into what Zerton has, or rather be able to protect himself?
Right? Like it's kind of weird that this archers, their effective HP, it's 10 extra, like a 10%. Like what was that? So percentage-wise, it's actually higher than 10%. It's like what, 20% higher than what it would be if you were feudal. So if you just body block any charge into the Mangonel, you got to remember, like, the damage difference means these Keshiks also get the teeth kicked out of them. Speaking of which, the villagers are psychos. Like, what was that? The fact that he ran away as well, I was like, nope. We don't mess with them.
Out of position potentially.
Okay, Demu, I think he knows it's dead, so he's just going to try to extract as much value on the Keshiks. We'll snipe out a few of them. Army count, more even here in terms of firepower. Raw numbers have to be there for Zerton, though, as the exchanges come in. Meta's going to move to the backside of the formation. And, well, Keshiks will just try to take out those reinforcements with just 1 or 2 men at arms. The A-clicks, man. How is that man alive?
So he's going back in, though. Gets sniped out this time around. But the army from Zerton is evaporating behind this.
And the problem is, like, when this happened last time, he had, like, 8 Keshiks that were raiding. Look at the Keshik count now. Look at where they are. In fact, he's going to get wiped here because of the 3 men at arms. It truly could just be a Jean type effect where just 3 heavily armored units force the GG, and Demu will head on through the EGC finals with a 6-2, or 4-2 rather, win over Zerton in this best of 7.
Indeed, and man, what a series this has been. Every single game looked very, very close in this one, and in the end now, Demu is going to be able to make it into the EGC final. It's going to be one of our 12 qualified players. Only 2 spots in the qualifiers here. All the others have been directly invited due to past tournament wins that they've gotten in.
The big gummy dubs,
yeah. And now there is only going to be 1 spot remaining, and it's going to be either Anaton or Balon. We're going to take a very short break now after this set, and after that we'll be bringing you Anaton versus Balon in the last best of 7 to determine who will take the last spot in the EGC finals.
Let's put it like this, folks. Game 1, kind of a snoozer. Had to wait for a wonder for a GG, but the way this series ended, take this from a man who got less than 3 hours of sleep and is already 12 hours into casting today. It was like a slap to the face. So you better be awake, because this next series is going to be just as hype as this one after a break.
See you in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
The Grenadier. The Grenadier was a soldier who threw hand grenades in battle. The concept of troops being equipped with grenades dates back to the Ming Dynasty, when Chinese soldiers stationed on the Great Wall would use the weapons. The first use of grenades in Europe was by the Austrian and Spanish armies, and then later in England during the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. The French introduced such soldiers into the French Royal Army during the reign of Louis XIV. Grenadier usage declined in the 18th century, though the need for elite grenade-throwing troops remained. The Ribaud-de-Caen. The Ribaud-de-Caen, also known as an organ gun, was a medieval volley gun which was used from the 14th until the 17th century. As the Ribaud-de-Caen was relatively light and mobile, it was more suitable for engaging enemy personnel rather than fortifications. The first known Ribaud-de-Caen was used by the army of Edward III of England in 1339 during the 100 Years' War, and they were then used in the Wars of the Roses. King Louis XII of France had a Ribaud-de-Caen with 50 barrels, all of which fired at once. These incredibly powerful weapons were commonplace throughout Europe, all the way into the 17th century.
Back one and all to the EGC Finals Qualifier. We've already discovered one of our people that will make it through to the main event. Congratulations to Demu with his 4-2 win in that best of 7 versus Zerton. Commiserations, of course, guy to Zerton. Look forward to seeing what he can do in 2024. But Crackety, we still have one more ticket to give away.
Indeed. And it's going to be decided between Anaton and Balon. And we can already see the draft here. It's going to be Malians versus French on Gorge. Now, we saw how that worked out earlier with Jeanne d'Arc representing the French. It wasn't pretty. It definitely wasn't pretty. Now, Demu did put on a strong showing there with Jeanne d'Arc, but Zerton definitely was able to hold there. And the Malians, they definitely can play into that sort of like very compressed base, very compressed economy, because they don't have to really move out and like go into farms, go out to deer. They can just stack up with the cattle ranches and they'll be completely fine. And yeah, we're gonna have to see if Balon, I mean, I know Balon's French is very, very strong. Maybe he knows exactly how to play this one. We're gonna have to wait and see. 2 more minutes remaining in that one. In the meantime, though, bottom right-hand side, EGCTV community support goal. We are already 880 points in. If we can get that to 1,000 today, we're going to flip the cameras around again.
That's no. So what you do is cracky. What you do is you say 950. We flip the cameras around, because then you definitely get to 1,000 because they want to flip it back. Boom. See, it's already beginning. Johan coming in with a 5. Thank you very much for that. On top of that, by the way, guys, it's always important to remind you, if you want to have an additional way to support EGC, I know some people prefer to get all the money as much as possible over to EGC. Be sure to check out the Patreon. I believe we still have that promise that if we ever reach 1,000 supporters on Patreon, we'll have to host a LAN.
Yeah, the EGCTV Vegas LAN on Pesty's Yacht out there. Petsty's gonna rent a yacht exclusively for that. I'm not sure how many ponds or rather like rivers Vegas has. I know that it's roughly positioned in like a desert environment. We're gonna have to wait and see, but they got the money. They got the money. They can make it possible.
Yeah, you just get like, I mean, there's like those giant fountains. Just build a little yacht on there. Boom. all sorted.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean they can get an Eiffel Tower out there. They might as well just put it in an ocean.
There you go. Well, by the way, I'm not a liar, Warrickson. I said if we get a level 10 subtrain, blame Twitch for the subtrain not working. That wasn't me. Okay, I'm not to blame for that. Oh man.
Another subtrain though has arrived. So if we get that one to level 10, casters once again will switch positions on the camera. So always exciting to see. I mean, you see Crackery from the right, you see Crackery from the left, KP from the left, KP from the right. Absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I even see Hamlet coming in with the sub. Keep them coming, guys. We've got 20 seconds to go. If you're quick enough on the subs, you even get shouted out by us when we're in game. It's a little bit harder to draw away from the action, especially considering I'm expecting a lot of action out of these two. Something we talked about beforehand, before we came on camera, is that Balon and Anaton, two aggressive players in their nature. Balon being AoE 1 pro, and Anaton being like a second coming of B, I think is the complimentary way it's been described. But let's see who's going to be setting the pace. Time to kick off our second finals to see which other player will be joining Demu in the main event of EGC finals. Let's get to it. Balon versus Anaton, game number 1.
And here we go. Spawning in on the color red, playing as the Malians. We got 3D Anaton. We're over here playing on Gorge. One of the maps that we had in the last Red Bull tournament now made its way over to the live game, not just as a mod, but as a fully playable map on the ladder as well. On the opposite side, playing as the French in the color blue, we've got Balon. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Opens up with an early mill here, so could be opting for a very, very early wheelbarrow here.
Yeah, typically we see the wheelbarrow coming out about 2/3 of the way through the, or maybe about halfway through the landmark being constructed, so it's complete upon tech up. So it's kind of interesting to see it this early. Does mean you're not going to have as tight of a timing around your initial night, but if Balton's goal is to play like multi-TC, then it makes a lot of sense why he's prying the wheelbarrow this early. But interesting series, right? Like we just highlighted in the lobby. These are two aggressive players in their nature. If you're not familiar with Anaton, get familiar fast. This guy made quite the name for himself in the free-for-alls, but is also known as kind of like just being that scrim partner for B, doing absolutely chaotic builds. And Balon, a man with some history behind him, played a lot of Age of Empires 1. And for anyone who's actually played Age of Empires 1, they'll know that game is just relentless aggression. There's nothing but full send in AoE 1.
Indeed, in full send, it might just be, with the French, one of the most aggressive civilizations in the game. Interestingly enough, Balon, he's gathering up a lot of wood right now. I'm not sure if this is going to be a late barracks coming out from him here, potentially. Yeah, I think it's going to be a barracks. I'm not sure exactly what he's going to try and achieve with that. Yeah, it feels like it. He's going for something, and there it is. Barracks is coming up. A little bit delayed here, but he's going to try and aggress onto the pit mine from the Malian player, I assume.
Does this seem like a good investment, though? Like, because you're eventually going to be stuck with spears against Donzos, which are just better.
Yeah, and the Donzos are going to have the fuel age upgrade on them. I'm not sure about this, and yeah, Donzos are something that Anaton wants to make anyways, mainly because he's going to want to be able to deal with the knights at some point as well. Balon's still heavily on wood right now.
Man, this is what he has to be, right? It's not just the rats, you now have to afford the spearmen, so it's kind of dicey for him. If he goes up to like 7 or 8 spearmen, I have to start favoring Anaton. Like maybe you burn a house or two, it's a little bit annoying, but you've kind of just given him the opening. So I'm really hoping there's something tricky here from Balon. Like imagine if he went Chamber of Commerce and then just went Archer Spears, right? Like something so weird that this Malian normal build gets thrown off.
Might be, but now Mansaquari is getting rushed up with 6 villagers. Anaton has 4 villagers on wood behind this, is looking for his own production buildings upon age up. And the first spearmen are now arriving. 3 already out there for Balon.
Now, the upside for him is this is a forward spawn gold, right? So it's going to be exposed. We quite often see forward spawn golds at the moment. Funnily enough, usually when the Malians win these games, it's almost like the golds are trying to be in their base, or the base of their opponents. So
there is value in that. Outpost up as well.
Okay, this is a bit better now. I'm starting to like this more because now it means if you deny the pit, there's a prolonged effect here. Because look at where the next gold is for Anaton. It's a shift north, right? Or south. Either way, you're going to be far out of your base. Somewhere that the French can exploit you.
Now I love this opening. Going up with the outpost here as well. It all works, like it's all coming together in a way, in a sense here. Behind that, Balon is now sending 4 over to gold, so he's going to be able to go for a quick feudal age now behind this. Probably going to reach feudal age roughly at like 5 minutes 30, maybe 6 minutes in.
This is smart though. Like, I mean, basically what Balon has done is he's decided, like, it almost looks like he misclicked the blue flag, right? He's playing Mongols, but it's not him being a noob or anything like that. What this is implied odds, right? Like when you see French, you know they're going to go for knights, right? They're going to rush up their feudal age, they're going to get knights out. This is him using that perceived image against his opponent. You would not expect French players to do this. And that also explains why he went for the wheelbarrow immediately to ensure this villager came in on that very tight timing. Smart plays out of Balon.
Indeed, has exactly 5 spearmen, so is able to fully fit out that outpost with his units. And now archers coming out from Anaton. Gonna be interesting to see if maybe he just wants to snipe some reinforcements or try to get some damage, counter damage in on Balon's economy. But the thing is, Balon is soon gonna be going up to the next age, and then he's gonna be able to produce knights.
Yeah, but I don't think you I legit don't think you build any more spears, right? Like he only needed 5, he got them all there. And that's the whole purpose of the outpost, is like if he didn't have the outpost, he can only burn houses. But now he can take out the pit mine and the houses, and Anaton can't stop it because he only has archers. Ah, it was a smart read. And you know, some people highlight like B done something similar. I could believe it. Like I think I might have been casting that game. The reality is like B and Anaton do scrim a lot together. Definitely shows.
Oh, villager on the front line.
What?
Gets taken down by the outpost.
Wow.
Gold in the bank for Balon as well to get a knight out.
Dude, the crazy part is like because of what I just said that B and Anaton like scrim a lot together. Like you'd think he'd know how to deal with this build, right? Like you'd hope he knows how to deal with this build.
An archer potentially going down as well. Lose a lot of health at least to that outpost.
Dude, if he comes anywhere nearby, just a sneeze would kill him. The worrying part as well is you've just built archers like against, you know, a school of cavalry is coming, right? Like, would it not have been better to just get jabs, have that extra range, have the forward counter out, and then return for Donzos afterwards?
Yeah, now he's going to be in a very difficult position, and Knight's going to be in queue immediately, I suspect now. There we go. Knight comes out. First javelin throw is now going to be in queue for Anaton. But that's going to be late, and the archers that he has out already, they're not really be able to achieve anything. Pitmine gets built, but it gets scouted out immediately by Balon Scout.
Yep, that's what I was worried about, because the Knight's being queued up. Look, Balon even queues up a horseman because they're going to produce quicker, right? Like, he just wants to deny that before it gets completely built, get a villager for his troubles, and then burn it down afterwards. And this is looking pretty rough right now for Anaton. Like, you're already falling behind on villagers because you will against the French. Usually that's fine because gold. You have no gold.
And Anaton has to be careful as well. I mean, if all of those houses get sniped out, he's going to be completely housed right now. He's already close to getting housed with those first initial houses going down. 33 out of 40 right now.
Dude, like, the Knight should be beelining for that north side. Because the problem now is, like, okay, what you do is you upgrade arrow slits in the outpost and you move north, right? And then if your opponent comes out to contest that, you have a Knight. Like, he will just instantly die. So Anaton has to wait for, like, 5, maybe 6 Donzos just to be safe about this. Oh, this is crazy. I think, yeah, Balon, like, he's going second TC behind this, right? Like, he's gathered way too much stone. So this is 100% going to be a double TC play after completely constricting the Malians' opening.
And now Knight is coming out. There are some Donzos out here, so the Knight and the Horseman will have to retreat. Villager survives with a brink of health left.
That was really creative, though. What Balon done with that Horseman, it wasn't just about getting it out quicker. It's the fact that because the Horseman's there, you can throw him at the initial Spearman in case a brace comes out. That was an interesting read. Doesn't work out for him, so Pit Mine is still going to go up, but this is still a 1 Pit Mine Malian right now.
Yeah, only 1 Pit Mine, and I mean, at least it's like one of the larger Pit Mines, but it's a lot of lost value. And the second TC now also coming out, and Balon, he's already got a 5 villager lead with the French. Unlike Jeanne d'Arc, he does get his villagers out quicker, and yeah, this economy lead is already paying off right now.
Yeah, and keep in mind that it's not just that you get better value out of your TCs, that you get them a little bit quicker than Jean, because the other thing is your mining camps cost less, right? So it's like it's a nitpicky thing, but 25 resources, that's basically 2.5 drop-offs before wheelbarrow. Small things that add up here, right? And they're going to add up quicker because it's already a game where everything for Anaton is thrown out of whack. This is hard from like a game sense perspective. I think you know what I'm talking about, Crackty, where like you play out all these different formats, you get a feeling for how things are meant to flow. How do you know, like, how many times have you played this exact circumstance out? This is weird as all hell against the French.
100%, but I think Anaton probably just managed to scout out the second TC here from Baltune, so he should be aware of what's going on here, and he should be aware that he probably needs to go for really, really aggressive counterattack soon. And Baltune, he's also got his archery range out now, so it's gonna be the 3, like the 1-1-1, the 1-1-1 kind of composition here from the French. Gonna be really strong. Warrior Scout gets the villagers to reposition there.
Still, right now, that TC placement, right? It's just like you could even start to add in additional production there to shorten the route of reinforcements. Anaton does have the military advantage right now, but that won't hold for long here. You know, he still hasn't set up the second pit mine, right? He's still just playing one. I think he's also, if I'm not mistaken, gathering off berries because he's kind of constricted on the gold count.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot right now. I mean, military-wise, Anaton is looking great, but he doesn't have what it takes in order to get that outpost down that Baltune has, since it's got the emplacement on it and 5 units inside with 10 damage each. It's very difficult to attack onto that. And every time Baltune moves to attack that pit mine, actually, is Anaton moving onto the outpost? He is. He is moving onto the outpost now. The spearmen are still inside.
Yeah, if you wrap around the back here, though, you can just try to engage the archers and force the spears to reposition, so the torch damage won't be there. But Baltune seems a little bit hesitant, positioning a little bit off, and also not enough knights to commit. So we'll have to forfeit the position. Anaton finally reclaims what was his, and will immediately rebuild the pit mine.
Exactly, and now Anaton, he's got a lot of military units out. Army value is similar, but a lot of these are knights, and knights can't really engage into those donzos. It's going to be a tough position, and Anaton, he might be in a position right now to put some pressure on that second TC. I mean, Javelin Throw is similar to the Longbowmen. They do benefit from that nerfed TC range, and yeah, might be able to put a lot of pressure there on those villagers.
I mean, it's not just the Javelins that benefit from it. Actually, the Donzos benefit even more, right? Javs at least have to maybe skirt the range, the 6 tile. But the crazy part, and I'm sure you're with me on this, because this makes no sense. Why do the Donzos have 6.5 tile range?
Well,
is that a thing?
You know, it's balancing. They did the math behind that. They figured out that that is probably the most balanced way to implement it. And
totally, yeah.
There was a lot of machine learning behind it. There was a lot of machine learning behind that. Now Anaton actually attacking.
Oh my god!
Outpost. Villagers trying to evacuate, but archers in the front line picking them up there. 3 villagers going down, a 4th one potentially as well. Makes it out alive though.
Honestly, with the silhouettes, it looked like he killed a villager, and then the other one picked up the gold bag off of him. That was a big way to watch, but obviously Eco's still scaling to the left side of this. Anaton, has he scouted this at all? Like, he played into it, right? So, like, do you know how many villages are over there? If you do, surely you just dive into this, because I think there's, like, I want to say 13, 14 villages at least on that secondary TC. So you know that you can actually find a lot of value if you strike there. Ram coming in to do exactly that.
It's going to be a very, very difficult hold now for Baltune. Blacksmith upgrade, range defense upgrade, only just now being researched. It's going to be another minute until that comes in. Ram isn't moving towards that TC yet.
No, it's an intimidation Ram, you know? He's like, okay, the TC knows who the daddy is. Let's go towards the main base. Yeah, Anaton, definitely an interesting choice here, actually try to assault the main. I think he's worried about a backstab because of the positioning, but it has to be that secondary TC. It's the easiest thing to strike at.
And behind all that, he's not really maximizing his cow boom. He's only got 2 Cataranches filled up right now. He's dropping down a 3rd one as I say that, but,
this is
for
smart,
now
right?
he's just fully focusing on the aggression.
Yeah, but I like that, right? Like, I've seen so many players that like, I'm Mali'd, I must get cows. Booga booga. And they just lose the game because they don't have enough military. This is Anaton understanding that one of the biggest strong points of the Malians is like, against certain civs, you get counted hard with military, mass, and feudal. But against this particular civ, you have every tool you need in your arsenal. And the clash comes in. Rams move onto the TC, and immediately you have to start pulling back. But the issue right here is there's so many Donzos you just can't engage. There's Donzos that are going to start to be struck away at. But the difference that really matters here is you're probably going to be forced to commit these Knights when there's still about 8 or 9 Donzo left, at which point you know these Rams would have done enough damage to get rid of that TC.
TC is being repaired by 5 villagers. There's an additional 5 villagers inside of an outpost there. Can Baltion hold this? He's lost most of his archers now at this point. Destruction value is in favor of Baltion, but that's considering that he also took down the pit mine earlier. Still Donzos remaining here.
There's so many left, right? Like,
yeah, the Knights just aren't able to run in there.
Yeah, it's
and the
also
Knights
the
are able to too.
Like, the Javelins have really good base damage. We always have to remember that. Like, they do actually stack up pretty hard. Sure, you optimally want to go after the Archers, but if it gets rid of the remaining Knights, they're going to feel safe, tucked at the back. And, well, while the repair crew has kept this alive for Baltoon, there's no denying the army has suffered 9 versus 23 at the swing side of this. The worrisome part now is if Anaton just resets and recommits with the army, there's no way you'll be able to repair this time.
Archers trying to come out. Villagers once again try to go for the burn on the Rams. A lot of wood has been sunk into the repair of the TC so far. It feels like he probably put like the same amount of wood into repairing that than Anaton did into those Rams.
Yeah, because the crazy part is they nerfed the multi-repair, right? I think past 3, it starts to cost like a substantial amount more wood compared to the normal repair rate. And that's just too much. It's going to break him. What a turn of events. Baltoon struck first, but Anaton strikes firm. Takes game 1, sticks it firmly in his pocket.
Indeed, game 1 going over to Anaton. That's going to give him a nice lead here. Nice little bit of a boost in this best of 7. It's going to start with 1 point on his side. Game number 2 just around the corner. Now Baltion, he's going to be in a position to pick a map, either his home map or that of his opponent for this next game. And it's going to be interesting to see which one he chooses here. Now, in this one, the aggression, it just didn't work out for him. That second TC play, I talked about it a couple of times previously that I think second TC forward is just straight up dead. Like, getting that second TC in a forward position, you're never going to be able to really secure anything with it. And it feels kind of baity. You want to be able to scale with your opponent, and Malians, they do always scale with that cattle boom. So second TC is kind of like your only way to really do that. But it's also a little bit of a trap because you invest so many resources into that, and the Malians, they can just choose how much they want to invest into those cattle.
I think it's actually, like, you can get away with the TC if you can force the narrative elsewhere, right? That's the classic kind of read. It's the same with pocket ecos for French in general. The issue in this game, if you think about it, is that this outpost investment is really solid, but it never scaled into something else. There was never a fortification. I think actually that would have been difference maker. That would have maybe forced Anaton to wait for 4 or 5 different Donzos. And if you think about that conversion point, when that TC starts to pay for itself, that could have been the difference maker that allowed him to kind of swing this in his favor. But Balton, although it ends up being a loss, what I'm happy to see is immediately start the series. Despite the fact that for a lot of people, they might have seen him as the underdog, he comes out with some funky strategies that even threw all of us in the observers booth on the tilt. We didn't know where the hell this was going to go. And I hope that's what we're going to be treated to throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, the opening looked very, very solid for him, but now we can see what's going to be awaiting us in our next game. It's going to be Prairie as the map, and it's going to be Mongols versus Malians. So Baltion realizing, okay, Malians, that seems like a decent civilizations, but it's like the one matchup that is not necessarily favorable for the Malians. It's against the Mongols because they get a lot of really, really strong bonuses against taking down buildings. Yeah. What does the Malians have a lot of? Buildings. They build twice the amount of houses than any other civilizations have to.
There's a cleaner way to describe this, isn't there? Baltoon just played discount Mongols and almost won against Malians. Anaton is playing Mongols against Malians. That's the kind of more grim way to think of it. Even more so when you consider we're doing this on Prairie.
Yeah, very, very small wood lines, and you got to move out of your base.
Yeah, usually you get forced to commit onto the outpost and deny it. So, like, something that really is an art, I feel like, with the Mongol players is the timing around committing to an outpost and the positioning. Because something I always remember stuck with me from Mista is this idea that you want to force an outpost that makes the game hard to play, but doesn't make the game impossible. Because if it becomes impossible, they'll always clear it no matter the cost. But no matter the cost, we must continue on and we must get more entertaining games, surely. I think it's about time for game number 2 between Baltoon and Anaton. This time, once again, the Malians are featured, but this time we get the real Mongols, not the fakes.
Indeed. And here we go. spawning in the color red. We got Anaton playing as the Mongols here in Prairie. On the opposite side, Baltian playing the Malians in the color blue. This is going to be an interesting one. Now, you talked about the outposts earlier. I think that as the Mongols, you really want to force that outpost up so much against the Malians. It gives you so much value with the raid bounty that while usually Mongols tend to want to only pull one villager to get the outpost up, when you really, really want to get it up, you're pulling 2 villagers for that.
So really need to get it up, pull more. How about 5?
Then you want to play Chinese.
Ah, got it. I need to go for my Barbican instead. But no, it is kind of interesting because typically, like, yeah, there is this kind of defensiveness to that pit mine, right? Like, just look how close it is. You could probably block him out of an outpost, but the issue is then you probably can't torch down at least half these houses, which means he's still almost at full pit mine efficiency. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. I hope that's maybe what Baltoon has in mind, that he's not going to completely just all in to defend this and accept that the passive gold still at half will be good enough to kind of win out in feudal. Is kind of difficult to read that line, especially considering we're on a map that Mongols are favored on, because Silver Tree is oh so sexy, and this map is oh so fine for trade.
Exactly. I mean, players, it is very easy, or rather, it is very hard to move all the way out onto the map to your opponent's trade here. It feels like the distance, it's just so long to get there, and the trades, the markets, the neutral trade posts, they're in a perfect position to be able to get that trade up and running. It's very difficult to really deny that. Now, something unique that we have here on this map, it's a sheep. This map has a ton of them, and players definitely want to make use of that. Question's going to be which player here gets the most out of it. Right now, looking at Baltian space, he is preparing his own barracks. Very nice approach. Only has 2 houses out on that pit mine in order to be able to get that barracks house out nice and early. And you definitely need to do that. When you're playing up against the Mongols, you do have the better spearmen, in theory, with the Donzo. They are a little bit more expensive, but they do have better stats, and they get the range attack, and overall just really, really solid. But you can't get them out as quickly with than compared to like the double production.
It's like you can, but you can't, in that, you know, you don't have this, you don't have surge. I always like to describe it as surge. Surging is like where you add an extra building in that you can afford constantly, but it gives you these kind of like little peak timings where you have 1 extra unit. That's the way the Mongols function in this matchup. You can already see his count's pretty high, but the reality for like Baltoon, if he's defending, he should usually have similar numbers. And also, what he's trying to do right there, which is just such a shame he misses it, is he's trying to intercept the reinforcements to get his javelin throws out, because he can just throw the javelin and run away back towards his home. Instead, Baltoon seems to be missing them entirely.
Yeah, just passing kind of move coming in there. Now the Donzo is finding the gold from his opponent.
He just tips the hat. He's like, all right, see ya. There we go. So he'll swarm on the extra there. This is a lot of spearmen, by the way. Anaton now going up to 8.
Oh, and Anaton starts trying to burn down those houses.
Yes, just out of range.
It's a very big investment here, as you said.
Yeah, so he maybe gets 1 house. I feel like at this investment point, you need to get 3, though. Or 2 in the pit mine, or it's just not worth it.
I feel like usually in this matchup, a lot of players, they do want to go for those spearmen response. I tend to think that just an outpost could probably similarly be able to protect your entire gold mine.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit less of investment. Now one of the houses is on fire, and that's immediately 50 resource going over to Anaton.
But this opening does kind of feel like it sucks for the Mongols, no? Like, because you're going to scale a lot of spearmen. And, like, normally this is good because, like, on a map with limited wood, your opponent has to get archers, they can't afford it. But, like, you can just pseudo-archer with javelins if you're playing as the Malians, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Now we got 6 of the Donzos out there. The forces from Anaton, they're not quite there yet, and that's just due to the large map size here. It takes a while for all of those units to get there. The Donzos are going to be able to take some good trades, but now the reinforcements arrive, and with that, that's going to be a very large army. Don't think Baltoon really wants to take the trade. He just wants to be able to fight with his spear throws every now and then.
I'd actually love for him to just pull a villager to make sure this never burns. I think it's worth it, right? Like, because the exchange is like a little bit idle time, a little bit of wood, but you stop your opponent getting 50 resources.
The issue is, though, that Baltoon, he's struggling a little bit for wood. These Donzos are very expensive on the wood. They cost 30 wood each. And now the pit is on fire.
Yeah, this is getting a bit worrisome because like you don't want to let this go down, but if you now come and repair it and he burns it again, I mean it's just double payday, right? So double payday, double jeopardy. House literally built on the front line here. Pit mine is not being saved. Balon is completely out of wood. This is kind of wild actually, because like realistically, Anaton, this comp should be a problem because eventually, like, if we're both going archers, you can't get your archers. But the way he's doing this, it's almost like infinite spears, and the wood issue is existing more for him than it is for Anaton. Oh man,
yeah,
I actually can't believe it's working.
now. And behind all of that, Anaton, he's coming up with the silver tree.
Of course.
Balon's still not clicked up yet.
He's got too much gold. Like, look at his gold. This is ridiculous. He fought tooth and nail over a pit mine, and in the end, the issue is he built so many donzos that he was hard blocked by his food supply.
He's about to get a house now, with that house going down.
You know he's going to get it as well. That spearman to the center, it means that you have to snipe him with the jabs, or it just doesn't work. And Balon, this has to be so frustrating right now. Like 7 Donzo versus 15 spears. We talked about that next phase once we reach feudal, but my issue now is like sitting at home doesn't win you this game, right? You're going to have to come out and prevent the trade.
Now the silver tree, it's going to finish up first. And what has Anaton gotten here so far out of that? A lot of resource had to be invested from Balon into those Donzos. Anaton still is miles ahead when it comes to the army count. And he's got roughly 150 resources out of this one.
I think he's going to dive with this spearman upgrade. He's going to time this right. So like if you're forced to engage as Balon, usually you'd win, right? But now it's just going to be an absolute wipe. So there you go. Harden comes in, immediately commits through. I think he could have went sooner. I think the best way you could have done this is like you try to force Balon to commit, and then the tech comes through. But Anaton a little bit hesitant, showing respect. He's going to take his time with this.
An upgrade about to come in. Spearman gets taken down by the Donzo. Javelin throw.
Yeah, this is... It's kind of weird the amount of respect Anaton's showing, because he's on the edge of the TC range. That makes sense. But at the same time, like when you keep probing like this, you're letting the javelins replenish for the Donzos.
And once again, resources are coming in with the bounty. And behind that, Anaton is going to be the one to get an outpost up now. On the gold of Balon, and yeah, it's a little bit of a late one, but better late than never. It's going to secure his position here. Now the Spearmen are fighting against each other. Hardened Spearmen versus Hardened Donzos. 2 of them, though. The movement, the pathing, not working out at GG.
That's it.
Called.
Dude, that is crazy fast. What a read by Anaton as well. That patience, we said the outpost was late, but I don't think so. I think that was perfectly timed. He understood when he was at the killing blow and gets the coup de grace to close out that game swiftly. And all of a sudden, Anaton's already 2 on the board.
Yeah, I mean, late as usually you'd expect that with like the first couple of Spearmen, but in this one, Anaton just completely outmassing the Donzos there and getting so much value there in return. Absolutely crazy game.
Can we get a check on Don in chat? Everyone just check he's still alive. He guaranteed me Marlians were not going to lose today. I think Marlians just lost.
Can't get them all. Can't get them all.
Can't get them all. Because if it has a 100% win rate, it has to be nerfed. This keeps it in the run. Now, interesting game actually coming out from both players there. I think we were both surprised by the way that kind of played out, because there's a very thin line you're threading. Because I think the issue stands true still, that like if he scales Donzos and you scale Spears and this becomes a feudal engagement proper, that means you're going to have to look towards archers. And we've seen it before, like English is an example of a civ that is hard to play on that map because there's just so little wood and you rely heavily on archers in your comp, right? So like that was a very, very thin line I feel like Anaton was skirting. If he ever let up on spears, it starts to swing in favor of the Marlians. So great read by him to make sure that turned into an unlimited speardom where he could keep domination.
Indeed. And now we're going to be seeing Hidden Valley coming out. Balon chooses one of his home maps here. It's going to be a Juji Legacy Mirror.
Can I refund it?
No. Definitely not.
Refund it?
Nah, we're going to see this out. We're going to see if one of them is going to go for 2TC or one of them is going to go for Fast Castle. And
oh, Cracky, it's literally going to be whoever gets the better Meditation Garden wins.
So that's luck is a skill as well. Surely.
What if they both just got in and they typed each other, so let's both play some Meditation Gardens and then scout it, and whoever has the better one gets the win. Save ourselves 20 minutes.
I think with the meditation garden, you really just gotta walk out onto map and just take the most ideal position. Because worst case, your opponent like sees it and maybe parks a scout there for the first couple of minutes, and then you get like 10% less. But chances are you're still gonna get much more resource than if you put it at like a really, really bad position that's safe.
Well, we're on Hidden Valley. And depending on the spawn, we could get some funky-ass meditation gardens. But there's only one way to find out who's about to win Juji Casino's jackpot. We hop into game 3 for a Juji mirror between Balon and Anaton.
And here we go. Anaton playing in the color red as Juji's Legacy. On the opposite side, Balon in the color blue, also playing as Juji's Legacy. We're here on Hidden Valley, one of the more interesting and unique maps that we've seen so far in the Sultan's Ascent DLC. Has this little, like, it's like Altai, but it's squished together.
It's interesting you say Altai, because I always get kind of like, it's like they've taken the pits and they've kind of like flipped it in a weird way, you know what I mean? Where it's like wood isn't on the outside, it's all in the center. And instead of having a fat valley, you have a thin valley. You know? It's weird how we see different things. Like, is this like the ink blot test? We just hold it up. It's like, what do you see?
Well, I'm an Altai enjoyer, I gotta say. I think Altai is just a superior map.
It's because you pick Chinese. Like, honestly, I feel like if we done the ink blot test with you, it's like, what do you see? Chinese. What do you see? Chinese. What do you see? Chinese.
What do you see, KP? Do you see Japan instead?
I do, dude. This map is like the best map for Japan just because of the Shunshins up and down the cliffs.
Shunshin.
Shunshin. I already know, like, practically almost all the abilities for, like, Japanese. I love that Civ, man.
Coming from World of Warcraft, I always call it Shadow Step.
I call it Blink, because Dota 2. And also StarCraft. Boom.
And Warcraft.
And Warcraft. There you go. It just makes sense. Still think that ability should disjoint, but we don't have to worry about it in this game. Juji is going to be an interesting one. Typically, this is the type of map I've seen people like to smack out the Juji on, just because Hidden Valley is a very hard place to kind of punish, if that makes sense, right? Because, like, compared to other maps where you turtle, I see you're going in a direction, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to respond to that. I'll move. It'll take me, like, double the time, but I'll get in position. Whereas this map, and it really does kind of tilt me sometimes. Oh, he's played the right side of the map, and I attacked the left. Let me run all the way back to my base, through my base, and down the other side.
I'm looking at the map right now. I don't really see any immediate meditation garden spots that strike me as OP. Yeah, Anaton right now, he's going for one that's going to give him 87 resource per minute. He's going to get 48 from the berries, then 30 from the stone mine. Probably maybe another 2 wood from the straggler trees. Same thing is going to be coming out here from Balon, so both players going for very, very similar, pretty much identical meditation garden placement here. It's not going to be that rock, paper, scissors, whoever gets the better meditation garden placement. Only difference is going to be the amount of villagers that are going for that age up.
Yeah, so Anaton probably going to be going for, like, there's no way he's trying to hop song that fast, right? I feel like whenever a player's doing this, it's the same as the standard Chinese, where you're just trying to get both landmarks as quickly as possible.
Yeah, there are different ways to play this. Many times we see fast castle coming out of Juji's Legacy, but I think in a mirror, especially when both civilizations have access to early palace guards or Jugunu, you can't really make anything immediate happen with your fast castle age. You're going to be struggling with the economy to do so. So I think in a mirror, it should be a multi-TC Song Dynasty kind of play here. Gonna be interesting to see if the players agree with me, or if maybe one of them is gonna try and look for a fast castle. But Jiangnan Tower is coming out. I like this build here from Anaton. That's one of the builds that I theory crafted early on. That you go for like a 4 minute and 20 seconds timing on your Song Dynasty. What that allows you to do is you don't need to get a second house up. Instead, you wait for Song Dynasty, you get the discount, and then you immediately get a discounted village out, and you immediately save some resource before you even need to place that second house.
Interesting. And, well, the interesting part here is, right, whether one player is just going to play that greed and the other's going to try to go on the offensive, because I have seen some interesting builds where you just try to spam out production buildings for Jiangnan, especially around the stables. I think that was the first thing a lot of players just immediately gravitated towards when they saw how this building functions. Pay 150 wood, get 120 resource tax rebate.
There we go. Village did get built, and now we see Anaton moving over to stone. So this is going to be a 2 TC build coming out from both players here, at least 2 TC. With the meditation garden on stone, it's going to be a lot of passive stone income as well. So could be that like 5 to 6 minutes into the game later on, we'll be seeing a 3rd TC coming in just passively.
I'm still like the idea of like maybe just trying to be cheeky with stable, because my thought is like if you can just block that 3rd TC placement, it's pretty valuable, right? But yeah, probably just going to be the greed. You know what I'm doing right now? I'm huff and hopium, living in a world where the Chinese actually fight. But they
You wish. I mean, in the fast castle situation, we would have something like that. No, this is just going to be that 2 TC kind of play here coming out from him. Anaton also being a little bit cheeky here, going for the deer lane over on Baltion's side and making sure that the deer are going to be nicely and spread out. So it's going to be difficult for Baltion to collect those. Look at that! One of those deers are all the way at the gold mine. That is devious.
That's disgusting. You're evil. They're already suffering enough by the fact they're just going to be murdered and left there for about 2 weeks before being eaten. But the other side of things, like, look how tight that formation was from Anaton. You're seeing like 3 deer literally right next to each other, a 3rd one, actually 2 more close to the TC. So really optimal for him in comparison. And yeah, considering the TC placement here, looks like he's just going to try to block that wide flank. Because something that's tricky with Hidden Valley is if you don't get a little bit of defense down here or a wall, as you can see by Anaton's doing right now, there is a direction you can go in past the TC at the back.
Yeah, indeed. Now, 2nd TC coming out from both players. And Anaton, he's going back onto stone. He's looking for that 3rd TC.
I actually like this here. Like, he's already made his opponent less optimal, so if this now just turns into just an eco race, you're going to be more condensed with your economy, right? Which gives an initial burst phase that's better for you around like 10, 11 minutes. Obviously, long term, it can kind of be more annoying because like, you're still going to have that inefficiency. But in a mirror, small differences make the mile. That could be like a difference of 30, 40 seconds on a tech up.
He's also feigning some aggression, so he's made an archer range. Now, he's got the Jiangnan Tower. What that does is when you build an archer range, you get a free Zhuge as Zhuji's legacy. And now that Zhuge is going to be moving across the map, and he's going to start to just harass his opponent a little bit and force him into dropping a production building as well. And now we see 3 TC coming out from both players here.
One thing I'm looking at, actually, considering this turns into more of an eco race, is like the placement of resources. It looks like you want to play north because of all the stone. It seems desirable, but if we're talking about Shaolin Monastery opening, someone's going to get a lot of yield if they play the south side of this map. This typically happens a lot, right? Is you end up with 3 relics condensed on one and then 2 on the other. That, by the way, that's one I would say slightly favors Anaton, the line of relics there. So if he goes for like a fast castle now, I think he could just get that kind of infinite resource tick in his favor.
Something also to notice now, Baltion Scout, he's a little bit trapped there in the base of Anaton, not going to be able to really move out anymore without dying there to that TC. And he's walking by, is trying to burn down the palisade wall. No, the shot is coming in.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way he gets away. There's such a big delay, but you could feel it. So you're playing blind now, and wow, he didn't... I don't think he ever saw that Chuganu coming, right? Like, because the scout was in the wrong position. So forces the outpost, doesn't lose any villages, sure, but you now have to react with a unit of your own. This is still going to be a little annoying bugger just tickling away at you.
Yeah, hand cannon placement, pretty much gained for free, though, because the meditation garden is providing the 30 stone here for every minute.
It's not fully free though, right? In a mirror like this, because it's like it's the way we talked about before, where like both H3 players want relics, so it's like it's a positive negative sort of thing. It's like I'd agree in other matchups, but because you're both getting that passive, it's now an edge Anaton gains.
Yeah, slight edge there for him for sure. The outpost gets a discount, which is nice for him with the Song Dynasty, and he's only just now moving out onto the deer. But Baltion overall, he's a little bit closer to the next age than Anaton is, and I think maybe that's because Anaton also went for wheelbarrow with all of that.
Is he closer? I feel like the
actually
food
not. Like
is really big.
I guess Baltion only just now had a food drop off when I looked, and then Anaton got his drop off. So
yeah, it's classic deer issues, right? Like you know what? I remember when Cauldron first came out, and I was talking to a bunch of the players, and this was always a problem. They were like, if you go deer, it is better, but it screws with your timings because it's so close you can instantly play it, but then you're like, oh, why don't I have enough for a villager? Dear. So yeah, it's a bit funky like that. But on the way with the Mount Lu Academy. So no play towards the relics immediately is intriguing. Both players, in fact, doing this. Do you think this is just like the standardized meta in a mirror?
It helps you a lot when you go for 3 TC, because you're gonna immediately need food income. You wanna get a lot of gold as well for your upgrades. And being able to drop off tax twice as often and getting 20% off that tax as additional food does help you a lot with your early economy going forward. And yeah, now we see both players going up, and Balon actually investing into a couple of Spearmen and early Palace Guards as well.
Yeah, the Palace Guard, like, it's that classic kind of feeling where you maybe get a window of opportunity. I think in the mirror like this, it's kind of more baity, though, because of the hand cannon slits, right? So maybe he's hoping that it's a bit of a wider spread from Anaton's TC placements, and he can exploit that a bit. But Anaton, I mean, this feels like the more appropriate response, no? Right? Like, when you're mirrored on your tech up timings, going crossbows always feels better, because the whole edge that the men arms get is if there's enough of them, they have that kind of flood effect.
Indeed. Aldir starting to slowly run out. Both players moving out to the natural resource on the map. Looks like Balon is going to be going for the boar here. Anaton actually hasn't moved out yet to the boar or to the deer that he's got remaining on his side.
It's interesting because he walled that up really early, and I thought that was about like gaining maybe a wide TC, getting the deer and the boar together, but I guess it's because he just wants to try and force the narrative. Because now you can just funnel your aggression down the opposite side of the map, right? And your opponent's always going to be slower to do anything with that.
Oh, look at that. Anaton also getting some lances out now. Villager moving out here to build a wall. Palace Guard is there. Does he notice in time? He does. Palace Guard able to take that villager down before the wall gets finished.
It's going to be annoying here. There might be an efficient chase down. This is always the frustration with Palace Guard, right? They're just so fast, hard to react to. The classic one that we always say is if you play against Palace Guard, wall, wall, wall. So, not usually what we have in mind when we say wall, 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 but even though he's not able to slow down the relic gathering there, considering his control on the left side, this is still beneficial, right? That's going to be 3 relics versus an eventual 2.
And now Balon also starting with his granary transition. Now you do get a big benefit here with the Song Dynasty Attribute Legacy. Only having to pay 45 wood for every single farm means that you don't necessarily have to extend like out onto the natural resource. Instead, you can go for that really, really early granary transition.
Yeah, it's kind of absurd, like just how much you save on a Song Dynasty. Like, have you done the maths yet on just how much wood you save with
40%?
Yeah. Thank you. But that was some great maths there, Crackety. Oh man, dude, have you ever considered just like, I don't know, being a professor?
Every day, every single day. But yeah.
Good dodge, my friend. Well played. It's like a caster duel. We'll do this again in 5 minutes. That is a duel I want no part of. Lancer in on the economy, and Balon send everything over here. But Anaton, brilliant read. Initially gets the outpost up, responds with his forces, and Balon kind of feels like he's getting torn left and right. Like, sure, eco is even, but that idle time, you can see the clear difference on one side compared to the other.
And the Palace Guards now getting taken apart by the Lancers, by the Crossbowmen. Have to run away, but the Lancers are going to be able to catch up, and Lancer raids killing villagers here now. Once again.
I mean, the Palace Guard getting pinned like this, it's annoying, but Anaton still needs to kind of create a funnel, right? Like, that Palace Guard count is getting high, and it's also denying him the vibrant area he's looking to expand his farms into. It's kind of interesting, really, right? Because, like, you look at the way the map's played out, he put this wall up, he shows intent to play farms here, but the funny part is if he built them on the left side of his base, he wouldn't have to worry about this at all.
Yeah, but he wants to build here because he invested into that wall, right? So he thinks he's kind of safe in that position. At the same time, Balon didn't wall at all, but that's where he's going to be building his granaries. And Imperial Official gets taken down. That's some value gained there. Being able to outrun all of those crossbowmen.
Yeah, let's go force a little bit of migration. So idle time adding up for Anaton there. Now, Balon is already 3 villages ahead. Make that 4 now. It's always the annoyance of these units, like, but you have to find that initial value, right? Because what's happening is you are throwing away units against your counter, and afterwards, Anaton will look to make a play. And one thing that has me scared, Crackety, Balon hasn't walled that north side. And he has a lot of exposed eco.
It's like 30 villagers that he just moved out there. He's also going for an additional granary setup now behind all of that. And this is scary. This is scary. If Anaton pushes out there, Baltune only has Spearmen right now against mass crossbows and lancers. Now, the Spearmen are nice, but they're still not going to be able to beat the crossbowmen.
No. Now we see the walls coming up, but it's crossbows, right? So, like, this could easily be too late. Palace Guard are stacking, but they're going to be reacted to. Just a few lances to tank is really all you need here. Crossbows just have to be respected. So Baltune will back away. But now that's going to start to kind of expose that opening, right? Considering where he's placing the walls, he has to hold in this area, otherwise he's going to fold. More reinforcements coming out the gate on the left side. That means more ground given over. And Baltune, he has at least fixed his food income, but Anaton mirroring it now with the counter to everything.
Yeah, behind that, one thing that's going well for Baltune is that he's gotten 3 out of the 5 relics here on the map. Slight lead there, but Anaton, he's gotten one of the sacred sides.
Yes, and he's in a position where he can also take this northern one, because, like, wait, did I just see a unit disappear?
He phased out of existence.
I must go, my people need me. Okay. I think we
That's
found the sauce unit there.
Yeah, that's a blink that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it turns out there was a Japanese spy in the Chinese Empire. I knew it. Oh. So, food is fully boomed for Baltune. This is a big edge right now because, like, you can see Anaton was almost 1,000 food behind. I think the granary count has caught up. If anything, actually, it looks like Anaton, yeah, he went for the trip granary. If I'm not mistaken, is Baltune still on 2?
Yeah, Baltune is still on 2, but he's got the deer. But those are gonna run out soon.
Mm-hmm. One thing I'd love to see from Baltune right now is, like, if he just gets 1 or 2 Nesta Bees, Anaton's in deep trouble, right? Like,
yeah,
he hasn't been scaling melee at all.
Starting to do so now with a couple of Palace Guards. But the army from Baltune is actually quite strong right now. If he goes for like a split attack onto the military from Anaton, I think he can actually win the fight.
It's a bit dicey with the spears being slower, right? And you need to be careful. Like, this is actually brilliant positioning by Anaton. He placed it next to the tree line to ensure he can't be enveloped by the spears. Moves back between the half-built outpost. Another genius detail here. It means he's just minimizing that spread of the melee line. And just needs a small trickle of troops to hold back the wave. So start step back here as line formation comes in. Numbers are starting to favor Baltune, though. So Anaton needs to make sure he cleanses up fast. A transition now coming in into Chuginu. But for the time being, it's only crossbows on the front side of this. And the exchanges are still even.
Yeah, Baltune now starting to finally take a good fight here. It was a little bit awkward with the melee units coming in every now and then, meaning that Baltune's military, they kind of got stuck there on that front line. Looks like he's falling back now, though.
Yeah.
And he's going for it again.
You can't give over this position, though. Like, you can see the stone gathering going on. This is 100% a keep drop. Like, Baltune knows if you can't get a keep up here, it feels like you're eventually getting countered by mass ranged, right? And it's like the Palace Guard count. It feels like you want to spam them, but until you clear the Chuganu wave, you're kind of stuck relying on spears that are slower to gap close.
And now, keep has been placed. It's going to be coming in soon. Reinforcements still clashing off against those crossbowmen. Numbers still looking okay here for Baltune. And that's a lot of villagers massing up that keep. It's going to go up.
Yeah. You're going to lose a few villages for it, right? There's a few Palace Guard and crossbows here, but it looks like he has weathered the storm. So Baltune will be able to secure on that northern flank. It's going to cost him a few eco units, and we will now see Anaton taking a slight lead in that department, as he's going to be 8 up.
And behind that, Anaton further securing up the left side with an additional layer of walls.
Not
stone walls, even.
Yeah, not just your regular walls. What is going on over here? Outpost versus stone walls, and now Baltune. What? Oh, they both have their eyes on the prize. The gold, of course, on that left side is the vital resource. That's the interesting thing about Hidden Valley, right? It tends to spawn a lot of the gold one side and a lot of stone the other.
Yeah, and this is going to be difficult because being completely stonewalled off of gold, that is immense here now for Baltune. He could have upgraded one of his outposts in time to maybe block that. In fact, actually, the front line of that wall, it's not finished yet. If the emplacement finishes in time, maybe he can stop that wall from ever happening.
Anaton needs to send one of the villagers back to deal with that new area in the wall. Otherwise, this isn't going to complete. I think it's too late now as well. He's shifted to the south side, so there is going to be a gap for Baltune to sliver on out of. High on this side, though, that keep, it's kind of weird in that it forced a funnel, but it didn't really change this dynamic where Anaton can still flood that northern side, right? Because keep protects up north.
He needs to stonewall into the keep.
Agreed, yeah. Like, it would be an efficient play from here as well. I think this is the point he's looking for, just beyond the sacred site. That then forces you to go north.
Anaton, behind all of that, he went for triple trebuchets. He's trying to trap that keep down. And it's almost going down.
Okay, the keep's almost going down, but that was heavy losses. Anaton slipped up there. You saw that, right? Like, he's right next to the wall. He could have ran through the gate. Baltoon immediately sees he's not moving, runs past him, and body blocks the retreat.
Yeah, the army right now from Baltoon is just escalating very, very quickly. Nest of Bees is coming out, but there's a ton of Palace Guards here right now. 30 Palace Guards out from Baltoon. Now, the army from Anaton, it's a little bit misleading because earlier there were a lot of Jugendu in the mix. Not just crossbowmen, and Jugendu, they don't do a ton of damage against the Palace Guards here. And now the food economy is going to be exposed. And that's a lot of bombs. Huh?
He got hard baited in this game. Like, the non-stop spears, you saw Anaton was like, okay, it's Jugendu time. The moment he sees that count being half the comp, it was a spam of non-stop Palace Guard. And now with the farms being accessed, you're about to see a difference of like double the food income. I think we could easily be like 2 minutes away from a GG.
Yeah, it could definitely be happening. Baltoon still has a ton of gold behind all of that remaining, and yeah, lots of villagers going down here now. Anaton, though, still has over 130 villagers. Army coming in. Might actually be able to repel now as Baltoon is falling behind in the army count.
It's hemorrhaging, right? But he's at least kind of like recovering in that now Baltoon had the split to kind of snipe Eco. It means he's not winning the direct fight. So Anaton, he cauterizes the wound before it becomes a problem. Re-wall goes up and he makes sure this game goes deeper. Oh, come on. And he's sending more?
He's going to get it. But at the same time, Baltoon's also moving over.
Wait, are those villagers that...
Those are villagers. He's going to make it in time. They're going to get there. He's going to have access to gold. He'll be fine.
And that's not a half a hopium fine. He is actually going to be
He's
fine.
Blocking it as well.
Walls it. All right, now wall around it, right? No, I'm kidding. It's not worth it anymore. And behind that, check what's coming. Balton hits the brakes. He's on his way to Imperial Age. Right, yep.
Temple of the Sun. So he's going to immediately have access to these individual auras that he can toggle in between to buff up his units. It's going to be in time, though, because now Anaton, he's going for a big attack.
Is it that big, though? Like, it's 54 versus 32. You might idle on the farms
With elite upgrades, he can hold.
Yeah.
But I think without elite upgrades, this becomes very difficult because Anaton also has mass Nest of Beasts behind that.
He has a lot of gold, though, right? So he should be fine in that regard. Tech up complete, so he'll hold the choke point here. Nest of Bees, though, that's something you got to show respect to. He's actually sent villagers over as well. This choke point can't be held. Baltoon has to retreat, and look at that. Instantly, Anaton cancels the Q. He's going to go for the catch-up, also into the Temple of the Sun, so no aura advantage for Baltoon. At least no longer than, I'd say, about 10 seconds.
Now, military clashing onto each other. Upgrade not quite through yet. I'm not sure if it's not getting supervised right now.
No, it's not. He's going to lose so many units. By the time it comes through, I think this might be a little bit too late here. That Nest of Bees is milking the fight for all it's worth. Two, in fact, now on the front side of this fight. Baltoon, I mean, we're about to see a reflection here. Just 2 minutes ago, he was raiding into the economy of the red, but now Anaton is ready for vengeance.
3,000 food per minute, but not enough units now in the queue. Upgrades are coming in. The university upgrades as well, but it's just not quick enough. Palace Guard upgrades still not in yet. It's not supervised. And he's got the Mount Blue Academy. He's got the upgrade to be able to supervise with 300% instead of just 150%.
That's the bees.
Villagers?
Where are they going? Where are they going right now? What?
They're going onto the farms. Kill them, bees.
Yeah, just protect the farms with your bodies. I'm pretty sure that works. No, wait, that doesn't work against Nest of Bees. It's going to turn into a massacre if he doesn't react. Still on the A-click here. Baltoon panicking a little. The Nest of Bees are getting so much value here. They might got one flurry off more, and that might be enough to take out the Palace Guard. But finally he reacts. He cauterizes the wound, but definitely feeling the pain.
Anaton actually got the elite Palace Guard upgrade before Baltoon because he's supervised.
I mean, not in that. I'm pretty sure Balon had the Spearman upgrade. Did he queue Spearman at one stage, or am I imagining that?
Anaton did.
Did Baltoon? No, Anaton didn't. Anaton literally has one car gauge spearman by
Yeah,
accident.
but there were more than just one. There were like 5 or 6 out there.
Okay, though, yeah. It's a little bit of a whoopsie, but I'm curious which aura are these two going for, because like realistically it should be the same, right? It should be the Divine Haste.
Yeah, Divine Haste for now with this military. It's the only really that helps them. Outside of combat, you can switch it to healing. Yeah, it looks like Anaton felt like he had too many villagers there.
Okay. It's like, well, I could walk them. Oh, hear me out, Billy King. Weird walls coming up. Looks like we're actually now playing a tower defense game. Everyone follow your lane and try to reach the end.
Mass Palace Guards. Now Baltoon once again has a good mass out. Anaton switching over to crossbows again, though.
Look at the melee tech upgrades. That is an area Baltoon has an edge in right now, right? So he should be striking a bit harder. Anaton lagging behind in that regard, but about to catch up. Needs to as well. Hasn't got any more Nesta Bees yet, which is quite problematic. Imagine if he had them for this type of fight. It would be a complete rout.
Yeah, does Anaton... I don't think Anaton's gotten the university upgrade for his infantry yet. I know Baltoon rushed that one up really, really quickly.
He needs to be fast. Oh, no! He gets the burn! Baltoon keeps it open, and he'll break the wall to allow him entry. Oh, that was mistakes made. Anaton, in a panic, misses a single segment, and all of a sudden, he needs to fix this gap fast, and he needs to slow the approach.
Yeah, now up to 60 Palace Guards. It's just a flood at this point in time. 4,000 food per minute for Baltoon. There are no breaks on this train, and the food economy from Anaton, it might be open here very, very quickly.
He's going to play wide side, right? Just go north, burn around this, or just burn down the center. It just doesn't matter with this mass. And the problem is these crossbows, they run faster, but they don't kill faster. And that's a lot of units that need to be dealt with right now. Baltoon willing to take the fight once more, peels off a few to go into the farmlands. Crossbows just not really quick enough to react to this at all as the surround comes in. Trebuchet's trying to assist, but that's not what they're built for. And Baltoon has 37 Palace Guard in queue. Anaton, bump up those numbers, buddy. 6 crossbowmen, what are we dealing with here?
Yeah, it's just a flood at this point in time, and Baltoon looks to be able to take a game now off of Anaton. I don't think that Anaton is going to be able to remass at this point in time. The crossbowmen get cleaned up now.
Like, yeah, where do you go from here, right? Like, those walls go up, it's clutch. Actually, the time that Anaton would have bought maybe lets him repel. But that clutch play, Baltoon ID'ing that one little area that was a torch away.
And he's got the outpost on the gold. What a play here from Baltoon.
Yeah, he set that up
over
ages
the
ago.
wall.
I gotta give him credit for that, by the way. He set that up several minutes ago because he knew it was going to come down to that gold vein, right? When he set up outposts on his own and he saw his opponent was trying to wall, he immediately moved one villager deep, set that up. I think it was actually 5 villagers. But what a read by Baltoon, just kind of exploiting the map wide. And as you said, finally we're going to get a point in the board. I was worried this was going to be an absolute stomp with the way Game 1 and Game 2 went. But Baltoon, looks like he's probably about a minute away from victory.
Yeah, villagers getting cleaned up. Anaton, for the first time in a while, dropping below 100 villagers. And with that, GG gets called. Baltoon taking a win. And maybe this is the first step towards a potential reverse victory. Not a sweep, but the path to victory definitely now has opened up for him.
Step by step, my friend. That's always the way we say it. Step by step. Just focus on game after game. Like, you already have a strategy in mind when it comes to what you want to do with civs. So now it's just making sure that the previous games don't shake you. And credit to him, Baltoon didn't allow that to happen here. You know, interesting plays by Anaton. He went for what is usually the logical play going into mass crossbows, but almost felt like a little bit of an overextension. Felt that he could punish that tech up. Was wrong about it. Turns out that Baltoon had plenty of farms fleshed out behind to keep the speed pumping. And Anaton, you could tell how confident he was that the crossbow play at that moment was right and that he hadn't pre-walled. Like, it's crazy, right? Like, you're playing as usually Mirror. We know what Pascal can do, but the Stonewalls were just a little bit too late. Well, we always talk about how mirrors are about the small differences. That one wall segment was a very big difference.
Yeah, if that one would have gone up, like if the Stonewall's gone up, suddenly the entire momentum switches over. And yeah, I mean, he would have had to make rams or something in order to bust through those walls. And that would have bought Anaton a lot of precious time there.
But we get a longer series with more fun games. and new civs to appear, because we're going to be seeing Iobids in this game, which is interesting because the last series it was impossible. Both players denied this pick. Intriguing that Baltoon lets it through. I feel like Crackety, if there's two civs right now, if the new ones added where people were ripping their hair out the most, probably like what? Iobids and I want to say Zhuji?
Yeah, I think the three civilizations at the moment that definitely stand out are probably going to be Zhuji, Ayubids, and sometimes Jeanne d'Arc. And in some matchups, she can be very, very devastating.
Yeah. By the way,
yeah,
I love how
Ayubids for sure.
I love how you try to draw attention away from your precious Zhuji by adding an extra one in there. Like, no, nerf hammer. But
now, I'm definitely saying that there are a couple of things for Zhuji that are just too strong.
yeah.
Like I've gotten meditation gardens up that give you like 180 resource per minute. I'm saying straight up, cap that at 100. Maybe reduce the Song Dynasty bonus by like 10%, get down to 30%. That's still a good bonus, and then Zhuji would probably be balanced, I think.
See, the interesting thing as well is like I think what really has been tilting players about the Zhuji and the Iobids specifically, more so than why we put you on a different category, is we like to throw out the term casino. And as much as we want a Vegas land for Age of Empires 4, this was not the RNG experience we were expecting. It's fair to say that that meditation garden you mentioned, and also with the Iobids, the way that the trade bazaar works right now, tends to lead to some victories that can almost feel like the flip of a coin.
Yeah, it can definitely be that way now. Something that's going well here in this matchup for Baltoon, I must say that, Ayubids, there is straight up no cavalry allowed civ. You cannot make cavalry against them. It's illegal. It is illegal. You go straight to jail for that one. But English, they're fine with that. They're like, no cavalry. That sounds like my kind of game. And yeah, they can definitely deal with that. Those desert raiders that the Ayubids get access to, they don't have any ranged armor. They die very quickly to those longbowmen.
Yeah, they're actually incredibly strong because of that. Because like the funny thing actually, when you look at the stats on those desert raiders, they feel beefy when you try to fight into them with melee because they have 5 melee armor. When you look beyond that thin visage though and realize they have 0 ranged armor and only 120 health, they're kind of a pushover. And yeah, you're right to ID the Lombos are the premium unit. Might actually be one of the #1 counters. Wonder if maybe Anaton's got some like fast castle build in mind. I think the camel lancers can be kind of annoying, but more it's the idea of just going back to more of a standard infantry play. The interesting thing to me about the Iobids, and maybe you feel the same way on this, is they feel like a very snowbally civ, especially with some of the unique techs they get, like the Mamluks Ascent, where it's this idea of like you're winning a fight, win harder, right? Because you kill a unit, you get the damage buff, the movement speed. So I think the interesting thing compared to the Abbasids is more this kind of gradual trend upwards. For me, the Iobids kind of peak and then fall off a little bit deeper in their age and then peak again as they arrive in a new age.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tempo-based civ. Other civilizations, they push in with the Ram. Yeah. The Ayubids, they push in with the Tower of the Sultan.
All right, now you're reaching deep into the game, my friend. Again, I have yet to see that really be the MVP of a game, but you know what? I'm up for it. Let's see if it can happen here. We do get treated to some Iobids here in the EGC Finals qualifiers. It's time to add another game on the board. Baltoon on the English, and Anaton gets those precious Iobids.
Indeed. And here we go on King of the Hill. Hill and Dale, I'm sorry, almost. We do have some hills here.
There's two kings, 2 hills,
Potentially a king. I mean, Baltoon, he's the English. He can go for it.
Ooh.
Abbey of Memes, Abbey of Dreams.
Could you imagine? Like, I'd almost feel like you're BMing if you built the king against Camel Civ.
The worst possible choice, like the worst possible time to go for the Abbey of Kings. Yeah, that would probably be this matchup. So hopefully not coming out here for Baltoon. That would be devastating. Imagine if he goes for it now. But yeah,
he wins with it. That's the most Chadley thing. The only one up you can do on top of that is you build a siege tower against the Iobids.
Oh man, that would certainly be a way to win a game. But yeah, here we go now. Hill and Dale, not King of the Hill. There we go. Boom. English against the Ayubids. And yeah, you talked about it earlier with the gambling. We do see the House of Wisdom coming in now, and that's where mainly the unique factors for the Ayubids lie in. So they get a completely revamped Golden Age, lots of different bonuses from that one. And on top of that, instead of like choosing between one of 4 wings, they get 1 of 4 wings, but every single wing they can choose between different boosts that they get. And there are some very, very unique ones. We've seen the Bazaar at the moment just kind of like standing out as probably one of the stronger things to get when it comes to the House of Wisdom, because in the Bazaar, you get to choose between different kind of options that it brings you in. Every now and then there will be traders in the Bazaar, and you can choose to get bonus resources, like trade in gold for bonus resources, trade in gold for traders, extra villagers, military units as well. If you're lucky, it can snowball extremely, extremely quickly. I've seen a game where the Bazaar was chosen in the Castle Age, and a player went for like a really, really fast Castle Age, like a 7 or 8 minute Castle Age timing with the Bazaar. Goes up, gets 4 tickets of military units, and immediately has like 20 military units upon reaching Castle Age.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I remember a distinct game on it was on Golden Pit between Voldemar and Beastie. Voldemar was playing as the GG. Beastie, of course, had the Ibids. You reach Castle Age, and you instantly just see him get a double spam of Bedouin Swordsman that flood into the base and annihilate everything. Like, it's actually ridiculous. You look at the stats initially of the units, you're like, that doesn't look that impressive. But then you realize that actually the way it counters certain unit types and the fact that they instantly just appear makes them quite strong variety and spices the Ibid live. So we'll see how that one plays out. I have a feeling this type of map, you're going to be leaning towards the Trade Wing Bazaar straight away instead of waiting for Castle Age.
Yeah, it's also definitely an option. And there we go. It's coming in immediately. Getting in those potential villager trades and the trader trades so strong, because it seems like it's not an economic kind of style landmark, but it very much is. Once you see that you can trade in like 200 gold or 120 gold, 2 villagers.
Let's be real, Crackety. It's not that it doesn't look like an economic landmark. The reason it's quite weird is because it's an everything landmark.
Indeed, it's random. It helps you in all aspects. You can get like a really fast second TC if you get like 2 stone tickets as well.
Oh yeah,
it can do everything for you.
You know what we actually need? Like, honestly, I need a plugin for this game. Whenever you're reaching the final seconds of that tech up coming in, just needs to play like, you know, the type of music that plays when you spin a wheel. Like ding 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 ding. Oh yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
All right, what do we get?
Gotta select landmark. What's on trade week?
I've actually broken vodka.
Oh, it's units. It's just units. Tons of military units. So, okay, immediately gets 4 of the Bedouin skirmishers out. Those do a lot of damage. They got a lot of range. They can actually deal with the longbowmen quite handily early on.
2 villages as well. What the?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm not even going to try to feign it here.
Oh no, he didn't get the villagers. He didn't get the villagers. Okay. He went for the swordsman as well. So he's getting 6 military units out immediately.
Why is he 2 villagers ahead?
Why indeed? I don't think he got the villagers. He only got like 3 tickets, right? Or did he also get 2 vills? Did he get 4 tickets?
Because he had wood, he had 1 Bedouin swordsman, 2 skirmishes. I think he's 2 villagers ahead. Well, 1.5.
Okay, so he does get 4 tickets.
Okay, so Balton, has he missed villager production then?
No, it was 4 tickets, so he must have gotten villagers then.
Got you.
At least chat's saying that it's 4 villagers, and chat 4 tickets.
No, because if it was 4, then he got wood, and he got 2 Bedouin skirmishes and 1 Bedouin swords. So it's just
true. No villagers.
Yeah, so Balton just
missed an idle time.
Yeah,
that's already devastating, though.
Wow. Okay. Well, good luck with the stables, guys. You'd think that would be the counter, but check the swordsman and check what they do. The horseman is not the solution here, actually, because getting both of these is kind of nuts. Yeah.
He only saw the skirmishers.
Oh.
Look at them. They have 140 health and 1.12 attack speed. Horsemen attack every 1.88 seconds. These Bedouin swordsmen, they attack twice as fast, pretty much.
To quote a good friend of mine from Dota 2, is that balanced?
I don't know. Is it?
Like, this role doesn't feel like, holy crap. Dude, you know what? I hope Anaton does D&D campaigns. He's probably the guy that runs in and rolls natural 20s consta. Jeez.
That's a natural 20. Coming in right there.
He's got longbows, but warning folks, these skirmishers are basically javelin throwers.
Minus the armor. They still take good damage, but they're doing 14 damage with every attack.
Yes, and they move quick enough to gap close you as you fire your first shot, right? So it's like you don't even get a big edge, per se. So every 3 minutes, 5 options, 4 tickets to spend.
So it was bonus
we
to
were
villagers.
right. See, you know
This landmark is, I think, like you need a PhD for Byzantines, and for this one, you...
No.
You
For this
gotta
one-
be
for this
gambling
one, you
addict.
literally just roll your face against the keyboard. Here, Crackly, I'm gonna do you a favor. Close the chat. We're revoking the talk privileges. Thank you, Kanoki.
Chat is now muted.
If they subbed 50 times, we'll unmute them. Vodka will have to tell us. I don't know. Right, farms are coming in from Balton. Looks like the
Yeah,
skirmishers
it's gonna
have
be-
to get away.
It's going to be a fast castle age behind that. Baltian, though, also looking to be going for a fast castle age now behind that. The thing is, though, like, he had to invest into units. Anaton, he's got all of these out for a very, very good value. And look at that. He's got another batch of... oh, no, it's going to be the fast castle age.
Yeah. No, because he got the culture. So he went for the advancement, which means he saves 500 resources and does it 40% faster. Look at that. Just a minute. Baltoon, dude, it's going to be like he's being attacked by Sonic right now, who just be seeing a blur as everything moves ahead of him, right? The military mass, the tech up advantage, and now we're going to be looking at camel lances.
Imagine getting rushed by 6 military units, and your opponent suddenly hits castle age just 3 minutes later.
I thought you said we had a competitive series on our hands, but yeah, guys, ban the Ibids. Somewhere in a corner, Fitz is crying, realizing the Civ will not see competitive play.
Oh, man. I mean, is Fitz even trying the Ayubis at the moment? I think at the moment he's a fully fledged Byzantine Chad out there.
Okay, but like he always has a soft spot for camels, right?
He does. Oh,
You know-
there's been another batch of military units out there. A couple of additional Bedouin skirmishers, and now the camel lances are coming as well. And
Oh, good traders. Well, that's just brilliant. Like, you know what was missing from this? The traders were definitely the thing missing from this. Clash in the center that you never ever won, by the way. Yeah.
oh, look at how much damage they're doing.
It's insane. Click on them. Just look at the number. What was it? 9? Yep.
Oh, they're getting auto upgraded once they reach castle age as well.
Yep.
It's +2 damage now. What is this? It's so strong. Horsemen, they can't even take one of them out.
This is like the Joker from Batman. Hit me. I want you to hit me. Oh,
Baltian needs to go up, not with the King's Palace, but the White Tower. I wanted to say, but King's Palace is coming in. Wall's not going to be in time here from the looks of it. Or maybe just about. It's so difficult.
He needs to
Military goes
tap that
down.
piece. He needs to tap that piece right now. No.
Anaton is not walking through.
Really? Like,
Is
no-
it blocked?
Maybe?
Potentially.
I mean, there's 2 bars there.
There are 2 bars.
I guess this ensures the entire wall goes down. So sure, you know what this is? This is like, I'm so strong right now. This is so unfair. I need to give you like a little handicap. You've got 20
I'm
seconds.
doing this for you.
Yeah, this is hide and seek. You can't attack me, but I can attack you. So you
And
better
all of
hide.
that. Anaton is also getting nervous out, so relics are going to be gathered up here soon. No, is Baltian making an additional stable? Oh, he can't go into knights.
Really?
Oh, no.
Really? Okay. I mean, Balton's the pro, right? Like, he's got someone in mind. I don't know if it's just getting quickly to the next game, because keep in mind those knights, not only are they going to have an issue against camel lances that will absolutely slap the cheeks off of them, also those Bedouin swordsmen are still going to get bonus damage against you because you're melee. Problem.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult. I mean, Baltian, he's only got 8 farmers out. I don't think he went onto the deer yet, so maybe he's got some additional food sources there that he can go for. He's going onto them now. And there we go, camel lancers. Lots of armor on those units. First couple knights are coming out as well now for Baltian.
Sorry, continue.
Hey.
I'm literally writing to the devs right now about this.
Now, the camel lancers, they have a little bit less health, and they do a little bit less damage. They have slightly more attack speed, so the knights don't do too terribly against them. Oh, look at that. Even the dervish has the camel unease aura on him.
Yeah, he's bossing right now. And remember that that's essentially, you got to think of this Civ as having a similar pace to the Roost when they go for relics, right? You don't get it on tech up unless you choose to go into the logistics, but it's the speed with which you move out and secure these relics. And also, the mass heal makes it actually quite bloody hard to kill them when they're running away.
All right, Baltion, though, stabilizing for now. He's on 2 TC. Anaton, he's only on 1 TC, but he is getting a couple of free villagers out every now and then with that trade landmark. So for now, he's gotten himself a nice little 2-villager lead with the ones that he's taken down so far. Now it looks to be an infantry mass coming out from him as he's massing up Gulams together with those Camel Lancers.
Dude, if Balton manages to turn this around, man, like, tip my hat to him. Because, like, the opening of this game was, I mean, it's the Ibids, right? Like, it's what people have been complaining about right now, the Civ. But right now, like, you know, it's not the worst of positions. He did get away with going King's Power, so he is going to scale Eco. The issue is he needs to keep blocking out these relics. Like, if Anaton gets 4 or 5 relics on the map, that means all these casinos are just going to pay for themselves. And that's going to scale him at a pace that will allow him to kind of keep up with you as the game goes deeper.
Yeah. Baltion is getting his farm transition up behind all of this, at least. So food income is going to be looking not so bad for him. Mind you, he is on 2 TC, so he is investing 300 food per minute into Villager just to be able to keep producing them from the 2 TCs. Anaton, he's only on 1 TC, so he doesn't have to invest as much right now. Upgrades coming in as well. Mind you, with the IU bits, with your golden age buff, yeah, you get plus 50% research speed at golden age too.
Crazy.
So yeah, he's getting the veterancy upgrade in very, very quickly on his archers.
This is, wait, is that 4 tickets of Villager?
That is 4 tickets of villagers. He could just get he could just get 8 villagers. He's just licking the gold for it right now. He can get 8 villagers out. My God, this landmark, it's good. It's a good landmark.
I could build a TC, or I could just ask my dad, RNGesus.
Oh, look at that though. Just when he wants to probably get that, he's running out of his main gold in his base. He has to move out now. If he's not getting that gold in like the next 2 minutes, the tickets are gonna go away.
It's fine, dude. He's getting all his shekels from the relics. I think he's actually just gonna get it off passive gold.
Oh, the Mangonel is coming out now as well, though. That's gonna be difficult to hold.
He hasn't pressed the buttons yet. Maybe he's just thinking, like, maybe second Mangonel is better value here, right? Like, who needs villagers when he's about to lose a bunch? Oh my God. He actually has no good answer to this Mango.
The Manjanic can go for the fire attack, and the fire... Oh, does take a lot of damage here, though, from the TCs. Has to be careful.
Interesting. Like, I mean, he knows what the TC was, though. It feels like just an outright misclick there from Anaton. There's no way he's trying to cause the farms. If he does reach those farms, that fire shot is vile.
Here we go. Palisade Wall is getting torched down. Now the Manjanic, it can switch over to a fire attack. And what the fire attack does is, it does a lot more damage against buildings in a further spread out area.
It's like
so it's not as good against units, but you can take down farms incredibly quickly with it.
So, like, normally you do... There you go. It's 12 instances at 2 base damage, but it gets, I think, plus 12 against buildings. It is insane the damage this thing will do. Show that bad boy respect. Just look at the health on the King's Palace already. Watch that farm.
Is it firing onto the Mangonel right now? I don't think so. I think Mangonel might be slightly out of range.
He's hitting everything but right now, and it looks like Anaton is kind of milking it for all it's worth. The only reason the damage doesn't look that significant is because there is a repair crew behind this. That's the good news, at least. This Manjanic will not scud the villagers. The dive might, though. Camel's willing to engage with this, means the Knights are doing less damage. You could look to turn the Mangoes now onto the crossbow mass. In fact, maybe Anaton is getting a little bit over-ambitious here. If he waited for 2 or 3 of these Mangoes, it could be a big deal. Instead, he's forced to cancel that second.
A lot of TC fire, though, now onto the Archers end. Looks like Baltion, slowly but surely, is taking a winning fight here. Destruction value, 4,000 compared to 1,600 now.
Now, keep in mind behind this, the 4th relic's on the way home for Anaton, and we have to remember that 10 villages were idle throughout all of that. So, like, yes, it's a big destruction value, but a lot of idle time, which does kind of add up. And the reason I'm huffing the Hopium right now, it's not the Hopium. I just know what this casino can do.
A lot of the Knights, though, go down. There was a good mangonel shot as well. Lots of the range units going down, and with that, it's just going to be a matter of time until Anaton just gets another 2 mangonels out on the front line and pushes in again.
So he didn't get the villagers, which is surprising.
I think he did. I think he did get the villagers because
okay.
Look at the villager count right now. I mean, behind that Baltune, he's been on
That's
2
true,
TC for a while.
You're right, yeah. So he at least got 2 or 3 of them, if not all 4. This time around, it's like, yeah, who cares?
Good value.
I guess you could actually, like, the wood is worth it there, right? Oh my god.
Oh no, it's gonna be a trade boom now as well.
He's like, oh, if you don't want to die now, you can just die in 20 minutes. I really hope Baltune actually scouts this out. The problem is, like, you see his comp. This is a terrible comp for blocking trade on this map, right? You need knights, you need horsemen, something to just go wide.
Respect to Baltune's mental at this point in time.
Yeah, I would have flipped the table.
I don't think my monitor would be alive after this one.
Yeah, you need to get sponsored by a monitor provider, actually. Oh, dude, this is just... I wouldn't be surprised if Baltune, like, what he takes away from this series is just always ban iBids until there's a patch, because this is... It sounds like I'm focusing on a lot, but, like, for good reason. This right now is the Civ that most players don't want to contest with. Like, yes, Zhuxi is annoying, but, like, at least you can kind of see it coming, if you know what I mean. Like, Zhuxi is like, okay, there's RNG with the meditation garden placement, but, like, I can kind of anticipate this issue, and then it has this metric that I'm able to track.
Alright, looks so like Baltune, he's massing up units again. Now, Anaton, he's got a good amount of crossbowmen out, so he does have an answer to these men-at-arms. Baltune also got some crossbows out. The men-at-arms are still going to be a very nice tanky front line.
Meanwhile, on the other side, like Anaton, I think you want to try and, like, stage the aggression right. Oh, God, this wall.
He knows that he has all the map control, and he's using it.
Just kind of ensuring that, like, this issue of, like, English being unbreachable, not wanting to come out, is going to be used against them. Meanwhile, he milks the map everywhere, right? Gold in the center, trade now being set up. I think it's already gone up to, like, what, 5, 6 traders maybe? That's going to boom fast behind all this.
There we go. Probably next clash about to happen soon. Now, this time, Baltune, he's got the aura on his units here with the outpost. Needs another outpost for the forward if he wants to take a fight now with it. 30 men-at-arms, 16 archers, and 16 crossbowmen. And at this point in time, the economy actually looks not too bad for him if we don't take a look at the gold. The food income is looking very solid.
What's scary is the Mamluk's bravery's there. So you can just see that aura, that glowing aura now coming out. It's really important he gets this on, like, the crossbows, because it's just going to buff up that damage considerably up against the men-at-arms line. So that's something really annoying to kind of adjust. We highlight this as kind of like the type of ability that when you start winning, you win more. And the mass heals, I love to see it. This is something that has not really been utilized by many players so far, but that mass heal, you don't need to be holding a relic to use it. It is a slow tick up of health, but think of it comparatively to the Imam AoE heal of the Ottomans. It can be a difference maker.
Yeah, Baltune now, though, able to get a good and decent engagement here on the front line, able to take down the archers there as well. He definitely needs access to the gold here somewhere. The outpost as well. It's going to be tough to take all of that infrastructure down now. Anaton also dropping down just a whole bunch of barracks now in the front line. So Gulam spam is going to be coming in as well.
Yeah, and they're going to be right in the front line, so that kind of defensive advantage starts to kind of shrink away. Now, the interesting part is Baltune sent out a single villager onto that gold. Where are the rest? He's sitting on 333 gold, and that is literally it. So if he has to replace these crossbowmen, he's going to be lagging behind. You can already see that Anaton has the lead in that regard. 5 relics as well as the Sacred Site, likely to capture the others behind this. And that trade count, I mean, what? Got to be 11 by now, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about it that Anaton only added these markets like 2 minutes ago. Before that, he's been on 1 TC all the time. Only 2 villagers went down. Baltune went on 2 TC for like the last 10 minutes. And with the trade landmark, Anaton has more economy units right now.
You know what feels appropriate at this point in the game? If I was to click on the trade bazaars, the next one just going to be 4 trader tickets, you know, because like we are transitioning. It only seems reasonable. Okay, we've got like, what is that, 80 seconds until the next trade? Let's try to keep a clock on that. I'm just looking to get this crippled into the ground. What can I say? It's the power of a caster in this moment.
Manjani coming out again.
Yeah, it kind of sucks against small buildings, right? Like,
yeah, it has to be a big building to really do any damage. Right now, I think the kinetic shot would actually do more.
To me, this unit is the ultimate farm killer.
Yeah.
To the point that even the English would be tilted by it, and they get a 50% discount.
If a Manjani gets out down to the farms and like one shot on a mill, probably causes all the farms there to burn.
Yep. I mean, I think it takes like 2 shots in total, maybe 3, because of the widespread, but it's like you're hitting everything at once, right? That only used to happen at release state mangonels. You remember where like
you take your farm, you take the mill with 2 mangonels and all of them go down.
Yeah, Mongols had field days back in those days. Like, oh, that's what mango paid for. Oh, look, I see more traders. Well, at least it wasn't completely cringe. I think it was villagers as well, actually.
Baltune, he's now switching into horsemen, but there's already a front line of golems out now. He doesn't have the gold for any gold units at all right now, and he can't even go to Imperial Age. There are outposts that are securing the other gold on the other side, and he can't really go out there. If his slow army moves all the way out there, then he's just gonna get dove in his base.
I mean, I feel like you're just being toyed with, right? Because it's like, this has been a slow breakthrough on the outpost. Anaton, he tried to end this fast. He was like, I tried to get you into the next game, buddy, but if you want to make this a slog, I'll make it worse for you. The reason why Baltune is refusing to wave that white flag when it can look so grim, gotta remember, this would put Anaton on match point, and for Baltune, for both these players, in fact, this is their last opportunity to qualify to a big event in 2023. Both of them want to try and end on a bang, an opportunity to clash with the best in the game. But right now, Anaton is making this look not just brutal, but harsh.
Gory almost, and now walls are getting deleted. Baltune splits his army up in multiple groups, going for the engagement. A lot of horsemen out here. Is it gonna be enough? He's got a ton of food per minute behind all of that. All the horsemen, though, are gonna be debuffed by the dervish.
It's so many horsemen, but so many crossbow with the golden aura. It kind of mitigates the fact that you get the bonus damage because they're also buffing themselves up. I feel like this fight, even though he has the counter unit, at best it forces this kind of even Stevens, which is not going to be good enough for Baltune.
Yeah, I agree. Now the golems have been mostly dealt with now. Still a ton of crossbowmen remaining. Crossbowmen from Baltune, though, doing a good job here with the attack speed aura as well. Is it gonna be enough, though? That's a question. More horsemen flooding in.
I don't think it's enough to just, like, to push him away, right? You have to now go and do damage. Like, someone we know, but Baltune doesn't. It's the trade behind this. Like, the bouncing right now, it's him just trying to get on those sacred sites before that becomes a strain. But the bigger issue exists that at this pace, Anaton, now setting up more farms, even on the front line, could be ready to tech up in, say, the next 2 minutes, while fielding an army twice the size of Baltune's.
Now behind that, Baltune still has a ton of food income. He's fully out on his farms now. Food economy looking absolutely beautiful for him. Only issue is no gold at all. Whenever he wants to make men-at-arms or crossbowmen, he has to sell food for it. Yep. And that only works for so long. And what that also allows is Anaton to buy food, potentially.
Yeah. I love that you pointed that out. It's something easy to forget, because we've talked before about rigging the market, because you know your opponent wants something. But like, this is the opposite. Because you know he needs to do this sale, you're like, oh, I don't mind if I do take that bargain. Oh, yeah. Now,
Manjanic has come out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like he's realizing that actually, you know, wood's kind of becoming a bit weird as well for Baltune. So you could just kind of mass Golems and then protect the mangonels, right? And that counters everything Baltune has. So problematic as we move into the forward infrastructure. Baltune, not really with a clear answer here. Like, it's almost like he's trying to save up a bit of food, but every time he considers maybe trying to be a bit greedy, everything has to pile back into production.
Also being annoying here.
It's interesting because you kind of have to play the Ibids this way, because compared to the Abbasids, their eco is worse in the late game, right? Because they get less from the Golden Age gathering tech, and they don't have all those like beautiful techs such as the 8% extra resource drop-off that you get with Abbasids. So it's kind of like we see these surges, especially around Trade Wing, but once you reach peak economy, there are better civs out there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Still, all of the tempo that they're getting until then, it is very strong currently.
It's the type of civ I think a player like Anaton will love, because Anaton is all about exploiting these very clear timings in the early mid-game, and the Ibids lean heavily into that. And we're leaning heavily into that Sacred Site timer now, below the 6-minute mark, and I mean, I don't really know what Baltoon's play is. Well, I do, but I don't like it. It's going to try to Berkshire.
He has the resources for it. Could be going for it. And there we go. Berkshire Palace is going up on the corner of his base. That might actually help buy him a lot of map control as well. Even on, I think so. He's pulling 37 villagers. I would be surprised if he doesn't get that.
Okay. Flash is going to come out. Anaton's. He should be able to win this fight, right? Like, realistically, he should have the bigger army, but maybe the crossbow count a little bit too high. Gulem's being clashed with by the men-at-arms, has to back up a bit. I don't think he's given enough respect over here. He even needed to dive onto the Berkshire or get the hell out of dodge. All of a sudden, Baltoon having the military advantage. Still has to fix that gold issue, but the crazy part to me in this entire game so far, Krakody, he has all the gold to the north side. He just hasn't been trying to funnel troops out there to secure it.
That's the issue with the emplacements and the outposts, the reinforced as well, and you have to invest so much into getting there, and if you go there, then you're leaving your main base open. And now, for the first time in a while, Baltoon looks to be able to push out. He's getting the enclosures now, and with that, gold might finally start trickling in. Getting that Berkshire here as well means a lot of map control out there on the side. All the reinforcements from Anaton are going to start getting sniped here.
Yeah, the other problem here is the Sacred Site time is still going. So, like, Anaton, check what he's doing. He's saving up. He could think about getting Imperial Age, but I think that would actually kill the game right now. You've kind of flipped the script in a weird way. Your best play, funnily enough, is just go Sacred Site, play Long Castle, because the reality is that Baltoon still hasn't fixed his gold issue, right? He's got some upgrades coming on the Men-at-Arms, but where's the crossbow upgrade here? You're relying heavily on crossbows and horsemen, and neither of them are getting their elite status anytime soon. Oh, dude, that was such a nice play. Plays on the stone outcropping to stop the surround of the horsemen here. So he's going to clean them up. Treb's also now moving out to deal with the Berkshire. We're a little bit close farther. We seem to be being attacked by the Berkshire right now.
Yeah, it's taking a good amount of damage from that one. Men-at-Arms also moving out to that. Trebuchet is going to go down.
This is getting so damn messy right now between these two. Baltoon, he's lost like half of his crossbows. Like, look at the numbers right now.
The numbers are definitely starting to thin out now. He's finally got the enclosures in, so gold is starting to trickle in for him.
True, but at the same time, like, he still has to breach through this location. I'd love to see Anaton just like harvest for a keep. Just kind of park it right here in the center. Because right now, it's very difficult to see Baltoon going anywhere else in the map to break out, right? Like, he's kind of forced into this funnel point. You already highlighted that when you highlighted that he couldn't go north to secure the gold.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Anaton actually got the Imperial Age at one point as well.
Oh, wait, did he? Are we just...
He did. He's Imperial Age. We don't see it in the UI, in the caster UI.
Of course. We can blame this one on capture age. So he was teching up behind this. Can we check what he went with? I think he actually went with... No, not the Desert
Military
Raiders.
Wing.
Yeah, but he didn't go Desert.
He got all the upgrades. Look at this. Look at his units. It's all the blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, he went for Master Smiths. But here's the funny thing about Master Smiths. Master Smiths is kind of weird, right? Because it only gives you the current age's upgrades. So, like, you get 2,000 resources worth of upgrades instantly, but you pay 3,600 resources.
Yeah, but you also get access to all the elite technologies, right? It's still nice. It's still very, very nice.
Which is, I agree. It's nice that you get it instantly. That's the cool side. I think that's Anaton's mindset. This is one of the few games I think you'll see it in, because the logic here is it gave him this booster to control the Sacred Site choke point, because now Baltoon can't move out. He's only got 2 minutes left. Like, it's funny. The other day, I was literally saying on stream, it's like the worst choice you can make out of all the techs. But I think Anaton has actually found the one situation where Master Smiths pays off.
Sacred Site timer keeps ticking down further and further, and yeah, these walls from Anaton just really, really constricting Baltoon with his choices of being able to move out.
Now these Rams, I mean, They're just trying to make their way through the outpost, right? Try to break through here, but the issue I'm seeing right now is Balon needs military mass lead. The only reason it looks like he's holding is because the Berkshire is assisting. This fight will move away from the Berkshire soon. It's going to have to. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock.
Berkshire now focusing onto the Manganique. But I think the upgrade on the Manganique for the health and the siege truck is already through, so it's not taking as much damage right now.
It's a mere tickling. Like, actually, right now, it feels inefficient that you're attacking the Mango, because it means the rest of the army is just full health, right? It's kind of one of those weird situations where you know you need to get rid of it, but the way it holds you hostage, you're just allowing the rest of the units to get better trades. Now a minute away from Sacred Site victory. We're going to see a decap attempt here by a few troops. Instantly answered out by Anaton, though. 50 seconds away from Anaton being on match point.
45 seconds left, and now Balon's going for it. Trying to take the Sacred Site, but the military count is... the advantage is on Anaton's side here. And the upgrades as well.
Yeah, I think this one's kind of cooked right now. The speed at which the elite army tactics is coming through, that's the power you were talking about the IBIS. That 50% research speed increase really is going to be a key difference maker here. Balon still just denied a gold. You can actually see him on that right side. He's got all the blue pips nearby, but no one grabbing the gold source that he could probably benefit from heavily. But it's too little too late. 5 seconds away. GG's going to get called. Anaton will make it 3-1. And now Balon, fire under his ass. You better get dancing.
Indeed, match point now for Anaton. This was a tilting game, even to watch. I must say, the Ayubits just choking Balon out there.
I mean, I had despair the moment I saw the first trade win. It's a tough landmark. I mean, I think the frustration as well is in some ways Balon just kind of nod his head, realized maybe there's something I could have done different, but at the same time, this Civ is bonkers right now for that exact tech. So I think it's one of those things where you don't want to be arrogant and say, I couldn't have done anything better, but you have to say, in a way, this was sort of out my hands and that I shouldn't let this phase me going into the next game. So I hope that Balon's got the mental fortitude to do that, because this is a best of 7. He is still alive, but it is not looking good.
Yeah,
and it
not
may
looking
have
good
just
indeed,
gone
but
worse.
you think? I mean, this is probably one of the more, even if not potentially favorite matchups for Roos. They're gathering on water. It's pretty insane, pretty nutty, and yeah, I think this might be actually one where the feudal age timing might be a little bit better for Japanese, but overall the economy should be better for the Japanese. Now, for the Roos, I think it might be a case of just me huffing in the copium right now, but yeah, this is. I think Roos can do it. I mean, Japan is insane on hybrid maps, but so is Roos.
So here's my issue with this map: is like if Anaton optimizes feudal age, he blocks out 1 your docks, right? And that's a very big kick to the nuts on a map like this for the Roos. And the part that kind of makes it dirty is on a delay, you can still play into like 2 dock optimals Japanese. So I think it depends. If Anaton plays a bit too greedy, or maybe even decides he wants to drop docks of his own on his enemy's lakes, we have a real game. If this turns into like some fast shinobi drop onto the docks, and like you're slow to get your reaction out on land, we could have a very quick stomp on our hands. But I think Balon has to understand that that's like a possibility. So step 1 would be to make sure you drop the docks in the most defensive position, right up against the edge of the map, to ensure that any shinobi coming in have to move past your base so you can snipe them, right? So fingers crossed, he's kind of thought about that and he optimizes positioning. I feel like most players still, like you can speak to this, I'm sure, like quite a bit, is like instinctually, I feel like a lot of players try to drop their dock more central so they have better vision, right?
Yeah, dropping it central, providing you with that vision, and just knowing where your opponent is going to be dropping or trying to drop their docks. But at the same time, with Roos, you don't need to go for that because your fishing ships never need to return to the dock. You can just put them on a deep sea fish there where you will already have the vision for that.
Yeah, I think it's more the case of like it gives you more reaction. So like if you see someone drops a dock, like you can just get an archer ship out straight away, sort of thing. But we'll have to see. I mean, I'm hoping we're going to get a competitive one here. That last game was disgusting. You know what else is filthy? These two civs with so many lakes to fish in. It's time for a Rus versus Japanese matchup. Balon will be taken to the Rus. Anaton is looking to claim a new civ as king on 4 lakes. Let's get to it.
Dude, let's get into it. Over here on 4 lakes, looking at the color red, playing the Japanese. We've got 3D Anaton on the opposite side, playing as the color blue as the Rus. We got Balon. Now, in typical fashion, on 4 lakes, we do see both of these players going out for these ponds, dropping their docks each. And we can see that Balon, he's not dropping it really in the middle. Doesn't need to with the Rus, can just drop it wherever he wants. Anaton, more towards the middle, but overall, very good dock spawns here for both of these players. Gonna be nice and close to the initial deep sea fish. Not that it's important for the Rus, but every little bit helps.
Yeah, let's talk up a little bit about like the balance of, like you were saying, you think that this is one of the better matchups of Rus. And I do agree in some areas. Like, so my issue right now is like a lot of people are trying to dissect Japanese and then solve it with cavalry. But I think the only civs that can solve it with cavalry are heavy knight civs, right? Like, I've been trying to like explain this constantly. People are like, you know, if you actually see someone building horsemen, you build Bugusha. Have you tried this yet? Like, it's actually really, it's a weird thing because you hear me say that, you're like, but spear. But like, Ona Bugusha can actually beat horsemen at the same price, but they can chase them, and then they can also raid eco, right? So it's like actually a very filthy unit. The reason I'm mentioning it is like on a water hybrid map like this, we always see the Shinobi, but Bugusha as a follow-up is vile for like stretching you thin. But the cool thing about Rus being picked here by Balon is it means it's one option that Anaton can't really consider in the early phase.
Yeah, that's
Samurai's
true.
still a problem though.
Then again, like Balon, he's playing as the Rus, right? So Rus, they get in a phenomenal amount of wood income
Yes.
throughout all stages of the game. So it's not necessarily a bad thing for them to go into archers. It's not like they're really lacking any upgrades for the archers. In fact, with the warrior monks, they can buff them up further if it gets to that point in time. Definitely going to be a potential option here for him, for our Rus player, to go into archers. And it makes a lot of sense. You want to go for a like mixture ranged and melee kind of composition against the Japanese, which tend to just go for this purely infantry kind of mass of units.
Yeah, the interesting thing is like people have been arguing about Samurai OP. I can kind of feel the fury in that. My take would be I could see a reasonable kind of like nerf to the Samurai being their base damage is 1 lower, and that compensates for the melee techs. Because like, I don't, have you done the maths on this? Like I was doing it with HRE, which is like the premium MAA civ, right? With all the buffs, Japanese Samurai actually do more damage.
Yeah, can be quite insane. You get the Adachi and all that good stuff, and yeah, it's just really good. I think the main thing that really makes the Samurai so strong for the Japanese is their food economy. Just having all of these buffs for both the berries and then the farms later on in the game, and getting a lot of free farms with the Kura Storehouse, it all adds up, and to the point where you can just pump out so many Samurai. And in the end, it tends to be the number of units out in the game that kind of then determines how the fights are being taken. It's gotten to the point where Japan have such a good food income, able to spam so many units, that they just go for these infantry-only composition instead of like mixing it up with some ranged units as well.
Yeah, it's almost like the only time I see a stable drop for Japanese is because they're going for that like kind of almost cheesy let's spam daimyo and get early knights sort of build, right? So the thing for me is like, I don't want them to nerf Japanese too hard. I actually think like the way that Japanese have all this versatility is almost like what I want out of more civs with the unique identity, right? It's like, it's actually refreshing all these cool unique units Japanese get. But I think like my worry is quite often when people see this type of civ, the instant reaction is nerf, 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 nerf. I agree Ozutsu need to be nerfed. No, I'm putting my hands up. As a Japanese lover, like I'll admit that unit is insane. But like there's other elements of play that I'd rather look at and see as inspiration for how we fix existing civs so that they have that same kind of dynamic play available to them.
Yeah, I think the weird thing with Ozutsu at the moment in the game is that they're like this ranged gunpowder unit, but they also have a good amount of ranged armor. Mm-hmm. So usually like hand cannoneers, they don't trade as well into archers or longbowmen. Ozutsu do. They got a ton of ranged armor. They don't mind fighting against longbowmen or anything like that.
I actually like the idea of just melee being the counter, right? Like I just take away all their armor because they start with like, is it 6 melee and 6 ranged? I think.
I think it was 4. Nothing, nothing too crazy.
Usually at that point in the game, though, you have 6 total, right? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You have 4, but usually like you've got Tech 2 upgrades because we're talking Imperial here. So you have 6, and then I think they have like 160 health. I want to say 155, something like that. It's very high.
160, yeah.
Yeah. And then the other crazy part is like as a damage output, they have splash damage. They get the Bannerman aura, right, from the Yuumi,
Mm-hmm.
and then they get gunpowder. It's just kind of nuts, right? Like I think they got like 52 or something crazy like that. It's a very high number, maybe like 45.
Yeah, it's similar to the Imperial Guards, right, from the Shuri's Legacy at the moment. And the truly crazy thing about them is just how many you can get out of them for free with the landmark, where you get these stacks every now and then, and you can just fire them out. And at one point, you just like forget redeeming it all the time. You've been making Osutsu normally the entire time. You just press a button a couple of times, suddenly get 20 Osutsu out again.
Yeah, I think it's like 42 or 45. I'm trying to remember the exact number. Like once you got all the upgrades, it's still pretty damn high, and they have 6 tar range. But like I think it's critical to keep the ranged armor because like I like the idea that they have that ranged armor because they can dive keeps, right? Which is good. It's like they're siege unit; they should be able to do that. So like melee seems to be the smart way to balance that. But you know, we've had our philosophical discussion. Maybe we'll see that late game, but we need to focus on the early game because we have reached our tech ups. Fishing has been underway, and I believe we are seeing a sneak of a dock by Anaton to the south side, and we've got Shinobi on the way to the party.
Yeah, there's a ship though, right there. Lodya Galley is trying to transform right now. Is the dock going to be going up in time? It seems like it might be. Going up, it's going to be very close. Yeah, it's going to be very, very close here. Ultra at least goes down, and it might actually be denied. It's denied.
Dead. He's actually dead, dude. I can't believe like that is the worst thing. So Anaton, the problem there is like when you play that close to an archer ship, they can't miss. Like it's literally even a stormtrooper can miss, right? Imagine if he built that on the far side. I think he would have required like an extra shot or two. Maybe he could have even started step to dodge, and we would have had an awkward situation on the South Lake. But it can still be awkward, right? These guys are eventually going to burn their way through that dock. Does stop you from getting extra fishing out. Sure, you don't need the drop-off location, but it stops you from reaching critical mass.
Anaton is sending 2 more villagers out now in order to get that dock up. Balon realized he wants to wall it in. Shinobi, though, is going to be running around. That's going to be very tough here to deny for Balon.
Yeah, this is almost comical, like the way that they're kind of playing around each other. Shin in. Oh, you can't lose that. Oh, dude, that dodge, he needs to save it. Does get out of range. Now, that's important because he's going to have the sabotage again. So that guy is just basically a cheeky little griefer now. The problem is the other Shinobi, rather, is on the opposite side of this lake. So, walls.
Wait. There's 1 tile remaining.
Wait.
1 tile on the wall remaining.
Does he get it?
He's getting it. No. He didn't click it. He didn't click it. I mean, the villagers are trapped, but...
Yeah, they're screwed, but he still gets the dock up, and this is now a problem for Balon because he has no easy way of getting rid of this dock. And immediately we see Anaton queuing up the archer ship.
Yeah, at the same time, Balon also converting one of his ships now. He can't really make any ships out of his normal dock just because that one is going to be disabled 24/7, sabotaged. And Abbey of the Trinity behind all of that coming out now for Balon. So he's looking to go on a relic trip here.
Yeah,
which is very nice. Yeah,
right.
This is very nice, though, considering that Anaton is likely going to be going up with a floating gate. So he's also going to try and look for relics.
Oh, he even gets a village in return, so it makes it a bit better for him. It's still 2 for free exchange, so you're happy if you're Balon, even get the archer ship straight away to the spring orb. But now we see the floating gate. Now, the floating gate is kind of a problem right now. This thing is insanely good. I also think that in some ways the alternative feels insanely bad. For those that have never seen it, it gives you access to, I think it's not Shaolin Temple, that's the Chinese. I forget the Confucian Temple or something like that.
Buddhist Temple.
Sorry, Buddhist Temple, that's right. So the Buddhist Temple, you get these unique monks that allow you to reduce the damage of enemy units by 50%. It's basically a reverse prelate. Problem of that is it's like so situational that you need to be playing against Order of the Dragon, and right now if you're playing Japanese against Order of the Dragon, you win anyway. So it's kind of better to just get the infinite eco.
Exactly. Looks like there's an emplacement also coming out right now for Anaton on one of his docks there that he placed on the bottom side. Dock is going to be going down for him.
And the emplacement's a smart play here, actually. Like, he might just have enough health to get away with this. I'd love to see him just get a demo out, because I think otherwise your dock's going to get set on fire. And if it doesn't get set on fire, you can eventually clean up this lake, right? And then you're playing 2 Japanese lakes versus 1 roost, which is really good for you. Yeah, this is the problem.
Just choose to repair here. Both players up in the castle age.
I almost feel like Anaton should have seen that coming, right? That like that heal would occur. So like not
sneaky
going for
villager.
Demo was really greedy, but Spearman. I mean, this was a good read, by the way. Anaton was prepping these spears before he even started his tech up, so he understood what Baltoon's play was. So I'm going to try to block him from getting those relics, which is critical because Anaton already has himself a priest to go after it too.
Knight lose some HP, but Baltoon already has the Warrior Monks out, so he is going to be able to heal that one.
Yeah.
And he's able to get the relic right from the Shinto priest. That feels bad if you're Anaton right now.
It's even worse. Look at the floating gate. Anaton didn't bank the Yoroshiros yet.
Oh, no. If that priest goes down, they're not gonna go anywhere until he remakes his temple then.
Well, the problem here is like, and this is something like going to take time, but if you want to be optimal with the floating gate, the best play you can do is you kind of template your base, and that you place the 2 buildings that you want to drop the Yoroshiros into, or likely to, in front of the floating gate placement. So when it spawns, you pick up, drop, pick up, drop. It takes 4 or 5 seconds, and then you run for relics. I think actually a cool play here for Anaton with all this food, probably should have dropped one of those Yoroshiros in the racks, because you would be surging into Samurai Mass at a pace that Baltoon wouldn't be able to keep up with.
Oh, Relic is getting snagged here. Wololo coming out, but that's a lot of Spearmen. Anaton, though, choosing not to go for it.
Probably a good idea there, but he can clean him up afterwards.
Drop the Relic, drop the Relic, drop the Relic.
No, don't tell me what to do, you're not my dad. All right, so he's still got another one heading north side there. Looking at the relic spread right now, it's really rough for Anaton. Of course, the Yoroshiros can make up for it, but it's still an upside for Baltoon in this game. Critical considering he's going into Mass Knights.
Yeah, Baltoon's also going to get a good amount of Warrior Monks out now at half price, and what that means, rather what that does for him, is that he can also buff them up with some unique upgrades and get a ton of bonuses on his units. So similar to how Anaton is able to buff his units up with Bannerman, Baltoon's going to be able to buff up his units' damage as well as their armor with the Warrior Monks.
Yeah, I like that you highlight that, because I feel like we don't see it being impactful that much these days, right? Like, I still remember the old days of the Horse Archers, and dude, Lucifron was a god for that. He was always a step ahead of everyone when it came to Abbey of Trinity usage. So curious to see what Baltoon's going to have in mind with that, especially when you need it to kind of tick the box of matching the aura. But you already see what's happening here. It's scary. We talked about Samurai 10 minutes ago. It's almost like we knew it was going to happen at some point. He's going for the Zerg strat. Well, I say Zerg. The way I describe Samurai right now, with the way that the Japanese economies won't work on this map, it's almost like the Protoss Zerg variant for any StarCrafters. That's a broken unit. And this is going to break some face.
And Geishas out as well. Spearmen have been pretty much cleaned up, so now the Knights can, in theory, engage. Boy's Fortitude is on its way as well. Behind all of that.
Too early. This feels like a little bit early, right? Like, even if he wins the exchange, it's the damage
There's
exchange.
no Bannerman. Yeah, but there's no Bannerman, and
sure.
Look at that. There was not a single melee damage upgrade on all of these units for Anaton as well.
What? Wait, okay. So one thing to keep in mind, good thing you caught that, because the UI doesn't show it right now, so we only got the level 1 just now. Daimyo's coming in. Like, you're hemorrhaging a lot of troops, right? But I have to wonder, who benefits more from this static fight in the center if it doesn't move from here? All right, doesn't matter. We're going to get our answer. It's moving. I can't believe he didn't have the melee 1. The melee 1 is just like a kind of just no-brainer, right? 75 stone and 25 gold. No, 75 gold and 25 stone, I think it was.
I mean, with these armored units, having the armor, it's so important. And now all that's remaining here is a ton of spearmen. But Baltoon has 20 archers now.
He doesn't have a Dutch either. Oh my god.
There were 3 Yoroshiros in front of the landmark that have not been used all this time. The first one only just now got picked up.
Kind sir, can you please just pick... You might as well have literally just got the Buddhists at this point. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a bit rough. I hope he fixes this fast, because like the difference there could have been extra gold, right? It could have like matters long term. It could have been increased production speed to surge. Like it could have been actually in the TCs, right? Which would have increased his production speed to, weirdly enough, 16%, 16 seconds instead of 20. So
now the Bannerman is out now, so all the units are getting an additional upgrade. Odachi also coming in for Samurai. Now Odachi doesn't give you any bonus damage against the Knights though.
No, but if you ever kind of like find that soft spot, these archers get rinsed. It's insane how powerful that tech can be. Only 350 resources as well, so an absolute bargain. This one relic just taunting Baltoon is like, I just want, no, you can't have it. In fact, why is that not being... Oh my god, wait. Please tell me he's not running with the Urashiro to pick up the relic. Okay,
He's not.
Yeah, he's going
He's
for
running
the
onto the
Smithy, right?
forge.
Yeah, so he's going to get the plus 75 gold, which is really efficient for the Samurai, right? 30 gold per, scales really quickly. Melee tech upgrade 2 is coming in. You're also going to see him going into the melee defense to make sure he lasts long against the Knights. And this is where the fights surprisingly get very scary. Saint's Blessing isn't even going to pop as he gets evaporated there. Finally, the second wave comes in. Gonna stand his ground this choke point. Not many spears in the mix here. It's mainly just mass samurai, but you gotta remember this is archers on the other side, so not the quickest snipers against this. However, the raw mass of Baltoon tells no lies. 15 to 49, and this is starting to swing heavily in favor of the Rus.
Yeah, and behind all of that, Sacred Size have been captured, and Baltoon's able to hold these.
Wow.
And GG Jets called. Baltoon able to potentially open himself up for a comeback here. Takes another game off of Anaton. Now we're going to be going over to a 3-2. Not looking as gloom anymore for him.
Impressive showing there out of Baltoon. Yeah. There were moments where you kind of felt like there was maybe some doubt there. Like if we look back at that game, maybe the melee techs are there, maybe that initial fight looks better. But, I mean, dude, that partially on Anaton's mistakes, but also nothing to be taken away from Baltoon. He won the race up to Castle Age. He won the race into the relics. And although his comp looks a bit dodgy because you're massing archers, he clearly had the right strategy in mind. Like, the interesting part is there's been a lot of discussion on how to deal with Samurai and Feudal. And, like, part of the solution is just you have to tickle them down with archers and kite. So he's kind of doing the same thing, but with the tech lead he had and the damage difference in those fights, it wasn't just about getting rid of the shield so the Knights can plow on. It was just about being the backbone to make sure you win those fights. And all of a sudden, this series looks a bit more competitive, which is good to see considering how disgusting that IOBID game was.
Exactly. Baltoon exacting some revenge now against Anaton, and yeah, it's still match point though at the end of the day for Anaton. Baltoon, he's gonna have to win a couple of games now to come back into it, and look at that. Anaton, he looks at Baltoon and says, yeah, that Rus, that was a good civilization. Let me try them out. We're going to be looking at a Rus versus a HRE matchup now.
Dude, we're moving fast. We're already ready to go. Let's hop into game. This is one of my favorite maps. This is actually my favorite map of the expansion. It's going to be on Cliffside. This is an interesting map, actually, because like Cliffside seems super turtle, it seems super defensive, but actually, if anything, I feel like it pushes people into fighting sooner rather than later. So here we go, folks. Game number 6, Baltoon versus Anaton, HRE versus Rus.
Cliffside, it is such a great map for the Rus because you spawn with 2 sheep immediately on top of the sheep that you already got, the 3 starting sheep. So usually we see Rus sometimes struggling to micro their scouts to also bring back the sheep to their base. You don't really have to worry about that too much since you're getting an additional 500 food pretty much.
Mm-hmm. I think the interesting thing I've noticed about Cliffside is like when you look at this map, first of all, it looks like it's turtle as all hell, right? But then you realize it's actually these small cliffs, they force weird dynamics in the fights, right? So, like, I've seen examples where archers just, like, that little anemic cliff near the northern sacred site, they just use that to kind of, like, skirt a horseman raid, right? All of a sudden, you're kind of encouraged to play with your armies onto these choke points. And if we're being totally real, there's no world, I don't care what civ you're playing, you're not going to wall all those gaps, right? So you have to kind of be more present. And sometimes you do lock out with the wood lines a bit, but the other thing I really like about Cliffside is you only get one fat wood line. Whereas, like, Dry Arabia sometimes gives you a very easily defendable location with the double wood stack, right?
Yeah, indeed. So far, looking at this, I mean, Baltoon only going for that single scout right now. Anaton on triple scout. Bounty is going to be looking good for him, especially on a map like this that has plenty to offer when it comes to Bounty.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, he's still got the back, dude. This is disgusting. And, you know, it's like we're highlighting, like, you know, you can't match this to HRE. I think the only way you'd ever think about matching this by going second scouts to HRE is like, A, there's a lot of sheep on the map, or B, you're going to go double TC.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult now. I mean, Baltoon, he has the option of going for fast castle age with the HRE, but I'm not even sure if he's got a ton of sheep now collected, because triple scout means that most of the sheep on this map are going to be going over to Anaton. There are a good bunch of sheep on this map.
Yeah, it's also like the relic location to a certain extent can kind of feel weird because it's almost like you're playing. the way you'd have to run out to these relics, I guess the best way to compare it is almost like playing Dota with lanes, right? But the problem with that in this situation is, you know, your opponent can react to at least one of those lanes, so you're kind of flipping a coin that your prelates don't get sniped in a way that feels more awkward than most of the maps we've seen, I'd say. Just because it's kind of like out and then back in. But it looks like it's going to be that double TC play, so I wonder if he actually could have just went for the extra scout and if it would have been worth it. Because if we were to check Anatan's gold right now, I mean, like, wheelbarrow on the way, got the Kremlin. This has to be like, what, 230? 240? Okay, it's going to be 230 or 240 after. It actually might be like a 265 on the opener. Wolves is... Dude, why do you keep doing this to me, Anatan? I'm like, I give you a number, you find more crap. Oh,
yeah,
more crap.
more wolves. Oh, and Baltian not getting those sheep. I don't think Baltian has a lot. I don't think Baltian has a lot of sheep at all right now. Dude, I think he's struggling.
I think he's walking back with the sheep, right? Yeah, he's not even contesting the wolf. Look at the bounty, right? Like, switch quickly, because we're at the start of the game. We know it's not going to, like, be a GG. Sorry, we have to do that, because Capture Age don't want to work on our game. 335!
Oh, it's Baltian. Okay, Baltian at least managed to snipe out the wolf there.
Go flap, folks, go flap. I think the wolf on the north side died already, right? So that is going to be 335. So he won't be able to get 500 off of the boars, but I mean, high trade house is quite popular. And in fact, if you look at the north side of Anatan's base, there's a premium high trade house placement.
Yeah, and all of that. I mean, Baltian, he's got 5 sheep remaining on his scout. He just needs to break. No.
Are you kidding me? What?
You hate to see that in a match point.
So he's playing blind HRE against Roos. This is one of those civs you can't be blind against, right? You know what I'm talking about? Where, like, if he does that fast castle build and Anatan's pulling a full feudal, you're dead. You're just instantly dead. You maybe get one relic and then die. And at the same time, if, let's say, the Roos is going, like, multi-TC and you're playing super paranoid, you also miss your optimal timings. This is a scary game right now for Baltun.
Yeah, Baltian, he's going for a second TC now behind all of that, and look at that. Anaton immediately playing the map control game now, probably just looking for... It's not even going to be a second TC from Anaton. He's just going to go for straight up fast castle and try to take sacred sites.
I like this. So the scout isn't going to, like, find the right location in the end. It's going to be the north side. But, like, you restricted. I think the goal right here for Anaton was to make sure this wasn't like a deer or a boar play. So that, you know, sure, he's still going to get to castle age, right? But it's not off the back of that improved gathering rate, right? Like, what has the Baltun secured with this? More wood, which he already had, and more gold, which he already had.
I guess it protects the Archon Chapel from the other side, but
sure. But, like, are you really ever as like, let's say Roos goes all in with feudal archers? Are you ever walking to the backside of your opponent's base to push into his base?
You never know. He might be walking all the way around trying to find damage and then noticing, oh, I can't attack from the other side. So it does help. It does help quite a bit, but this is still a very, very tough situation for Baltian, even considering that he has no scouting vision at all. And Anaton is just mercilessly walling him out right now, just making such great use off of all this map control that he's gotten now with that scout dying. And yeah, this is...
How do you feel when you see someone go to TC HRE and immediately farms? Do you ever feel, like, good about that? Or does it kind of feel like, wait, wasn't this TC meant to secure food?
It makes sense going for the farms, because with the influence of the Archon Chapel, you're getting so much more food than you would be instead of getting going for deer and stuff like that. So with the farms, I don't mind that. I think that's totally valid to go for it. It pays off really quickly compared to walking all the way out to deer.
No, that's fine. I agree. It's like, it's standardized, like, HRE play, but it almost feels like usually you want to try to, like, milk a bit of extra food. Because it's like, if the goal is pure fast castle, then, like, going farm transitions, it is standard play. But if you are on the clock like this, which, look at Anatan's resources, you are 100% on the clock. Like, the cost of these farms, even though they're going to pay back 40% faster than other civs, is still the difference between your timing and Anatan's, right? Like, that's pretty freaking scary.
Yeah, and he is now going to be able to click up. It's going to be the Abbey of the Trinity, so it is going to be a very, very quick relic pickup game. I think the only way for Baltun to play this is to maybe go for Burgrave Palace and just try to go for, like, that 2TC economy and try to rush it in, but this is so tough.
Is he putting him in a camp? He's actually walling him in. Like,
He is. He absolutely is.
do you remember how we began this map by me saying it's actually not easy to wall the entire map? Anaton must have heard that. He's like, challenge accepted.
Oh,
Dude,
man.
if he walls all the way around to that other relic, I'm going to lose it, man. Like, he's actually heading there right now. This is going to be like a 1 relic game if you're... Actually, no. This might be a 0 relic game.
It is. It is going to be a 0 relics game. And I mean, at least I'm going to say the positive thing here about this right now is that Anaton is getting to Castle Age. Maybe, but the main thing is that Anaton is getting to Castle Age so quickly that Balon at least is going to see that all of the relics are going to make the choice a little bit easier of not going for Regnets.
So hear me out. He will build Regnets. Like, he has no scout. He will build Regnets. He will see the walls.
Imagine Anaton making 5 warrior monks and just waiting for Balon to place the Regnets, and then as soon as he sees the Regnets dropping, that's when he's got to start picking up all the relics, so Balon doesn't know.
No, hear me out. So Balon, he's gonna build Regnets because he's blind. He's got like no scout. He's gonna like build this worthless landmark. He's gonna discover it's worthless. He's then gonna take the samurai sword he took from the conquered Japanese last game as a souvenir, and he's gonna Sudoku. GG. What is your play? Even if you want to play the game, right? Like, it sounds like I'm being super negative, but like we can actually like dissect how he gets back into it. Because like if he's gonna build Regnets, he gets nothing, right? And Anaton is already Castle Age for several minutes. The reality is, you need something big to claw your way back in. So like let's try and explore, because I don't want this to be it's over, because I always hate it when it becomes that. It does happen in RTSs. But let's try to discover the way back for Balon.
Well, the way back for Balon is to realize that Anaton walled to a deer carcass. He's then going to go for professional scouts on the bottom side, and with that, he's going to open up a hole in the wall for Anaton. Actually, never mind. I think Anaton realized that, and he's walling out the deer carcasses at the
Okay, reset. This is
well.
getting too negative. Go again. How is Balon getting out of jail?
Yes.
I think we need a better lawyer than no one call Krakeny for legal advice.
Oh no, he's making barracks. He's going Regnets.
Oh my god, he literally just got a Burgrave worth of racks.
Okay, he stopped. He cancels them.
He still got 2 of them. It's Burgrave with double racks. Okay.
Not over yet.
This is hard, though. This is hardcore in the worst way possible. We'll have to see. Balon, this is his one window of opportunity. Now, he has got a decent amount of farms already, right? So it's like he's not going to just run out of food straight away. But this is a very tight window for him. Relic's already on the way home. I mean, literally, Anaton took the furthest one away first. So this is going to be 5 relics for Anaton probably in the next 2.5 minutes. He's still going to only be playing 1 TC, though. The issue, however, is if Balon opens men-at-arms instead of spears, he's going to start getting dove by knights.
Anaton potentially giving Balon a timing here. He just went for his own second TC.
Oh, man. I'm kind of not surprised. Those are 4 or 5 palisade walls, and it is men-at-arms. Okay. How do you feel about the men-at-arms instead of spamming spears here?
It's very tempting to just spam out men-at-arms, and he does get the bonus movement speed on them. With that, he can take down the crossbowman from Anaton. And right now, we're in a little bit of a transition period. Also, Anaton, he didn't build that TC on a food source. So right now, food is going to be a little bit dicey for Anaton.
Yeah. Like
with all of those things taken into consideration, I think that the mass men-at-arm play can work out here.
So okay, now I'm going to play devil's advocate. My issue with men-at-arms here is if your opponent keeps scaling knights, like, it's very hard to defend, right? Because you can't just brace and block, and he can kind of run past you. So if he gets, like, 20 men-at-arms plus, solid. Thumbs up, I'm there with you. But, like, Anaton is in this weird limbo, right? Like, you just highlight he went for the gold, which is weird because he just got all the gold from the relics. He's literally about to bank the last 2. And on top of that, it's kind of lacking in the meat department, right? Like, I guess he didn't want to run too far to place the TC, but maybe he could have just placed it on the deer near the sacred site, and then you can build that into like forward production, hold at the wall. All of a sudden, the game's scary for Balon. But I mean, Balton's been given a lifeline here. I kind of want to see him actually punish Anaton for this.
Yeah, and Balon also getting some of the horsemen out. so far, Anaton, he went for the relics first instead of the sacred sites. I think after taking the first sacred site that was all the way on Baltun's side, I think he should have then first taken all the sacred sites before picking up the relics, just to get that timer in like 2 minutes earlier than what it is right now. Maybe it would have even been like 3 minutes earlier.
I love that you highlight that, actually, because like I think it's important you get the relic next to Baltun's base, but taking the sacred sites afterwards generates you better gold anyway, right? Because you're instantly ticking that gold in, while a relic, you have to go grab it and then run it back to a garrison. So that's a really good idea. Not only is it adding the pressure, but it's also just more eco-efficient.
Now, going for the boar as well. So far, he has got 8 crossbowmen. He's getting more. He's got another 4 knights out as well. Military is looking good for Baltun. Questions though is like, are the horsemen gonna be enough there to take down all of the crossbows? They might be, but now Baltun also has to move out a little bit further onto his little internment camp that he's got going on here right now, because the gold mine next to his TC has run out.
Yeah, I'm glad that's how we've settled on this. This truly is. You are in prison right now. Thinking about the gold as well, the design of this map, it puts a lot of gold on that thin cliff line. You can see it, right? Like the way it's scattered.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Baltun's playing HRE. He's scaling men at arms. He has this gold vein, and I think, has he now tapped dry the one at home?
Baltun just reeled the horseman play.
Yeah, it's gone. So he has 4k gold to get out, right? Buy yourself a good lawyer, break free fast.
Anaton's also investing a lot into these warrior monks right now, which is definitely nice play. I don't see it often enough where people that go for the Abbey of Trinity then start massing up those horsemen non-stop. You save up so many resources with them, and they're a really good unit for the price. They actually take down horsemen, so they're better cost-wise there.
No, this is a bit weird. Like, Anaton was slow to react to this, right? It's kind of interesting how far back he's been sitting. An opportunity to clash here. Knights have to just cycle away. They get hit in the face by a bunch of torches because that's still a thing. Crossbowmen are going to spread out. Just try to start a step away, but they haven't got the Saint's Blessing anymore. Nice rejuvenation coming in there. Nicely done by Anaton. As you highlight, like these things, they're just efficient frontliners against the men at arms. And that means the crossbows are now starting to get good exchanges. And remember, Baltun, like the runway is short on this, right? Like this is not a marathon for him. This is a sprint to break out, and he needs to be fast.
The front line has started to thin out, but so does it. But there's not many units remaining for Baltun as well. Still has a good bunch of men-at-arms, but now we're at... Oh no. They've been called. They've been called.
No, the Gremlins! We forgot about them! Okay, so this is one of those moments where like you break out of like the internment camp, and then the spotlights go on, and you just hear the cocking of like rifles, and you're like, oh. And then you just turn around and walk back in willingly, and then they close the gate behind you.
There are worse camps where they don't give you that option, but we don't talk about these here.
Jesus, cracking. I was trying to be reasonable here. I was like, get back in your nice, very cozy little cells where we give you like, 50 channels on TV, and we feed you maybe once or twice a day. But you went there.
We're not gonna further go on that one.
No, we're not gonna dive deeper. Very nice prison, very glamorous as you'd expect for the HRE.
Oh,
and just to
double
make sure,
layer.
Yeah, we've got to put another padlock on that door.
Double layer going out now. Jesus, how is Baltun supposed to break out now?
So what we do is we break out the other side, and then we come out, and we hear the cocking of the rifles again, and we turn around and we go back in.
Another layer coming out there as well. It's only mass melee right now for Baltun. I think he's gotten at least one Landsknecht in. I think what he really needs to break out right now is mangonels, because Anaton, he's went into like a purely crossbowman-based type of composition.
No. Okay, I'm having a heart attack because like if he steps up, he loses like 3 or 4 units, and it sounds like it's not a lot. But look at their military right now. Like this is a weird teetering. No. That's not the way. That's not the way. Oh no.
He's trying to burn the other side again.
Baltun is like Mario right now. Sorry, Mario. Ooh. Princess is in another castle. Okay. On we go. mean, maybe he can break through. This doesn't feel that fast, right? This is going to allow time for Anaton to get in position. The issue here is that Sacred Site timer is still ticking down. More Gremlins are on the way, by the way. Frontline spin, but the Brace is going to come out. Nice pullback, gets the Saint's Blessing out, and then keeps the Monks alive. And the Horsemen just don't know what to do with themselves right now. Langsnecker going down, there's no cleave there. And this is looking grim. Anaton now with a 1.5 lead on the military. Soon to be a double up. This is looking done.
Yeah, it's just too many crossbows, and the Saint's Blessing aura. The unique upgrades truly make a big difference here. It means that these crossbowmen, they evaporate the Horsemen pretty much instantly with all the bonus damage coming out. +4 damage here.
And all of a sudden, I'm hearing the cocking of a shotgun, and we turn around and go back into the prison and die. GG comes out. What a way to close out this series. Ladies and gents, Anaton will be joining us for the EGC finals. Commiserations to Balon, but what a series out of 3D Clans Anaton.
Indeed. And now we know who our players will be in the EGC finals. Joining us from the qualifiers are going to be both Demu and 3D Anaton.
I mean, honestly, like these have been some incredible games, by the way. Like, I said it after that first series. The game one had me a bit worried. Like, this is going to be a weird series. But series one, if you guys haven't seen it, between Demu and Zerton, absolutely incredible way that was concluded. Fantastic way to conclude it. And I think although this one was one-sided, the narrative and the way that he controlled that map, this was remarkable out of Anaton. I mean, you know, some people may have looked at that casino game and like, what the hell is this? This is not reasonable. But he shows you exactly why he takes the series overall with an absolutely dominant performance on Cliffside to close it out. That does mean that they will be joining our other participants. For those that don't know the full roster, we've got Beastie Cutie, Lucifron, B, Marine Lord, Poppy Paw, Vortex, Wham, Louis, MT, Recon, and Mista, who will now also be joined by the wonderful Team Liquids, Demu, and of course the one and only 3D Clans, Anaton. So exciting time ahead of us. If you guys are wondering when that kicks off, it's going to kick off the 2nd of December. So you're going to have your entertainment in the build up to Christmas. Make sure you mark in your calendar, by the way, because I don't know. Could I have named a more stacked roster of players that are going to clash to round out the year, Crackety?
I can't imagine one, and that's why, I mean, it is so tight, right? We're only taking in the best players here in this one, it feels like. And this qualifier, it's been such a culling as well. We had so many strong players not being able to qualify there in the end, and so tough, absolutely. And yeah, now it's going to be the creme de la crop, basically, here in the EGC finals, and it's absolutely amazing. All the new civilizations, and we got some top-tier talent playing them.
Dude, I'm kind of heartbroken when I said, is there anyone missing from that? You didn't just cockily, like, turn to the camera, point, like, push your glasses, go, me. Just reveal your announcement as a entry player. But I'm sure we'll see more of you in the casting booth, which is always a pleasure. But I think we're going to figure out what's going to be happening. Just to round out, if you didn't see it, like I said, Demu, he qualified. I know there's a lot of fans there. Zerton put up a good fight, though. I'm excited to see what 2024 holds for him. And honestly, little inspirational talk, coach talk moment. For those players that didn't make it, that you're feeling kind of grinding to dust, you're feeling like it's been a rough time, guess what? It's never been a better time to try and aspire to be those pros. I think we're going to see growth in the scene moving into 2024, and we just had one of the biggest expansions. And the refreshing thing about expansions is it offers up opportunities for new stars to arise in the scene. So people like Zerton, people like Balon, I look forward to seeing what you're going to be able to do in 2024, and plenty more people alongside that. But I think we are going to be prepping a raid now. Crackety, as always, has been an absolute pleasure, my friend. I think after a 14-hour day of casting, actually it might be longer, Jesus, I'm going to crash before having to wake up for more World of Warcraft. But I'm sure we'll be meeting again on one of these broadcasts very soon.
100%. Pleasure is all mine. And all of you guys, tune in again next week as we bring you guys the EGC finals. See you all next time.
See you, folks.